Ding! Warrior Chu Tiannan, record 1,850 passed. The system's mechanical voice echoed across the arena, and for a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Shock spread like wildfire. The soldiers overseeing the assessment stared in disbelief. The martial examiner beside them blinked, stunned. In an instant, the entire evaluation ground erupted into chaos. Wait, 1850? The same score as Qingyu. Unbelievable. Chu Tiannan's from East Wuguan, and Qingyu is by Wuguan's rising star. Looks like we've got a showdown for the top spot. This is insane. I don't even know which martial arts hall to choose now. The buzz of excitement surged as murmurs flooded the space. Even Qingyu, who had been laughing moments ago, fell into a stunned silence. His smile vanished. He turned sharply, eyes locking onto Chu Tiannan, his face darkening with fury. "This is fraud," Qingyu shouted, pointing. "He must have bribed someone or tampered with the system. No way he got the same score as me. It's the East Wuguan. This reeks of a setup." Some nodded quietly. The odds of two warriors earning the exact same top score by chance? Slim to none. Yet the examiner only replied coolly, "The army system logs records. We do not question how one obtains them." That silenced Qingyu for a beat. His face paled. His gaze burned with hatred as he stared at the calm figure in black, Chu Tiannan. He was this close to being number one. But now, that position hung in the balance. "Good. Very good," Qingyu muttered, teeth clenched. Chu Tiannan finally turned his attention forward, sensing the hostility. He met Qingyu's glare with a smile that seemed almost casual. "What a coincidence," Chu said, voice light. "You scored 1852? Must be fate." The ease in his tone felt like a slap. Qingyu's fists tightened, knuckles white. The crowd held their breath. It was obvious. Chu Tiannan was challenging Qingyu, not just with numbers, but with presence. Things just got interesting. Li Dongjie, one of the senior officials, chuckled from the sidelines. Whether he wins or not, Chu Tiannan's already a hero of this round. That record alone secures his place. Beside him, Wang Jinhai, Chu's mentor, grinned. If the deputy hall master's praising him, Chu Tiannan's future in the Tobu Hall is all but guaranteed. "And what about that Qingyu boy?" Li Dongjie added with a smirk, sipping his tea. "Must be fuming." Meanwhile, the Bai Wuguan side boiled with anger. Despicable. The East Wuguan clearly orchestrated this. The kid must have rigged the record. Yet before things escalated further, a man in a flowing purple robe raised a hand, silencing the instructors. He smiled faintly as his eyes landed on the screen, showing two young men, one in white, the other in black. "This isn't new," the man said calmly. "It's in the crucible of rivalry that true warriors are forged. Whether Qingyu wins or not, I'll be guiding him personally." The instructor's fury quickly turned into delight. With the deputy hall master offering mentorship, Qingyu's future was still bright. At that moment, elsewhere, "Sir, that's the situation," a soldier reported, saluting smartly. A decorated officer with a general star on his shoulder gave a small nod. "Pass down the order." "Yes, sir." Back on the field, the tension between the two camps crackled. Qingyu supporters glared daggers at Chu Tiannan and his team. But Chu and his group were unbothered, waiting quietly. Qingyu, however, simmered with rage. "I'll kill him," he thought, eyes narrowed. "One day, I swear it." Warriors Chu Tiannan and Qingyu stepped forward. A sergeant major called out crisply, and the two young men approached. One clad in black, calm and composed, his eyes holding an unfathomable depth. The other, dressed in white, tense and seething, unable to hide his hatred. "You both have 15 minutes to prepare," the sergeant announced. "Then, you will engage in a ranked duel. The winner will claim half of the opponent's record points. And with that, first place will be decided." A temporary arena stood tall in the center of the open training grounds, hastily erected by the military. Crowds of warriors and soldiers gathered around it, forming a wall of anticipation and tension. This was no ordinary match. Two young warriors had achieved the highest recorded score, 1850. Whether it was coincidence or controversy, it didn't matter now. All eyes were on the duel that would decide who truly deserved the top. To booking campgrounds. Young and promising. "I like your spirit," said Li Dongjia, his tone light, but his gaze sharp as steel. Chu Tiannan stood respectfully before him, heart pounding when he realized the man before him was none other than the deputy head of the Tow Hall in South China Bay City. "A true honor, sir," Chu replied, bowing slightly. He knew men like Li Dongjia had faced horrors and victories that shaped the survival of mankind. They commanded respect. Li Dongjia asked with a half-smile, "Feeling any pressure about facing Qingyu?" Chu's eyes sharpened. "I'm 100% confident." Li Dongjia chuckled, pleased. "Excellent. If you win, I'll double whatever reward the military promised you." 15 minutes passed in a blink. Chu Tiannan, dressed in jet-black robes, stepped onto the stage with steady steps. The crowd roared to life. "Don't let me down, kid. I bet 50,000 Earth coins on you. Qingyu will win. I put 100,000 on him." "No way. Chu Tiannan's got this." Cheers and jeers mixed into a storm of noise. What began as a test had become a battlefield of pride and money. On the other side, Qingyu, clad in white like a ghost of winter, rose onto the platform. His gaze locked on Chu Tiannan with seething hatred. Chu Tiannan. His voice was low, trembling not with fear but with rage. He wanted nothing more than to slice him to pieces. Chu Tiannan, in contrast, remained calm and even smiled, further provoking his rival. From the sidelines, Randy's words echoed in Chu's mind. "Brother Tiannan, this fight is for the honor of the Wuguan. If you win, we'll finally beat the Bai Wuguan this year." A fire lit in Chu's chest. He couldn't lose. Not today. Both halls, Dong Wuguan and Bai Wuguan, watched closely, their leaders observing from a distance. This wasn't just a duel. It was about legacy. The sergeant major stepped onto the stage between the two warriors. "This is a point-based match. No killing," he barked. "The results will be uploaded directly to the warrior system. The bracelet will show the outcome. Light for the winner, none for the loser." He tossed matching bracelets to both fighters. "Begin." Clang. Qingyu struck first. Sword in hand, he dashed across the stage like lightning. In a blink, he was in front of Chu Tiannan, slashing down. But Chu met him with a rising guard, his black sword ringing against the white blade with a metallic cry. He pushed forward with explosive force, his sword arcing toward Qingyu's waist. Blocked. Clang. Clang. Black and white steel danced across the arena, wind and sparks whipping around them. Younger warriors in the audience could barely follow the flurry of strikes. In the crowd, Randy clenched his fists. "I can't match either of them," he thought bitterly. "They're in another league." Dozens of clashes in mere minutes, each one more intense than the last. Then Chu Tiannan spotted an opening. He launched a sweeping strike, forcing Qingyu back. A chance, he thought. He closed the distance and slashed. His blade caught Qingyu's arm, slicing through his E-grade sleeve. Blood welled from the shallow cut. "Nice one." Chu's supporters erupted into cheers. But before he could press the advantage, Qingyu twisted to the side, countering with a swift upward slash that forced Chu Tiannan to retreat. Their swords parted. Chu's chest heaved. He was burning stamina quickly. Then Qingyu laughed, cold and unhinged. Ha! Ha ha! He cackled, eyes wild. "I thought this was just a routine evaluation. I didn't even use my real strength." A wave of energy surged from him, his aura flaring like a white inferno. Before anyone could react, he shot forward with renewed speed. His blade lashed out, fiercer and faster. Chu Tiannan's brows furrowed. He barely had time to react. "You should feel honored," Qingyu sneered. "You're the first to make me go all out." And with a roar, he unleashed his next devastating strike.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Qingyu's aura is getting stronger. Faced with Qingyu's sudden burst of power, many people, including Chu Tiannan, did not expect it. "Let me use this skill. I'm proud enough." Qingyu swung the white sword in his hand. The sword flow was extremely sharp, and the impact was powerful. Shrouded Chu Tiannan with swift momentum. This guy hides his strength. Randy is worthy of being a genius in the Dongwu Pavilion, and he can feel Qingyu's strength at a glance, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Tiannan is going to be in trouble." At this time, not only Randy was like this, but even Li Dongjie, who was very optimistic about Chu Tiannan at the beginning, frowned slightly after realizing that Qingyu's strength had skyrocketed and turned his eyes to the other side. It was discovered that the purple-robed figure in the North Martial Arts Hall was holding his arms, and his eyes were calmly watching the fierce battle on the field. No surprises. It was as if everything was under his control. Old guy. Li Dongjie immediately saw the trickiness, snorted secretly, and then turned his gaze back to the ring again. Chi. The tyrannical sword flow released by Qingyu was invincible, and even the shadow of the sword stab by Chu Tiannan was wiped out instantly. I acquired this skill at a huge price. After learning it, I will have an absolute advantage in the same level battle. Seeing that Chu Tiannan's attack was suppressed, Qingyu grinned grimly. "Although I can't kill you, I'm sure you can be crippled." Speaking of Qingyu's figure moving, he also cultivated body skills, and his speed seemed to be a little faster than Chu Tiannan. "My speed has always been my weakness." Chu Tiannan was a little embarrassed to resist Jianlu again and again, although it took a lot of effort. But it's not enough to defeat Chu Tiannan, intermediate martial artist. Sensing the martial artist's aura contained in the sword flow, Chu Tiannan had an understanding in his heart and swung the black sword repeatedly, stabbing out flowing shadow. The sword shadow came out slowly, colorless and invisible, but it could disturb a space, and the sword was as clear as a shadow. Although his agility was agile, Chu Tiannan cleverly avoided several sharp sword streams. But even so, when facing the all-conquering sword flow, Chu Tiannan could only choose to defend passively. Chu Tiannan is about to lose. In the audience, many people shook their heads and sighed after feeling Qingyu's warrior strength. No one thought that Qingyu would have preserved his strength, and his sudden outburst would definitely catch his opponent by surprise. "Okay, Brother Qing has abolished him. That's it." Wei Yuan, Lu Jie, and others who were defeated by Chu Tiannan before all sneered at the joke. "I want to win." And Mo He, who had been rescued by Chu Tiannan, murmured in a low voice, "If the North Martial Arts Hall really wins the number one, the geniuses of the Tobu Grand Prix this year will definitely be suppressed." The description of the battle on the arena is slow, but it is actually extremely fast. Go to hell. When Qingyu finally got close to Chu Tiannan, he slashed with the white sword in his hand, and several streams of swords gathered together. The power is several times stronger. Qingyu obviously didn't intend to let the other party go. "Get rid of him as soon as possible so that he won't pose a threat to me." This is what Qingyu is thinking at this moment. Can't escape. Seeing that Qingyu's attack was inevitable, Chu Tiannan held the black sword with the ultimate power output, and the sword's shadow, frantically condensed, also waved fiercely. Boom! Jianing and Jianlu fiercely collided together. The former was gradually annihilated due to lack of explosive power, and Jianlu's forceful impact hit Chu Tiannan fiercely. Chu Tiannan was sent flying in response to the sound, and immediately fell hard on the edge of the ring. He felt a sweetness in his throat, resisted the discomfort in his body, and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. But the eyes are extremely bright. Such a strong sword skill. I actually comprehended the essence of sword skill from it. In fact, Chu Tiannan didn't even know why he could see through the opponent's attack. Chu Tiannan lost. Seeing the black-clothed youth fell to the ground, many people understood that the first place in the quasi-warrior assessment must be Qingyu's. However, while people felt that Chu Tiannan was bound to lose, the latter was still studying Qingyu's sword skills. If people knew about it, they would be astonished. Just because you still want to fight with me? Seeing that Chu Tiannan was at an absolute disadvantage, Qingyu smiled grimly and waved his white sword. Here comes the mad attack. Obviously, he did not plan to let Chu Tiannan go. "Brother Tiannan, give up. Randy felt Qing Yu's sword full of killing intent and hurriedly shouted. Even the others persuaded him. Because of a so-called battle, he lost his life or cut off his career as a warrior. Is pretty much not worth it. Admit defeat. Chu Tiannan grinned upon hearing this, and at this moment, he was watched by many astonished people. He even closed his eyes. See Chu Tiannan close his eyes. Everyone was stunned. Even Li Dongjia or the purple-robed man in Bai Wugwen couldn't understand. What is he doing? Is he giving up? Even if you give up, you should admit defeat. Is this Chu Tiannan's head broken? Maybe he is not reconciled. After all, Qing Yu is too strong. The audience began to discuss, even though most people didn't believe that Chu Tiannan would make a comeback under such an absolute disadvantage. But Chu Tiannan closed his eyes tightly, shutting out all the noise. If you are abolished, there will be no threat. Seeing this, Qing Yu did not let go of his white sword at all, and slashed 3 times in a row with the white sword flowing out. As a son of a rich family, coupled with his strong talent, Qing Yu's vision was extremely high since he was a child. On the unimpeded path of cultivation, he met the young man in black, Chu Tiannan. What Qing Yu has to do is to eradicate all the existences that threaten his growth on the road of growth. Call out, hum. The white light of Jinlu was very dazzling, and under the sunlight, most people in the audience couldn't even open their eyes. What the hell is this kid doing? As a powerful warrior, Li Dongjia would not be affected by the white light, but he looked at Chu Tiannan with his eyes closed and became puzzled. However, the doubt was only for a moment. The next moment, both Li Dongjia and the purple-robed man stared wide-eyed. This, obviously, stronger than both of them. They didn't even think about what happened next. Cutting off one of your arms will ruin your career as a warrior. Qing Yu swung his sword and slashed at him without the slightest bit of pity or hesitation. In his opinion, there is no discomfort in destroying a person. It's now, at an extremely urgent moment. Chu Tiannan suddenly opened his eyes after feeling the indestructible sword flow. In the eyes that were as bright as the starry sky, everything seemed to be contained. Chu Tiannan raised his right hand suddenly with the help of the dazzling white light. Go with. At that time, a cold light suddenly exploded from under Chu Tiannan with swiftness and ferocity. A cold light was so sharp that it swept out like a small storm, directly breaking through the flow of swords. What? Facing the sudden cold light, Qing Yu's eyes widened for some reason. This is a tremor and fear that seems to come from the soul. Qing Yu's instinctive sense of crisis made him give up the pace of attack and quickly change to a horizontal sword defense. Boom! However, the cold light from the bombardment obviously did not intend to let Qing Yu go, and it hit the white sword fiercely with a violent whirlwind. Puff! The violent impact made Qing Yu's eyes widen at this moment, and he spewed blood wildly from his mouth. Fly out! Compared with Chu Tiannan, who was knocked into the air before, Qing Yu was more thorough. There was no possibility of persevering. He only felt a surge in his body. Even 2 ribs were broken, and the severe pain made Qing Yu stunned and unbelievable. I lost. This was the question in Qing Yu's mind. In reality, Qing Yu also flew upside down on the edge of the ring and fell down first, but he vomited blood again. After the eyes were dull, they were full of madness and ferocity. I don't believe it. Qing Yu roared wildly. He wanted to stand up, but found that the severe pain made him lose any ability to fight. Can only do powerless struggle. The battle between the breaths unexpectedly turned upside down, making the warriors watching the battle stunned. Why did Qing Yu fall down? What the hell happened in it? I didn't see anything. God, this flip is too tricky, isn't it? Most of the warriors in the audience, including many soldiers who watched the excitement, were stunned. What exactly did Chu Tiannan use to turn the tide of the battle? No one saw it. Good job. Even though Randy and the others didn't know how Chu Tiannan did it, they could see that the latter turned defeat into victory. Obviously quite happy. Hearing the surrounding discussions and the voices praising Chu Tiannan, Qing Yu's eyes were full of resentment. Bastard. His face was extremely ferocious. He hated himself for losing. He hated Chu Tiannan for being stronger than him. Although I don't know how Chu Tiannan managed to reverse the situation in an instant, it was obvious. This battle was won by Chu Tiannan. Want to abolish me? Chu Tiannan withdrew his cold light without leaving a trace, and immediately swung his sword away under the exclamation of everyone. Then I will destroy you first. Call out. Holding the black sword in Chu Tiannan's hands without any hesitation, his treading snow body skills improved to the fastest speed, and he was in front of Qingyu in the blink of an eye. I'll go. This guy's also a ruthless character. Even if he wins, he won't let him go. Are you kidding me? If you were almost abolished just now, are you willing to give up the chance of revenge now? This kid is decisive. I like it. He's a ruthless character. Seeing that Chu Tiannan didn't have the slightest intention to let Qingyu go, the people in the audience were somewhat dissatisfied. But most are still very understandable. After all, you almost let someone cripple you. Now that you have the opportunity to cripple the other party, I believe that you will choose revenge. Qingyu was startled when he saw the situation. He lost his composure just now, and under the threat of death, he opened his mouth. I do. However, before Qingyu finished speaking, the cold sword shadow forcibly blocked his voice. The word lose just didn't come out. You asked for it. Chu Tiannan didn't show any mercy at this time. The soul of 2 lifetimes, was as far as mercy and killing were concerned. On the contrary, he was more inclined to the latter. After all, Chu Tiannan felt that he was born to kill. It's just that the strong soul consciousness in his heart can restrain him very well, so that you won't be blinded by the killing. Coupled with the fact that Qingyu really angered him this time, Chu Tiannan chose to kill him. In Chu Tianyu's heart, since no one planned to let her go, why should she be soft-hearted? Boy, don't go too far. The purple-robed man in the North Martial Arts Hall yelled suddenly, and the tyrannical martial artist's aura spread out, but was blocked by another piercing aura. Old he, this is a ring battle. The little guy Qingyu didn't admit defeat, so the fight has to continue. Although Li Dongjia's voice was not loud, his aura was not at all familiar with the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man snorted angrily when he saw this, and wanted to stop Chu Tiannan, but Li Dongjia watched him hard. No! Seeing the black light, sword swinging towards him, Qingyu felt that the blood in his whole body was freezing. For the first time, he felt regretting having provoked this seemingly ordinary man. A person who can choose his own destiny. He Jian was about to chop off Qingyu's arm. Chu Tiannan obviously wanted to ruin his opponent's career as a warrior, but he didn't want to make this threat. Perhaps in Chu Tiannan's eyes, Qingyu is not yet qualified to be a threat. It's sizzling. At the same time as Chu Tiannan swung his sword, a huge electric current rushed out from his wrist. In an instant, electric current spread throughout Chu Tiannan's body, causing the young man in black to squat down on one knee. The black sword in his hand fell to the ground immediately. Obviously, it was because of the electric current that Chu Tiannan instantly lost his ability to fight. Qingyu's body also convulsed. It seems that the electric current is not only aimed at Chu Tiannan. Facing the sudden electrical control, Chu Tiannan cursed in a low voice. He didn't expect the bracelet to have this function. Obviously, the military didn't want him and Qingyu to fight to the death. Chu Tiannan wanted to resist, but he had more energy than he wanted. No way. Low strength. The battle is over. Both sides stop fighting. An indifferent voice sounded from the console. Number 1 in this year's martial artist record list, Chu Tiannan. Qingyu deducted half of his record. The battle is over. After hearing the result of the battle, many people were still in a haze. After all, they hadn't reacted to Chu Tiannan's shocking reversal before. Brother Chu, awesome. He jumped onto the stage excitedly, and Qi howled the same. The two supported Chu Tiannan, who was shocked by the electric shock, and the former said excitedly, "Idol, from today on, you are my idol." Seeing He's excited face, Chu Tiannan grinned slightly, although the electric current withdrew the bracelet. But the residual electric current still circulates in the body, although it is not fatal. But it's annoying. Haha, you're doing well, kid. At this time, Li Dongjie also walked over quickly, glanced at the people around him in his Dongwu gym, and smiled mysteriously. "You are so ruthless." Deputy Hall Master Chu Tiannan already understood in his heart when he heard this. The other party already knew how he turned the situation around. But Li Dongjie didn't tell the truth to his face. Obviously, he was keeping it a secret. Well, it seems that the identity of the controller must have been known. Chu Tiannan sighed inwardly. Before that, he used the flying knife controlled by soul power to turn defeat into victory. Qingyu will certainly not know that he is not just a warrior and a controller. Only then did he achieve an instant reversal of the situation, thus turning defeat into victory. "I am a deputy head." Chu Tiannan originally wanted to say something, but because of the huge consumption of soul power before, he suddenly fell asleep. Before his consciousness became blurred, Chu Tiannan was speechless and wanted to scold his mother. He passed out again. Well, when Chu Tiannan opened his drowsy eyes, the instinctive consciousness in his soul made him sit up suddenly. The familiar nursing room of the ward came into view. Chu Tiannan, shook his head, recalling the moment when he fought against Qingyu and the moment when the battle turned around. He couldn't help laughing bitterly. "I thought I could easily control that throwing knife without using the heavenly sin snake calling snake." After the battle with Qingyu, Chu Tiannan understood that his soul level still needs to be honed. Of course, during the assessment, Chu Tiannan asked Tun Chu if there was any way to quickly increase the soul base multiplier. Increase the warrior level. However, Swallowing answered cleanly and crisply. After clenching his fist, feeling the feedback of strength, Chu Tiannan's eyes shone brightly. "It seems that I have to reach the martial ancestor level as soon as possible. In this way, I can completely master the first level of heavenly sin and snake singing form." After groping for this period of time, Chu Tiannan learned that his controller's weapon was called Heavenly Sin. At present, Heavenly Sin is in the first order form, snake singing. As for how many levels there are in total, Chu Tiannan doesn't know. The phagocytosis system is also not specified. Yintian's sword. Thinking about it, Chu Tiannan's eyes suddenly focused, and he wanted to find his own weapon. Fortunately here, finding the dark gold long sword standing quietly on the side, he breathed a sigh of relief and took it back into his body. At that time, Chu Tiannan turned his eyes to the other side and was really startled. "I saw a beautiful figure in yellow clothes sitting quietly on a chair, resting on the edge of the bed, breathing evenly, and her delicate little nose moved subconsciously along with the breathing." Fearing that her rest would disturb Chu Tiannan, the girl was very careful even when sleeping and was extremely quiet. Very cute. Sleeping peacefully, there is nothing noble and domineering about her beautiful face, just like the little girl next door. Give people a kind of warmth. Chu Tiannan stared blankly at the sleeping beauty who was resting beside him, and immediately the corners of his mouth slightly curved. It was true that the young girl was Luo Air, but what Chu Tiannan didn't know was that she was on the day his martial artist assessment ended. It's already here. However, Chu Tiannan exhausted his soul power due to the battle, and fell into a deep sleep again. These days, under Luo Air's meticulous care, Chu Tiannan had just woken up. Seeing a familiar person, it was impossible not to be moved in his heart. Although Luo Air had a life-and-death relationship with him, even a small martial artist came for the assessment in person, which shows the relationship between the two. It's not as simple as it seems. Chu Tiannan had fully recovered. He moved freely and carefully got out of bed, for fear of waking up the resting girl. Obviously, Luo Air should be tired and didn't notice anything unusual. "I didn't expect that I slept for half a month." Looking at the date on the bracelet, Chu Tiannan was startled. June 2055, martial artist Chu Tiannan, good morning. Looking at the information on the smart bracelet, Chu Tiannan smiled silently because there was already information about Chu Tiannan on the warrior system at this time. Now he's also a real warrior. Of course, before this, the omnipotent devouring system has completely integrated the entire network system of this world. Therefore, There is no special change in the warrior system on Chu Tiannan's bracelet. It's nothing more than being able to enter the warrior system swaggeringly, without being like a black household. Chu Tiannan quietly came to Luo'er's side, carefully picked her up. He wanted Luo'er to have a good rest, holding the warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms. Looking at Luo'er, who was sleeping peacefully like a kitten, especially feeling that the girl was still arching into his arms unconsciously, Chu Tiannan's throat felt a little dry. Calm down, calm down. Chu Tiannan, who had never been in contact with the opposite sex, felt as if the blood in his body had awakened. There is this boiling trend. If it weren't for Chu Tiannan's extremely strong soul will, I am afraid that if he changed someone at this time, he would not be able to bear it. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. But Chu Tiannan is also a normal man, suppressing the boiling in his blood, rationally told himself not to be presumptuous, and even started to chant scriptures. Although he doesn't understand how this scripture can help him. Fortunately, I just put her on the bed. Chu Tiannan's movements had to be extremely slow because he had to be careful. Because of this, Chu Tiannan suffered a lot. He wanted to throw it up, but he didn't dare. That's right, that's it. Seeing that the girl was about to be slowly placed on the bed, Chu Tiannan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt the surrounding air freeze. Murderous! Chu Tiannan's heart trembled, and then suddenly came to him. He lowered his stiff neck and found the warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms. At this time, I was looking at myself calmly. Nursing room in the ward. Everything seemed so silent, and a needle could be heard. Chu Tiannan didn't expect it anyway. The person in his arms suddenly woke up, and he looked at himself with a calm face, this kind of feeling that you can understand by giving you a look. It is infinitely suspicious. Are you awake? Chu Tiannan was so embarrassed. He hugged the other person and put it down, let alone hug him. He just froze in place and squeezed out a smile. Is it nice to hug? On the other hand, Luo'er looked at the young man with winking eyes and said softly, It's a misunderstanding if I say it's not as bad as you think. Chu Tiannan smiled wryly, feeling extremely embarrassed in his heart. The other party obviously misunderstood him, and even said, Will you believe it? After saying this sentence, Chu Tiannan felt that he didn't quite believe it, let alone the person in his arms. Sensing Luo'er's silence, Chu Tiannan's forehead dropped at this moment. He would rather fight with Qing Yu again than face Luo'er like this, and sighed in his heart at the same time. It's over, die of death. Silence. Deathly silence. Luo'er just looked at Chu Tiannan, who was hugging her. At this moment, an inexplicable meaning flashed in her bright eyes. The slender hand trembled slightly and was raised under Chu Tiannan's wide-eyed gaze. That small hand clearly held a handful of pitch-black objects. Chu Tiannan instantly recognized this object. That's the hilt of the lightsaber. The lightsaber was unsheathed, and the scorching blade of the huge sword touched Chu Tiannan's neck without any sense of disobedience. Luo'er said softly, I didn't expect you to be such a person. The girl's voice was extremely beautiful, like a lark singing, but Chu Tiannan could easily hear the other party's spoken words. What a disappointment. Luo'er was really disappointed. She came from afar with good intentions, and came to take care of him when she knew he was injured and unconscious. However, because I was too tired just now, I couldn't bear to take a break, but when I woke up, I encountered such a scene. Anyone who puts it in their hearts will be disappointed. Listen to my explanation. Chu Tiannan looked at the sky speechlessly, and did not dodge, and smiled wryly. This is a troublesome time. If this misunderstanding cannot be solved, Chu Tiannan will be destroyed in an instant. Even jumping into the Yellow River will not be able to clear it up. Looking at the other party's disappointed eyes, Chu Tiannan felt as if his heart was being pierced by thousands of thin needles. He was a very strong soul. I was a little panicked at this moment. Listen to me, I was. Whoa. At the same time, the electronic door of the nursing room was opened, and a gentle young man in neat white clothes walked in. Who are you? Randy looked at the nursing room. Chu Tiannan hugged Luo'er, who held a lightsaber against the young man's neck, and the atmosphere changed instantly. In response, both of them looked over. Chu Tiannan looked at Randy as if he saw a savior, and winked. As a boy, Randy naturally understood and wanted to speak. "Dad, do you have something to do?" However, Luo Air didn't give Randy a chance at all, and looked at the young man in white with calm and cold eyes, and said in a low voice, "Go out first if you have nothing to do, and close the door." Okay. At this time, Luo Air was like a social boss, and his words could not be resisted. Randy was also taken aback, and immediately gave Chu Tiannan a self-seeking look. Immediately, he withdrew under the wildly persuading eyes of the well-ill young man. Excuse me. Randy put the fruit basket inside the house, then closed the electronic door and exited. "What's the situation?" Seeing that Randy came out so quickly, he and the others came up to meet him, wondering. "Oh, it's hard to say." Randy looked at his partner, shook his head, and said. Hearing this, everyone was at a loss. Shaolin, a short-haired girl, noticed the clue carefully and said in puzzlement, "Could it be that Brother Tiannan is seriously ill?" "No. Isn't Luo Air taking care of him?" "Where's Luo Air?" "Tiannan is fine, but he has some personal matters right now." Randy looked at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "No one goes in." "Oh, sure." He was the first to react, and then cast a look that I understood, and said with a smile. As for Chi Hao and Shaolin, they also nodded with a vague understanding. Recalling Chu Tiannan's bold move of hugging Luo Air before, Randy understood and admired him as a man who hasn't been impulsive. Obviously, he also misunderstood, but it's hard for anyone not to think about the misunderstanding, right? Looking at the closed electronic door of the nursing room in the ward, Randy sighed inwardly. "Hey, brother, you. Ask yourself to be blessed." In a silent room, "I really didn't expect that you would be this kind of person," Luo Air said coldly, holding a lightsaber on Chu Tiannan's neck. "Shameless." Hearing the words, Chu Tiannan looked at the sky speechlessly. He looked at Luo Air's bright eyes and said repeatedly, "It was really a misunderstanding. I was at the time." "Put me down," the girl interrupted Chu Tiannan, and the latter had no choice but to put him down obediently. "Just pretend we don't know each other." After Luo Air finished speaking, she turned and left. She was really disappointed with Chu Tiannan's actions. "Stop!" Chu Tiannan immediately shouted, and the moving figure in front also stopped, but did not turn around. "Don't you really want to hear my explanation?" Chu Tiannan stared at Luo Air's back and said through gnashed teeth, "What?" Turned into anger from embarrassment. "Did I hit the mark?" Luo Air turned around, looked at the furious young man, and smiled lightly. "Your true face is finally revealed?" "True shit," Chu Tiannan roared angrily. Even though he was provoked several times by Lu Jie, he had never been so angry. But Luo Air's indifference today made him completely angry. "Do you really not believe me?" Chu Tiannan calmed down the anger in his heart, looked at the other party calmly, and said in a deep voice, "Yes." His answer was short and powerful. "How can I make you believe me?" Chu Tiannan continued, "If I am really that kind of person, I have nothing to say, but I never had any unreasonable thoughts from the beginning to the end." As he said that, Chu Tiannan took a step forward, and the Yin Tian sword melted into his hand, and he stuck the blade on the ground, saying, "How can you trust me?" Luo Air looked at the extremely serious young man in front of him, but his heart throbbed. Yes, if he really had unreasonable thoughts and was really that kind of dirty person, how could he have saved me back then? But the words have already been said. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to bow my head again? Then just now, he also hugged me and took advantage of me. Do you think it's okay? Impossible. Now that the words were out of his mouth, Luo Air obviously would not bow his head. So he snorted and said, "Let's prove it with death." After speaking, Luo Air quietly looked at the thin young man in front of him and said nothing. At this time, he was afraid that the air would freeze suddenly. So Chu Tiannan looked at the girl in yellow with the Yin Tian sword in his hand. And Luo Air also looked at the other party without giving up. At this moment, the atmosphere has become so solemn that it cannot be improved. After a while, Chu Tiannan nodded seriously and said calmly, "Although I, Chu Tiannan, am not a good person. I have always been straightforward in my actions. Since you asked me to prove it, I will prove it to you." As he said that, the young man swung the Yin Tian sword in his hand, and it passed over his neck as soon as he saw it. "Call out, call out!" In an instant, several bursts of sword energy were imbued with anxiety and rage, and suddenly flicked away the Yin Tian sword. "What do you mean?" Chu Tiannan was puzzled. Luo Air withdrew the lightsaber, looked at Chu Tiannan with beautiful eyes, and said softly, "Then why didn't you explain earlier? I want to say, did you give me a chance?" Chu Tiannan roared. Luo Air carefully recalled, and found that there was indeed no, so she nodded slightly and said, "I blamed you wrongly. Don't be angry, be good." Humph! Seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved, Chu Tiannan felt relaxed, and immediately turned around and sat down on the ground. "Hold your shoulders and don't speak." Since Chu Tiannan dared to swing his sword just now, he naturally decided that if the other party doesn't believe him, he would rather die than be a wronged ghost. After all, it was not the first time that Chu Tiannan had fallen, and he was very clear about life and death. Although I really wanted to go back to the original world alive, but even my heart was affected. There are bound to be obstacles and obstacles on the path of cultivation, and it is even more difficult to improve. Since I can't go back, I might as well die in this strange world. "What? Are you angry?" Luo Air saw that the thin young man looked like an angry child, and a smile appeared on his fair and pretty face. Chu Tiannan was still angry and didn't say anything. For him, he had to hold his breath. He is also a person who cares about face. "Don't say anything. I'm leaving." Luo Air turned and left after speaking. Chu Tiannan hurriedly turned around and stood up after hearing the words, saying repeatedly, "Where are you going?" Hearing this, Luo Air stopped at the door. She didn't turn around. Her voice was flat. "I won't tell you. You have to tell me. Otherwise, how will I find you?" Chu Tiannan asked. "Then we'll talk about it when the time comes." Luo Air's answer made someone jump up in anger. "Don't take you. I was betting my life just now, but you didn't care at all." Chu Tiannan asked himself. He was always very calm, but he didn't know why. After meeting this ant, I can't control my temper. Hearing this, Luo Air's figure paused for a moment and immediately walked out of the room without looking back, with a flat voice. "Don't care." It's just that when he said this sentence, Chu Tiannan couldn't see it. The corner of the girl's mouth curled up, slightly slyly. "Fool!" "Whoa!" With the opening of the electronic door again, Chu Tiannan walked out wearing a long trench coat made of B-grade material and saw Randy and others. "Are you okay?" Randy asked after seeing the young man in black and walked over. "I'm fine." Chu Tiannan glanced at his teammates who had fled before the battle and said calmly, "Huh." The others couldn't help laughing anymore, and Chi Hao said with a simple and honest face, "Brother Chu, I don't blame you for this matter. Just let the girls coax you." Chu Tiannan looked angrily and funny at the few partners in the tow hall and couldn't help saying, "A bunch of hindsight." Chu Tiannan. Just as the young man was going through the discharge procedures, Li Dongjie in a gray robe came, followed by a hot mixed-race girl. "And Lena, what is she here for?" Seeing this, Chu Tiannan walked over to meet Li Dongjie and naturally saw the half-race girl with an indifferent face and thought to himself, "Deputy Curator." Chu Tiannan already knew Li Dongjie's identity and slightly saluted. The little guy replied, "Well, it seems that there is no problem anymore." Li Dongjie nodded in satisfaction, looked Chu Tiannan up and down, and said, "Basically, I'm about to leave the hospital." Chu Tiannan nodded and smiled. "That's good. Be my car. I'm here to pick you up." As he said, Li Dongjie seemed to be busy with other things, and he did things very quickly. "You guys have worked hard these few days. Go back to the martial arts gym and exercise well. After a while, you will be assigned to a team for training." This is what Li Dongjie said to Randy and others before he left with Chu Tiannan. Although Randy, Mo, he and others are also talented, compared with Chu Tiannan, they're still far behind. It's really face-saving. Normally, we are not qualified to see the deputy curator. TSK, this time it's worth it. And Mohi looked at the direction where Chu Tiannan and others left and sighed. If you can reach the first place on the list, you can also receive this kind of treatment. Randy gave the other party an angry look. In a luxury car, Chu Tiannan sat on one side, while Li Dongjie and Enlina sat opposite. Normally, new fighters are received by instructor-level figures, but I was actually the deputy head who picked me up personally. The air in the car was quiet, and Chu Tiannan couldn't help thinking about it. Hee, don't be restrained, little guy, relax. Seeing this, Li Dongjie handed over a glass of water and said with a smile, "You have made great contributions to my Tobu Hall in this martial artist assessment, and it is not too much for me to pick you up. So you don't have to stress." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded and didn't say much. He turned defeat into victory before and defeated Qingyu, the strongest quasi-martial artist who was appointed at the beginning and naturally got a lot of attention. Even the genius Qingyu was defeated. His talent of Chu Tiannan is enough to explain everything. But Chu Tiannan knew that his own strength was too weak, especially when he looked at Li Dongjie's quiet eyes. He couldn't find out what was true, so he didn't have any pressure. Totally impossible. I'm picking you up this time. First of all, I want to congratulate you for winning the first place in the warrior assessment list, Li Dongjie said with a smile. Secondly, this reward is a reward of 5,000 million Earth coins and the right to choose a team below the Valkyrie level. Am I right? What the deputy curator said is true. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly. He wondered why the other party suddenly mentioned this. After all, this is a reward drawn up by the military in the warrior system and has nothing to do with Dongwuguan or Baiwuguan. That's right. The branch of Tobu Museum in South China Bay City has passed the decision of the upper level. After speaking, Li Dongjie's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "For the reward of 5,000 million Earth coins, we will raise it to -million. Also, you can choose a copy of the first 3 volumes of the Peerless Cheats as a reward. As for your B-level combat uniform, we will replace it with something else. That is, the A-level genetic modification agent you got before is recalled and replaced with a stronger S-level genetic enhancer." After finishing speaking, Li Dongjie took a sip of the red wine, looked at the young man with round eyes in front of him, and said with a smile, "This is a decision issued by the branch of the Tobu Museum, and it is also a recognition and respect for your strength." This, Chu Tiannan was stunned when he heard the words. He really didn't expect that he would get these benefits just because he got the first place in the record list. This is simply a huge reward, and it was lucky to fall on his head. The car stopped, and the 3 of them had arrived at the Tobu Hall. After getting off the car, Li Dongjie patted Chu Tiannan on the shoulder and said in 2 voices, "Little guy, work hard. The identity of the master will be kept secret by you. But before you reach Wuzong, it's best not to reveal your identity as the controller." In Wangyu Villa area, in the courtyard of Chu Tiannan's villa, the fiery Enlina sat idly on the sofa drinking tea, and Chu Tiannan stood on the other side with a dark face. It wasn't that he didn't want to sit down, but that the aunt waved her hand directly, and her invisible momentum pulled her up. "Little guy, don't look at Nana's high-sightedness, but she is the youngest Wuzong in my branch library, and her strength has advanced evaluation. Practice well with Nana. You are a power warrior, and so is she. If you don't understand anything, you can find her. I hope you will also reach Wuzong level when you're 20 years old. I'm optimistic about you." Recalling the words Li Dongjie left him in the message before, Chu Tiannan knew that things were not that simple. What should be said? The deputy curator should have told you, right? After a long time, Enlina put down the teacup in her hand and said calmly. Hearing the sound, Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth and nodded, feeling a lot of displeasure in his heart. "But the skills are not as good as others, so you have to endure. I think you are a beautiful woman, so I don't care about you." Thinking of this in his heart, Chu Tiannan became bearish. "Come to my team. You have a plan in mind." Saying that, Enlina stood up. Her fiery figure made her salivate, and she walked slowly in front of Chu Tiannan. "No dash in the martial artist assessment record list. It doesn't mean anything. You are a genius now, but you're using the resources of the martial arts hall. You have to work hard when you have taken the resources of the martial arts school. If you slack off, I have the right to kick you out of the team." Facing Enlai Na's merciless words, Chu Tiannan didn't make a sound, but just nodded. "Aren't you upset?" Enlai Na took a deep look at the young man in front of her, especially when she looked at those eyes as deep as the starry sky. There was a trace of stubbornness and determination. She laughed suddenly. It has to be said that Enlai Na not only has a hot body, but even her smile is so straightforward and sunny. "I want me to recognize you as an outsider, show your strength, give you half a month to repair, and then report to me." With that said, Enlai Na turned and walked out. "I'm not an ordinary warrior. I've hunted and killed monsters," Chu Tiannan said in a deep voice as he couldn't bear it. "I'm from the base city in East China. Although I'm just an ordinary person, please don't look down on me." Hearing this, the girl with the ponytail stopped at the door. She didn't turn around. She turned her head slightly and said softly, "First of all, I, Enlai Na, swear that I have never underestimated anyone, including you, a little genius. Secondly, the East China Bay city is gone. You are now an ordinary warrior. Forget about all the achievements you can be proud of. Don't let them become your fetters. And, to me, your record is not worth mentioning. I was better than you when I was a junior martial artist." In the villa, the fiery girl had already left, leaving Chu Tiannan, who remained silent for a long time. The young man carefully recalled what the other party said just now, but found that Enlai Na did not come here to scold him. The words in it seemed to contain other meanings. After all, Enlai Na is not a fool. "Look!" Chu Tiannan looked at the direction where the girl disappeared, the fire of desire for strength burning in his heart. His eyes were not only without anger, more as a kind of transparent brightness and perseverance. "I'll prove it to you. I'm just as strong. Straightforward heart, thorough soul, not disturbed by anything. This is a necessary mental condition to become a strong person." It is obvious that Chu Tiannan, as the soul of 2 lifetimes, basically has such conditions. As long as he doesn't fall halfway, who can guess his future achievements? At night, after Eli and a few friends had a congratulatory dinner at Chu Tiannan Villa, they all left one by one, because they know that this newly promoted warrior has a lot of things to do. Underground training room. Chu Tiannan looked at the 2 metal boxes in front of him, and excitement flashed across his starry eyes. This is the reward for sending it to his villa from the former Tobu pavilion. Even in his stable state of mind, he still couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. There is no way not to speed up the heartbeat. -million Earth currency reward, already transferred from virtual account. 3 peerless cheat books of S-level gene enhancer. Taking out one of these 3 things at random is enough to drive countless ordinary people crazy. Not to mention other things, just the -million Earth coins. But there are countless families who have struggled for it all their lives, and they can't get wealth by fighting for it. Not to mention the other 2 rewards that are worth more than -million. Coupled with the previous contract that Chu Tiannan signed with the Tobu Museum, there are 5,000 million assets in the account. He is now a billionaire. Great S Gene Enhancer, TSK. Chu Tiannan carefully opened one of the metal boxes and saw that there was only a small bottle of transparent light blue liquid inside. His eyes sparkled. "Hey, try you first." S-Class Genetic Enhancer. Chu Tiannan held the small bottle in his hand, and it contained a light blue watery liquid, which seemed to have no special meaning. 1 bottle of Enhancer. The warrior store sold -million Earth coins. TSK. Chu Tiannan carefully opened the bottle cap, and a faint fragrance wafted out, refreshing the hearts of those who heard it. Chu Tiannan didn't drink in a hurry, but gently shook the enhancer in his hand. It was found that in the liquid of the enhancer, there seemed to be stars and seas faintly, which was beautiful and magnificent. Technology is really a good thing. Chu Tiannan sighed. The instructions say it is forbidden to drink it directly. Instead, pour it into hot water and soak the whole body. After getting everything ready, Chu Tiannan stood beside the steaming bathtub, gently opened the bottle cap, and poured the light blue liquid into the water. The enhancer is like a dragon entering the sea, swimming in the water for a few seconds before being completely dispersed, and finally completely fused with the hot water in the entire bathtub. After finishing all the preparations, Chu Tiannan directly soaked in the bathtub, let out a comfortable breath, and said with a smile, "Let me also experience this -million bath. This is not taking a bath. This is clearly making money. Even the rich would not dare to be so extravagant." With the passage of time, Chu Tiannan found that he had soaked for 5 minutes, but apart from the normal feeling of hot water, there was no other abnormality. "Huh, I don't feel anything." Chu Tiannan was very puzzled. He stretched out his hand and looked. It was indeed no different from taking a normal bath. Didn't the instructions say that the absorption enhancer will cause pain during the soaking process? Chu Tiannan frowned slightly. Why doesn't he feel anything? Could it be that Chu Tiannan was about to speak, but suddenly he gritted his teeth and frowned, subconsciously clenched his fists, and his whole body was suddenly in great pain. "I rely on." This sudden pain caught Chu Tiannan off guard. Many veins on his body were bulging, and his body's surface turned dark red. Call. At this moment, Chu Tiannan had already kept his consciousness clear by taking deep breaths, and he felt as if his skin was about to be torn apart. It was as if there were shadowless big hands tearing at his skin. Chu Tiannan felt that he would be disintegrated at any moment. This kind of pain is really not something ordinary people can bear. No wonder it reminds the weak-willed. It is forbidden to use it. Chu Tiannan's gums were bloody from biting, and he clasped his hands firmly on both sides of the bathtub, making a squeak sound, but the young man's star-like eyes were in the air. But it's always crystal clear. Even the great pain caused by the external body cannot affect Chu Tiannan's will. His soul is extremely powerful, and his willpower is naturally far superior to that of ordinary people. However, the pain caused by the fortifier came in waves one after another, as if it had competed with Chu Tiannan, making him sweat continuously. Fuck! Chu Tiannan felt that his gums were about to be crushed, but the painful impact still continued, and the dark red skin of the young man gradually turned milky white. And in the bathtub, traces of light blue, like tiny filaments, continuously seeped in from Chu Tiannan's body. What? In Villa number 99, there were constant roars of pain, but due to the excellent sound insulation, the night sky outside was quiet. The Wangyu Villa area is very quiet. In the quiet villa, there was a figure lying in the bathtub. The young man stared blankly at the ceiling. No more action. It's finally over. When the pain disappeared, Chu Tiannan had a wry smile on his face. He didn't expect that the so-called enhancer would be so painful. "I slept here today, too lazy to move." At this time, Chu Tiannan felt that his whole body was falling apart. He couldn't move at all, and a huge sense of fatigue followed after the pain disappeared. Feeling that every pore on his body was greedily absorbing the effect of the medicine, Chu Tiannan slowly closed his tired eyes. In the dream, Chu Tiannan felt that his soul seemed to be flying in a certain direction uncontrollably. And in the dream, it was full of hazy and misty scenes, without any clear reference at all. "Where's this place?" Chu Tiannan looked around curiously, but the naked eye couldn't see through the hazy mist, let alone what was inside. Boom! At that time, a muffled sound came from all directions, but it was unclear from which direction it came from. Sound like a drum. The sound was like thunder. Call! Just when Chu Tiannan was about to feel it carefully, his star-like eyes suddenly narrowed, with an unbelievable look on his face. I saw a giant black shadow rushing towards Chu Tiannan's position at an extremely fast speed. Bang it! Wow, damn it! In his sleep, Chu Tiannan suddenly opened his frightened eyes, sat up immediately, and took a deep breath. Cold sweat dripped down his cheeks, and even his back felt chilly. Did I provoke someone? Even my dreams are tormenting me. Chu Tiannan felt annoyed. Because of the pain of resisting the enhancer before, Chu Tiannan had to sleep well to recover his strength. I never thought of a dream that was quite weird. What the hell is it? Chu Tiannan rubbed his chin with his right hand. His brows were tightly furrowed. The more he thought about it, the more fruitless he became, so he stopped thinking about it. At this moment, he just remembered that he was still naked in the bathtub and immediately stood up directly. Chu Tiannan obviously felt a huge change in his body. The first is that my skin is more round and firm. The young man's eyes were fixed like a starry sky, and he realized that he could actually see the subtle workmanship between the doors of the villa through the door of the bathroom. Before this, he had never realized that his eyes had such strong eyesight. My sight and hearing. Chu Tiannan didn't care about being naked. He clearly heard the slight sound of water flowing in the water pipe not far away. My body has actually been strengthened. The young man was overjoyed. It seemed that the enhancer had worked. Test your strength. As he said, Chu Tiannan simply put on a bathrobe and flew to the underground training room. Each of the villas is specially transformed by Tobu Hall. It seems simple, but in fact there are hidden worlds. Even the underground training room is built with high-strength mixed materials, which can withstand the impact of forces below the Valkyrie. In the training room, facing the test instrument, Chu Tiannan took a deep breath and immediately condensed his right fist, and the surrounding air seemed to become sharper. Boom, boom. The two punches were as fast as thunder, and they hit the test instrument fiercely, and the red light gradually sounded. Not bad. The young man was overjoyed when he saw the evaluation on the instrument, showing that he had broken the previous strength record. Chu Tiannan looked at the smart bracelet and said, "Test the warrior level." Ding! Martial Master Chu Tiannan, your strength evaluation is an intermediate martial artist. Although he already had the answer in his heart, the moment Chu Tiannan saw the answer from the intelligence system, the blood in his body boiled. Now, I have the level of an intermediate martial artist. As long as I enter the martial arts class before the age of 20, I have the hope of taking both the route of controller and the route of strength warrior. Once I advance to the Valkyrie level, I will have the dual identity of a Valkyrie of strength and a Valkyrie of control. Over the years, the Valkyrie has only a single power Valkyrie, or two types of Valkyrie who control the Valkyrie. As for Chu Tiannan, because of his strong soul base level, and because he took the power route, double cultivation is completely achievable. With a clear plan in mind, Chu Tiannan's eyes were burning with fierce fighting spirit, and his fists were slowly clenched, making creaking noises. He is going to become the existence of the Valkyrie. I've slept for 5 days. Chu Tiannan looked at the time, grinning. Go find something to eat. I'm starving. Although sleeping for 5 days, the gain is huge. It was night again. Chu Tiannan stayed in the villa all day and did not go out. And he was still in the training room at this time, sitting cross-legged on the kung fu mat, looking at the last metal box. 3 peerless cheats. I chose the first 3 volumes of Lei Lin's Tactics. After all, my speed has always been my lifeblood and cannot be regarded as a flaw. At first, Chu Tiannan really wanted to exchange that sword intent. After all, the sword intent is about attack and comprehension for him, the master of Yintian's sword. It's like tailor-made. However, with the improvement of the martial artist level, Chu Tiannan found that his speed problem had not been resolved. Recalling the previous battle with Qingyu, he also found that his strength was strong enough. What he lacked was speed. Chu Tiannan still understands the truth that the world's martial arts can only be broken quickly. So Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth and exchanged the first 3 volumes of Lei Lin's Tactics, worth 200 billion. 200 billion. How many people's dreams? Chu Tiannan opened the metal box in front of him with trembling hands, holding his breath. Even his chief officer, Wang Jinhai, doesn't have 200 billion. This is exactly the benefit given to Chu Tiannan by the Dongwu Hall. Let me see this book worth 200 billion. When Chu Tiannan opened the metal box, he was stunned for a moment, and then became weird and muttered, "What's the situation?" Chu Tiannan looked at the metal box in front of him with a strange expression. I saw that the metal box was full of protective measures, and there was only a silver pen floating quietly on it. Recording pen. A cheat book worth 200 billion is just a recording pen? Warrior, please show your identity certificate. This is a security measure in the martial artist system. once someone maliciously obtains it, if the identity verification fails. This priceless metal box will instantly become a time bomb. The protection measures are quite strict. Chu Tiannan shook his head and smiled, and then flicked his smart bracelet. Ding! Martial Master Chu Tiannan, your identity is correct. Please sign for the first 3 volumes of the 3 Lei Lin's Art of War. Following the system's prompt, Chu Tiannan finally took out the silver pen and looked it up and down. It's quite heavy. I didn't expect it to be made of mithril. It's really luxurious. The young man smacked his lips. Warrior Master Chu Tiannan, this is a peerless and precious item in my martial artist store. You are only allowed to learn and practice alone, and it is strictly forbidden to spread it. There will be 3 verification passwords in this recorder, and there's only 1 chance to remember them, so you must remember them. Once you forget them, there is no remedy. It is strictly forbidden to buy secret books and secret methods for others, once it is verified and caught. Death penalty. Execute immediately. Listening to the precautions of the recorder, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly to express his understanding. After all, something worth 200 billion is not normal without protection measures. 3 passwords. You can input the model at one time. Chu Tiannan quickly memorized all the passwords of the recorder. Warrior Chu Tiannan, the recorder has sent all the information, and it will self-destruct in 10 seconds. 19, 2, 1, boom. In the tight basement, there was a muffled sound accompanied by a flash of light. Ahem. Chu Tiannan had a dark face, grabbed the smoking recording pen, gritted his teeth, and said, "Which bastard designed this to self-destruct with a shock bomb effect?" The flash of light just now almost stunned him, but fortunately, Chu Tiannan closed his eyes in time. Open the first volume of Lei Lin's Tactics of War. Chu Tiannan commanded impatiently while controlling the smart projection. At that time, many pictures appeared on the walls of the training room. Among them, a figure in silver clothes appeared on the top of the snow mountain. The silver-clothed man looked very ordinary, but Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, because he found that there were faint silver lightning flashing around the opponent's body, making a low crackling sound. "My name is Lei Hai." The silver-clothed man turned around slowly. His eyes seemed to contain everything, making it hard to see the reality. A seemingly ordinary person actually contains unparalleled mysteries. It's like a lightning abyss with no end in sight. If you're not careful, you will fall directly into it. "This is the martial god," Chu Tiannan muttered in his mouth, even though he was looking at the projection screen, but he could still feel the influence of the opponent's world. His eyes became brighter and clearer. Isn't this the goal he has always wanted to work hard for? The Leyland warfare I created belongs to the category of raising the speed to the extreme, as fast as lightning, as startled as thunder, and as powerful as thunder. In short, it is just one word: quick. The cultivation of Lei Lin warfare is extremely difficult, and it requires extremely high speed. The second is the control of the soul over the body. You must know that the soul is the foundation of a person. All potentials are guided by the soul, and then burst into the body. Chu Tiannan nodded while listening. He didn't need to worry about the soul at all. As for the speed requirement, that is to say, the martial artist level must have the speed foundation of the martial artist level, and so on, the silver-clothed man continued in the video. If you find that your speed has not exceeded your own level when you practice the first volume, then you can give up, because it's not for you. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was secretly surprised. No wonder the price of 1,000 billion peerless tactics. The speed requirement must be higher than that of the same level, which is obviously extremely difficult. Lei Lin warfare is something I comprehended by chance in the stormy and thunderstorm area of the Devil's Triangle. If the silver-clothed man gave a brief introduction, and the next thing was naturally an explanation of the unique skills. But Chu Tiannan felt vaguely, half understood. Ding! At this moment, Chu Tiannan's mind suddenly displayed various battle scenes about Lei Lin's Art of War, like a lost person who suddenly finds the exit of the maze. At the same time, the voice of devouring the system emerged in Chu Tiannan's mind. "Host, The first volume of Lei Lin's Tactics of War has been fully deduced. The host has learned. In the training room, Chu Tiannan's gaze was slightly dull. Faced with a large amount of information that immediately formed in his mind, it was all deduction of the essence of Lei Lin's tactics. My devouring system can actually learn the secret method of warfare. Faced with this situation, Chu Tiannan was also stunned. Originally, he was a little puzzled by Lei Hai's unique knowledge while watching the video analysis, but he suddenly understood everything, but he was not used to it. Yes, the second volume. Chu Tiannan immediately opened the video analysis of the second volume of Lei Lin's Art of War in disbelief. This time he didn't study at all, but just stared straight at the projection screen. Ding! The second volume has been learned. The voice of devouring the system sounded from Chu Tiannan's mind again. Swallow. You are omnipotent, haha. Feeling that in the memory of his mind, he already had all the battle evolutions in the second volume of Lei Lin's Tactics, Chu Tiannan raised his head and laughed. By the way, Luo'er's sword skill seemed to suddenly think of something. Chu Tiannan's heart moved, and he quickly dialed the number. Beep. A few seconds after the call was made, the other side was connected. What's the matter? A familiar and pleasant voice came from the other side of the phone, making Chu Tiannan chuckle. That Luo'er, I have something to ask. Can you help me? Hearing this, after a few seconds of silence on the other side of the phone, he immediately said, Let's talk. Chu Tiannan was overjoyed. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Luo'er, do you still remember the sword skill you used when we fought for the first time? I want to learn. After finishing speaking, Chu Tiannan held his breath slightly. He was a little nervous for some reason. That's it. Luo'er asked immediately after being startled. Oh, that's it. After a few seconds of silence on the phone, a soft voice came. Warrior Shop Battle Secrets. Cheat number 135. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan's eyes lit up, and he smiled immediately. Thank you. Is there anything else? I'm busy now. There was a lively and noisy voice on the phone. It's gone. Beep beep. The phone calls were made quickly, and the calls were hung up quickly, as expected of Luo'er's character. But Chu Tiannan didn't care about these at this time. He immediately learned the third volume of Lei Lin's Tactics, and began to look for Luo'er's sword skills in the warrior shop. In another luxurious hotel lobby, a beautiful figure in a yellow dress appeared. She was so beautiful and dazzling. Just like Hao Yue, there is nothing that can conceal her beauty. Boss Luo, I found you. At this moment, a young maid trotted to Qianying and Huang Yichun and said, The master said, You are a noble daughter, and this kind of reception should be done by the maidservant. Hearing this, Luo'er frowned slightly, and the girl beside her looked a little flustered. No need, since it's a test given to me by the family. I have to continue. I'm the manager here now, so you can do something else. Luo'er shook his head slightly, his voice soft. But, going or not, go. The girl left helplessly, and Luo'er hastily put away the smart bracelet, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. In the training room, when Chu Tiannan opened the combat secrets category, hundreds of thousands of various sword skills, saber techniques, spear techniques, etc. were displayed in it. Fortunately, I have the cheat number that Luo'er gave me. Otherwise, I would have to find the New Year's Eve. Due to his increased authority as a warrior, Chu Tiannan looked at the dash cheat books, smiled wryly in his heart, and quickly searched for them. Cheat book 135 cheat book found. At that time, Chu Tiannan called it out directly. His eyes lit up. Sword skill, Shadowless Sword. What a domineering name. When Chu Tiannan saw the powerful sword skill that Luo'er practiced, he immediately looked forward to it. Shadowless Sword, a high-level sword skill, is difficult to cultivate and requires extremely fast fighting speed to reach the point where the sword leaves no shadow. After Chu Tiannan read all kinds of information about Wu Ying's sword, he immediately nodded happily. I have the Lei Lin warfare in my hand. I am afraid that I will be stronger after learning this Shadowless Sword. Having made up his mind, Chu Tiannan smiled when he looked at the price above. There are 5 cheat books in the complete set of Shadowless Sword. and it only cost 7,000 million Earth coins? Bought it. After purchasing the Shadowless sword skill, Chu Tiannan's account still has a balance of 8,000 million, which can be said to be quite rich. Buy some more soul cultivation sheets. Next, Chu Tiannan bought several controller books and deducted 5,000 million Earth coins. The balance is 3,000 million. Seeing many cheat messages being sent to his smart bracelet, Chu Tiannan smiled openly. Crazy learning begins. I leave it to you to devour. For 3 consecutive days, Chu Tiannan insisted on not leaving the villa. Adding the 5 days of being in a coma before, it was a full 8 days. Entrance of Wangyu Villa area. Enlina, who has a hot figure, can enter directly without identification. She casts her gaze somewhere and sits directly in the battery driveway. Take me to Villa 99. The battery car soon arrived at Chu Tiannan's villa. Enlina walked to the door, her eyebrows slightly frowned. It's been 8 days. Are you still practicing? At this time, beside the entrance of the villa, the words "Do not disturb during training" were displayed. Enlina wanted to knock on the door, but she was worried that the other party was practicing. After all, when warriors are cultivating comprehension, what they are most afraid of is interruptions. Forget it. We can't delay any longer. We can only call him out first. Enlina dialed the message number, but she didn't choose to wake him up directly, but called first to ask. Hello. A surprise voice came from the phone, and at the same time, there was a TV report on the game. Open the door. Enlina said in a low voice with 3 black lines appearing on her forehead. Captain, why are you here? Opening the door, Chu Tiannan, who showed his head, said in astonishment when he saw the fiery girl in front of him. It's only been 8 days, and it's still early for 15 days. Hearing this, Enlina looked at the other party calmly and said indifferently, That's not the reason why I came to you. Have you forgotten that you still have something to solve? Is there something that hasn't been resolved? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan frowned slightly, and after carefully recalling it, he suddenly came to his senses. Oh yes, it's about Luo, right? These days, Chu Tiannan was busy improving his own strength, especially after learning more than N cheats. The joy in his heart naturally left the past behind. This was only remembered after Enlina's reminder. Come with me. That Luoji's father is a martial artist in the North Martial Arts Academy, named Luo Meng. Let's go to negotiate with him this time. Others have been waiting for 8 days, and it's not the case to delay. Enlina pulled the other party away while she said that, but Chu Tiannan was a little embarrassed and didn't move. Are you waiting for me to carry you there? Enlina stared, not understanding. I'm not wearing any clothes. Chu Tiannan blushed a little after finishing speaking. On the other hand, Enlina was stunned and immediately shook off the opponent's hand, turned around, and said coldly, Hurry up. Okay. When the door of the villa was opened again, Enlina turned around and saw a young man in black walking out. Her beautiful eyes were slightly surprised. I saw Chu Tiannan, who was also dressed in black, but at this time his temperament had undergone a huge change. If it was said that it was as sharp as a sword before, after these days of changes, Chu Tiannan is now more restrained, giving people a hazy feeling. Can't see reality, especially those starry, sky-like eyes, which are deeper than before, making one unable to help but sink into them. Inextricable. Captain. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Chu Tiannan reminded softly, Have you broken through to an intermediate martial artist? Enlina was a powerful martial artist after all, and she could tell the clue at a glance. She returned to her indifferent expression and asked, using an S-class enhancer, Captain has good eyesight. Chu Tiannan nodded. He was not surprised that the other party could see his level of warrior. Don't be complacent. Your journey as a warrior is still early. Enlina nodded lightly, then turned around and left first, saying as she walked, This time we're going to see Luo Meng. He's a cruel man. In order to prevent him from bullying you, I'll take you there. After speaking, Enlina took the lead in getting into the car, while Chu Tiannan froze on the spot when he heard the words. What? Scared out your wits? Why don't you get in the car yet? Seeing the young man stunned in place, Enlina shouted, Thank you, Captain. At this moment, the young man hurriedly got into the car, with gratitude in his voice. Chu Tiannan didn't expect that the other party would be concerned about his own affairs. Before, he misunderstood that he was cold and arrogant, but now he is helping to deal with his own affairs. Although Na was strict, she was careful. Even for such a small matter, she came to the door in person. The reason is that she is by her side, so that Na Luomeng will not bully him. Chu Tiannan, a new martial artist. How could this not make him grateful? Hearing this, Na didn't react, and immediately snorted and said, "Don't thank me. Thank Tabukin if you want to thank me." The car drove, and the two sat side by side, driving far away. In front of Tree in Green Hotel, Chu Tiannan and Na got out of the car together. The former looked at this luxurious hotel and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Some time ago, I left here because of the sky-high fees, and now I finally understand that even though the fees are high, people still come here. For warriors, as long as they are strong enough, money is easy to earn. Take us to Tianzi No room. Laina said calmly to the guide at the door. It's an honor to lead the way for you. Please honor me here. The gentleman young man in formal attire did not dare to look at the fiery Laina. He lowered his head slightly. Lead the way ahead. Howdai Green is good at this. No matter who comes, they will get honorable treatment. After all, those who dare to come here to consume entertainment are not good people. We're just negotiating. Is it necessary to go to such a nice room? Chu Tiannan couldn't help asking on the way. After all, the consumption of Tianzi No room is quite astonishing. This is the place where our Huolong team gathers all year round. Tianzi number 100 room is exclusively for me. I have renewed my contract for years. Laina said indifferently as she walked, while the young man who followed behind her twitched violently in her heart. Not to mention renting someone else's room, but also renewing the contract for 100 years? Are all warriors so capricious? Chu Tiannan was secretly startled. Although this kind of room is not top-notch, but to renew the contract for a year, at least 500 million Earth coins are required. In 100 years, that would be a full million. Poverty really limits my imagination. This was the thought in Chu Tiannan's mind at this time, and he shook his head secretly. They're all social bosses. They can't be messed with. After a while, the two of Chu Tiannan came to a relatively quiet place, like a primeval rainforest. The fresh air is refreshing, and from time to time, there are even spirit birds making melodious sounds. A huge reservoir stands in the center, surrounded by various green rainforests that have been artificially transplanted. It looked like a fairyland on Earth. Chu Tiannan's heart twitched violently when he saw it. Rich people are so good at playing. This artificial rainforest is simply burning funds. Luxurious, high-profile, original ecology. Haha, boss, I didn't expect you to come so soon. At that time, a middle-aged man with a handsome face ran over. He was slender and smiled at Laina. When are we going? My gun is eager to hunt more monsters. From this person's words, Chu Tiannan could easily tell that the other person was a gunner. No hurry. Hearing this, Laina's beautiful eyes swept aside and asked, "Only you? The third child is on the way. I believe he will be there soon." The man chuckled. Then his eyes fell on Chu Tiannan, and he extended his hand friendly. "Hello, my name is Yongli. I heard that there's a great young genius in our Dongwu Hall. It should be your excellency." Brother Yang was joking. "My little brother is terrified when he hears the word great. I'm going to Chu Tiannan." The young man smiled and shook hands with the other party. "Haha, the young man is modest enough. I Yongli like it." Hearing this, the man immediately nodded in satisfaction and said, "You call me Brother Yang. I have to cover you from now on. Don't worry. Then it will cause trouble for Brother Yang." Chu Tiannan liked the straightforward character of the other party very much, and also nodded with a smile. "I heard from the captain that you have grievances with that Luo Meng." Yongli changed the subject and immediately asked the young man in black. Chu Tiannan didn't hide anything, nodded and said, "Well, it's because I have some grievances with his son. If I slow down as a martial artist, I'll probably kill him." Yongli was furious when he heard that and said coldly, Oomph. This bastard Luo Meng will bully the juniors, don't worry. With the captain and I here this time, he won't dare to touch you. Yes, that Luo Meng's team is not as good as ours, so you don't have to be afraid for a while. Enlai also nodded and said calmly, I'm afraid I won't come to our fire dragon team. Chu Tiannan laughed. Well said. Yang Li's eyes lit up. He patted Chu Tiannan's shoulder immediately and said with a smile, I like you more and more. It's my appetite. Chu Tiannan was also touched by the feelings of this big brother, and just about to speak, Enlai stared at a certain place and said coldly, They're here. Inside, Tianzi dash room. At this time, there were 6 figures sitting opposite each other. One of them was Chu Tiannan and the others. On the other side are 2 people. However, in terms of momentum, the 2 are somewhat comparable. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Meng. In the solemn room, a middle-aged man with a burly figure and bright eyes opened his mouth first with a low voice. On the other hand, Chu Tiannan didn't reply. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Luo Meng's tiger eyes fell on the young man in black, with a smile on his face that he thought was good-looking, and said, The little brother must be Chu Tiannan, right? He is really young and promising. Luo Meng praised, but sneered in his heart. How long has he been a warrior? You must know the rules. Dare to fight against my fierce tiger. It is purely courting death. Mr. Luo, we don't need to say anything redundant. Let's get straight to the point. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan said calmly without giving the other party a chance to reminisce about the past. But Enlai, Yang Li, and the other silent man didn't speak, and Chu Tiannan was the main focus of their visit this time. Their purpose is to suppress the place. As for the rest, Chu Tiannan will take care of it himself. Well, I also like to go straight. Hearing this, Luo laughed fiercely, but the smile looked particularly scary. Although he has deliberately restrained himself, the hostility caused by hunting monsters all the year round affects his surroundings all the time. Judging by his breath alone, this Luo Meng is by no means a good person. Chu Tiannan also observed secretly. It turns out that Enlai is right. This person is definitely a ruthless master. I believe your son has already told you everything. The purpose of your coming this time is nothing more than selfishness. Am I right? Chu Tiannan looked at the burly man calmly and said calmly, Although this Luo Meng is a cruel and ruthless master, but he, Chu Tiannan, is also bloodthirsty. Others may be afraid of such a vicious person, but he, Chu Tiannan, didn't take it seriously at all. Even in the conversation, his tone was still calm and calm. He, what a young genius of the East Martial Arts Academy. Luo Meng looked at Chu Tiannan with great interest and nodded. That's right. My son provoked you in advance. It was his fault. As a father, I didn't do my job well. Can I give him a chance? I'm here to solemnly apologize to you. Little brother, how are you doing? Even if our matter is over, we will be easy to get along with when we meet in the monster land in the future, right? Although Luo Meng's words seemed to be an apology, in reality, he used himself to oppress the other party. Even though he was wronged, he was still strong. It is worthy of being a warrior who walks on the knife's edge all year round. Yang Li sneered upon hearing this, and was about to speak, but was stopped by Enlai's eyes. The atmosphere at this moment was suddenly extremely solemn. Luo Meng stared at Chu Tiannan, waiting for the other party's answer. A mere martial artist level kid, he has to bow his head in front of absolute strength. If it's not good or bad, Luo Meng expected that this Chu Tiannan would not dare to show his face. His domineering was famous in the North Martial Arts Center in the base city of South China. And behind him, the Crazy Tiger team is not inferior to the Fire Dragon team. This is why Luo Meng is confident. At that time, Chu Tiannan's originally calm eyes suddenly became sharp. He stared at Luo Meng without any fear and sneered. 1,000 million Earth coins. You can pay the money and leave. No, we will see you in court. Regarding Luo Meng's oppression, Chu Tiannan didn't take it seriously at all. Jokingly, if he could be frightened, he wouldn't be the master of the demon dragon. Boom! Hearing this, the equally burly man beside Luo Meng slammed the table down, and said in a low voice, "Boy, pay attention to your sense of proportion. If things get stalemate, it's not good for anyone." At that time, the middle-aged man who sat beside Chu Tiannan, without saying a word, suddenly laughed. "This has your right to speak?" At this moment, he opened his dark eyes, stared at each other, and said coldly, "Do you want me to teach you etiquette?" "Humph." The burly man's mouth twitched when he heard the words, and he didn't reply. But his momentum was still strong. He snorted coldly and stopped talking. "Boy." At this time, Luo Meng's smile gradually froze and disappeared. His originally violent aura deliberately exuded. Oppressing Chu Tiannan said in a deep voice, "If you do this, it will not benefit your career as a warrior. Be wise. 1,000,000 earth coins. Give me face, this matter will be over." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan smiled. His smile was full of disdain and contempt. Luo Meng's eyelids trembled, wanting to see what the other party had to say. "Excuse me." Chu Tiannan's voice gradually cooled down, and he paused every word. "What face do you have, Luo Meng? What face do you have, Luo Meng?" Facing Chu Tiannan's scolding, the room was suddenly silent. And Lina looked at the person in front of her with some surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with satisfaction. On the other hand, Luo Meng was also stunned. He really didn't expect that this Chu Tiannan would dare to confront him. Immediately, the fiery temper came out. "Do you know who you're talking to?" At this time, Luo Meng's eyes flashed fiercely, and his voice was deep and terrifying. Anyone who knew him knew that. The fierce tiger was completely enraged. "Luo Meng, my team members have already made it very clear." At this moment, Lina, who had been silent all this time, smiled lightly. "You and I are both smart people. Your son is still in prison, so let's talk about it." Luo Meng's ferocious tiger eyes looked at the calm Lina. With deep fear flashing in the depths of his eyes, he immediately sneered. "I said this brat has such a backbone, and his feelings are covered by you, a member of the Huolong team. Luo Meng, this matter has nothing to do with other people." At this time, Chu Tiannan's words changed, and his voice was unquestionable. "I don't like to be long-winded. Let your son out with 1,000 million earth coins, and pay if you can. No, let your son live in prison for the rest of his life. Also, you are worthless to me." Faced with Chu Tiannan's words, even Yang Li was quite pleased with what he heard, and said with a chuckle, "Well said, he. Luo Meng has no face to speak of in our East Martial Arts Hall." Okay, Luo Meng said, his face trembling when he heard the words, his face ashen and ruthless. "You have the courage to even step on my head with a martial artist level brat. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for your praise. I've always been brave." Chu Tiannan smiled lightly. His words were full of sarcasm. Luo Meng took a deep look at the boy who surprised him. He knew that this time he was kicked to the iron plate. This Chu Tian South Africa didn't get in, and he completely offended him. Is Chu Tiannan reckless? Still confident? Is he confident that he can surpass me? Luo Meng thought to himself. He is 40 years old this year, and has the level of an intermediate Wu Zong, and this Chu Tiannan is already a martial artist. According to the speed of the opponent's cultivation, even Luo Meng has no idea about his achievements in a few years. If this person is not eliminated, there will be endless troubles. Now that his face has been torn apart today, Luo Meng understands that he will not be able to suppress the other party today. At that time, Luo Meng stood up and took a deep look at the calm Chu Tiannan, his tiger eyes gleaming fiercely. This time, Luo Meng admits it. "Boy, you are a character." To each other, Chu Tiannan's words made the former's eyelids tremble, and he wanted to make a move, but he didn't dare. First of all, this is the base city in South China, and there's a rule that martial artists are strictly prohibited from fighting with weapons, and those who violate it will be sentenced to death. Second, with the Fire Dragon team here today, Luo Meng has no advantage at all, and his son is still suffering in prison. As a father, he naturally wouldn't let it go. After all, he was at a loss. When Luo Meng transferred 1,000 million to Chu Tiannan's account, he walked to the door, opened it, stopped, turned his head slightly, and sneered. "Boy, I admire your courage, and I hope you can do the same outside the base city. Be careful in the future, but pray that you don't meet me." After speaking, Luo Meng didn't give the other party a chance to reply, and immediately left with a wanton laugh, while the burly man beside him also disappeared into the room. "Haha, Tiannan, although you're a little impulsive today, I'm optimistic about you." The room was extremely quiet, and Yang Li spoke first. He knew Luo Meng's character, but Chu Tiannan remained calm for such a person who must repay his flaws. "This is rare. I don't think he's impulsive. I like this kid's character." The man in combat uniform grinned on the other side. "Brother Hao." Chu Tiannan nodded with a smile. Both Yang Li and Wu Hao are members of the Fire Dragon team, and they are also well-known figures in the Tobu Pavilion. "Okay." At that time, Enlina stood up, looked at Chu Tiannan, and said calmly, "It's just a mere rogue, and it won't become a threat, but you have to remember one thing." As she said that, Enlina looked serious, giving people a feeling that she could not resist. "This time, you have completely offended Luo Meng. He will definitely find a way to deal with you outside, so you can't slack off. Don't worry, Captain, I know it well." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded solemnly. "Well, this matter is over. You are my Fire Dragon team. Even if Luo Meng has the support of the Mad Tiger team, he will not dare to mess around." And Laina nodded, glanced at her own people, and immediately said, "Everyone rest for another week." A week later, "Go hunt monsters." The base city in South China, as one of the 9 major base cities in China, is extremely rich. At the edge of the main city, there is an amazing skyscraper with the very dazzling words Business Alliance on it. This is the richest economic lifeline force on the planet, the site of a business alliance that is as rich as an enemy country. Surrounding the skyscrapers, there are huge squares and the most beautiful fountain in the entire South China Bay City. In the square, there are all heavily armed personnel, because ordinary people are not qualified to approach the edge of the city. The army is patrolling here, and more, it is the coming and going of warriors. Passers-by passing by in the distance are all looking at this magical skyscraper with curiosity and envy. In the 4 major districts of the South China Bay City, the vast majority of people have never been here in their entire lives. "Drip, welcome to Master Warrior." After electronically scanning the vehicle, there was a crisp sound, and the railing was lifted immediately. Immediately, all the soldiers standing guard at the gate gave way, and a camouflage off-road vehicle drove in and stopped at the gate of the skyscraper. All 4 armed warriors got out of the car, either carrying a long sword, or carrying a large box, or carrying a spear. What attracted the most attention was a girl with a hot figure, and all the warriors passing by looked at her in amazement. She carries a metal long umbrella behind her back. The exquisite carvings exude a dynamic charm in the sun, but no one is so foolish as to think that this is an ordinary parasol. Walking into the skyscraper, everyone found a sofa to sit down. "Is there anything I can do for you?" At this time, a young man with a bright smile came over. The service personnel here are all strictly trained. The male is delicate and handsome, while the female is slim and dignified, giving people a sense of comfort in the spring breeze. "I want port. I want a small teapot. I want jasmine." After Enlina, Yang Li, and Wu Hao finished ordering tea, Chu Tiannan was a little surprised. Whether it's Enlina with a hot figure, or Wu Hao, who is strong, even Yang Li, a gunner who is addicted to alcohol, only ordered tea. You must know that they often like to drink. "I'm about to leave the base. Before entering the monster area, drinking is never allowed." Seeing the young man stunned, Yang Li, who had 2 strong arms, smiled and said, "I'm about to fight with monsters, so don't be careless. In the monster area, if you're careless, there's only one ending." The muscular Wu Hao also looked at the young man in black Chu Tiannan with a steady gaze and said in a deep voice, "Die." And Laina didn't speak. After all, her team members could tell each other about such a trivial matter. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan suddenly came to his senses. In the perilous territory of monsters and beasts, One must be on high alert at all times. Wouldn't drinking be a delay? I'll have a glass of jasmine too. Chu Tiannan laughed, reminiscing about the quiet and beautiful music in the hall. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but relax. 4 warriors returning from hunting monsters. This place is like a warm harbor. Safety, comfortable. While waiting, the 4 of them stayed in the building for a full 2 hours until the 2 figures who joined them later. Captain, here we are. Hearing this, Enlina stroked the long metal umbrella in her hand and hummed lightly. Chu Tiannan looked at those who came and found that the 2 of them seemed to be weaker than Enlina in terms of momentum, but they were comparable to Wu Hao. I was shocked in my heart. You must know that Wu Hao is at the level of a high-level Wu Zong, and the latter 2 are actually similar to the former. There are actually 3 high-level Wu Zong experts in this team. This surprised Chu Tiannan. After all, in the warrior team system, it would be good for a general high-level team to have 2 high-level Wu Zong. And the Huolong team is actually Wu Zong level except for himself. This level of combat power, even if you encounter a monster of the peak lord level, is completely worthwhile. Seeing an unfamiliar figure in the line, one of the well-proportioned middle-aged men laughed. Captain, this is the little genius that our Tobu Hall arranged for, right? As he spoke, he walked over and stretched out his hand and said in a friendly way, "Hi, my name is Li Dong. Zhao Hua." The other one seemed very quiet, and his self-introduction was concise and clear. "Brother Li, Brother Zhao." Chu Tiannan said respectfully after shaking hands with the former. After all, these are all Wuzong-level powerhouses, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to meet them. Li Dong and Zhao Hua are very strong. They're a team partner. In a joint battle, even the captain may not be sure to win. Hearing Yang Li's whispered words, Chu Tiannan nodded with a smile, but was secretly shocked in his heart. It's really not good. Take another hour's rest, and we will enter the monster realm in Haitian. At that time, Enlina sat on the other side with her eyes closed and stopped talking. Everyone also began to sit down and rest. Director Wong, I'm here to take over. You go to rest. At that time, a familiar voice came from a distance, causing the young man in black to open his eyes suddenly. His eyes were full of surprise and joy. The familiar sweet voice made Chu Tiannan suddenly look up as if he was shocked by electricity. I saw a lively figure in a yellow dress appearing beside the bar, with slender lines and a beautiful face. Even the other beautiful girls in the hall lost the qualification to compete with her. The warriors in the past were all amazed when they saw this, but none of them dared to strike up a conversation. As regular visitors here, they naturally understood how cold the girl in yellow was. It turned out to be her. Chu Tiannan was both surprised and delighted. What? Did you fall in love with him? Yang Li felt something was wrong, looked at the girl in yellow, and immediately laughed. Boy, this girl is the most talented girl in the Lin family in the business alliance. Not one of them. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded his head, but secretly shocked in his heart, he murmured, "It turns out that she is from the Lin family of the Business Alliance." The Business Alliance is known as the 100 Families Alliance, and this Lin family is the top 3 among the top 10 leading families. He is a real business tycoon, truly rich and invincible. There are not a few warriors in the Lin family. Young man, don't look at that girl's surname as Luo. She is not a direct descendant of the Lin family, but because of her natural talent, she has been secretly appointed as one of the next leaders of the Lin family. Wu Hao was also drinking tea at the side, and said with a smile, "Many young heroes admire her, but this girl has never smiled at anyone. If you have an idea, just give up." What Wu Hao said was not to hurt Chu Tiannan. After all, this girl is too good. At the beginning, there was a person with a strong background and a high-level martial arts talent who had pursued him, and the result is also a direct rejection. As soon as Wu Hao finished speaking, he saw Chu Tiannan stood up and immediately walked in the direction of the girl in yellow. Yang Li and Wu Hao looked at each other. They both shook their heads and were speechless, including Li Dong and Zhao Hua, who were watching with interest. Wu Hao sighed and said, "Oh, the young man is still young and energetic. No way. Who made this girl so perfect? If I was 10 years younger, I would chase her too. Yang Li leaned on the sofa, feeling disappointed. I bet if that girl surnamed Luo can smile at Tiannan, I won't gamble for half a year. Li Dong smiled while drinking tea. Hearing this, Zhao Hua stared. Are you still betting? I bet that as long as that girl talks to Tiannan's younger brother, I won't drink for 3 months. We are 2 witnesses. Yang Li and Wu Hao both nodded, looking quite serious. A bunch of boring men. And Lai Na snorted coldly when she heard the words. Even so, she couldn't help but look over. Then I'll take care of Manager Luo here. A fat man didn't dare to look at the girl in yellow. After slightly bowing, he turned and left. Seeing the other party leave, the girl looked at the smart bracelet on her wrist. Luo Air. A familiar cry made many people in the hall curiously forget the past. Hey, another idiot trying to make fun of himself. Everyone knows that the Lin family is powerful. So many geniuses who wanted to contact Manager Luo all retreated in desperation. Where did this come from? Mr. Luo is a rare genius in the Lin family. No matter how many people want to talk to him, their noses will be ashamed. Just watch, this stupefied young man will feel ashamed in a short while. There were mixed fish and dragons in the hall, and there were warriors of many forces. Obviously, they all looked at it with the mentality of watching the excitement. It's boring enough. Chu Tiannan shook his head secretly when he heard the discussions around him that were not deliberately covered up. Ignoring the disdainful and sneering gazes around him, he slowly walked towards the girl in yellow. And, hearing this, the girl in yellow stopped her movements. Her pretty face was slightly startled. Obviously, she didn't expect that someone could call her name here. It is generally called Manager Chi Luo, and she is called by her first name, but it is quite rare. Hearing the sound, the girl lifted her snow neck, and when she saw the sunny young man gradually approaching, a touch of surprise gradually appeared on her pretty face. Immediately afterwards, the girl smiled lightly, and her beautiful smile made the resplendent hall feel a lot sad. Afterwards, under the astonished and distressed gaze of all the warriors, the girl said softly, "You came." A whisper made the originally noisy hall suddenly silent. Needle drop can be heard. Click. This was the sound of Yang Li accidentally crushing the teacup, and Wu Hao, Li Dong, and others were even more stunned. Amaina was also a little surprised, and a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. He actually knows the Lin family, Luo. The same scene as the Huolong team also appeared in other warrior teams. Wow, fuck it. What is this kid's identity? Can he make Director Luo laugh? I've never seen this kid before. Is he a genius from other families in the business alliance? The warriors who have been watching the excitement all opened their mouths wide open. Each of them gritted their teeth as if they had seen a ghost. Originally, they all thought that Chu Tiannan would make a fool of himself, and the onlookers who were about to laugh all felt their faces were hot. It's over, I was careless. Seeing this, Zhao Hua smiled wryly and shook his head, feeling uncomfortable. I'm not allowed to drink for the past 3 months. It's going to kill me. You've only been 3 months. I won't let you gamble for half a year. Did I say something? Li Dong gave the other party a blank look and said helplessly. Neither of them expected that Luo Air not only paid attention to Chu Tiannan, but also smiled at him. Who could have guessed such a dramatic scene? In a relatively luxurious location in the hall, a figure in white was drinking tea softly. The originally admiring eyes frowned slightly because of the appearance of the black-clothed figure. What's the history of this kid? The young man was dressed in a white combat uniform, and he looked in his prime. At this time, his brows were furrowed like a knife's edge, and he said calmly. The girl he admired was approached by someone, and the two of them looked like friends, which made the young man feel uncomfortable. He even struggled to get in touch with Luo Air. Chu Tiannan only needed to say hello. Can this make people angry? Master, I haven't seen this person before. An old servant beside him bowed slightly and said respectfully, but seeing that he is in the Fire Dragon team, he should be from the Tobu Hall. To Hall. Hearing this, the young man nodded slightly, raised his eyebrows like a blade, and stopped talking. It's just that those cold eyes exuded a sharp light. Beside the bar, Chu Tiannan felt the gazes from all around and said with a smile, "It seems that you are quite popular." "It's just a bunch of boring people." Luo shook her head lightly. Her beautiful eyes looked at the young man who had sacrificed her life to save her, and she smiled sweetly. "Are you going to the monster realm?" "Yes, I'm now a member of the Fire Dragon team of the Tobu Hall." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded. He didn't hide anything from Luo. It turns out to be Lord Anleena's team. Luo was obviously relieved after hearing this, and looked at Anleena in the distance with her beautiful eyes, slightly smiled and nodded. And Anleena also silently nodded. "Come on, kill the corpse of a monster and sell it to me." Luo encouraged. Hearing the sound, Chu Tiannan teased, "What? You, one of the future power holders of the Lin family, want to focus on performance?" "No way, the family rules." Luo spread her hands helplessly, just about to speak. Her pretty face froze. "What?" Chu Tiannan couldn't help asking when he saw this. Luo was a little embarrassed at this time, and said softly, "I have a meeting. I'm sorry I can't entertain you." "It's okay, you're busy. I'm leaving too." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded and said with a smile. The two met quickly and separated quickly, waiting until Chu Tiannan returned to the seat of the Fire Dragon team. It is obvious that the surrounding atmosphere is a bit weird. "Boy, what is your identity? How can you chat with Goddess Luo for so long?" Li Dong stared at Chu Tiannan seriously and said in a deep voice, "Yes, be strict with confession and even stricter with resistance." Zhao Hua shouted from the side. Chu Tiannan was startled when he saw this and said, Two old brothers. What are you?" "Haha, don't worry about those two guys. They were just now." Yang Li recounted the bet between the two, and Chu Tiannan's face twitched a few times after hearing this. Also, it's really boring. When the afternoon gradually dissipated, the evening fire ignited in the parking lot of the Business Alliance building. A huge camouflage off-road vehicle drove away quietly. Their goal is the former Huaxia site outside the base city. Monster Beast Domain. On the way, Yang Li drove an off-road vehicle towards the quiet disaster zone. Along the way are the old sites of the original city, which used to be prosperous, but now there are only ruins left. No wonder I consume so much soul power when using the flying knife. Chu Tiannan didn't need to sleep because of the night watch. Instead, he was studying the Shunhun Ju he bought before. After all, his soul was powerful, but he couldn't use it better. It's all right now. With the soul control output of this soul art, I can control 5 throwing knives at the same time. The reason why Chu Tiannan didn't choose Heavenly Sin. One of the reasons is that it consumes too much soul power. Even the devouring system says that the basic level of the soul is 100 times stronger. But now with the assistance of Shunhun Ju, he can save a lot of soul power while controlling multiple places. If we say that the soul power that Chu Tiannan consumed before is like a huge reservoir, but it was released all at once, and the damage was done, but it couldn't get battery life. Now that he has learned the secret method of the soul, the release speed of the reservoir will be slowed down by 10 times, which will naturally achieve twice the result with half the effort. And it is more perfect in the extent of soul force endurance, so that the embarrassment of coma will not appear again. It's worth the money. Chu Tiannan's eyes lit up. He liked this Shunhanju more and more. But it cost him a full 3,000 million Earth coins. And before that, Chu Tiannan also bought several B-level flying knives, which are weapons exclusively for the controller. But he didn't tell Anleena and others that he had the identity of the controller. The off-road vehicle quickly shuttled through the ruined catastrophe area, and a series of devastated high-rise buildings appeared in front of us. And, just as Chu Tiannan was looking out the window boredly, an unknown message suddenly appeared on the smart bracelet. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan opened the email. "Little guy, I am the deputy head of the North Martial Arts Center in Nanjing District, South China Bay City, Hong Kong. I sincerely invite you to enter my North Martial Arts Center. As for the welfare of warriors, how much is given by the East Martial Art Museum, I will double the amount given by the Bay Martial Arts Hall. This was clearly poaching people, and the conditions were too enticing. Chu Tiannan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated when he saw it. I'm sorry, Deputy Curator, I can't do it. It's just that Chu Tiannan knew his heart. Since he decided to do something, he wouldn't look back. I declined directly by letter. In the Baiwugwan office, a purple-robed figure was standing outside the window, and his smart bracelet vibrated. N? Rejected. The purple-robed figure frowned upon seeing the content of the message, then sighed and said helplessly, It's cheap for that old boy Li Dongjia. Forget it, this is fate. Boom! The off-road vehicle made a low sound as it crossed the hillside, and the vibration was very violent. But Chu Tiannan was speechless and found that, except himself and Yang Li who was driving, no one woke up. Even Lai Na showed no sign of waking up. Seeing Chu Tiannan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, surprised, Yang Li immediately laughed. Haha, everyone is a warrior, so when they are resting, they will disconnect their external perception so that they can concentrate on fighting. I see. Chu Tiannan nodded, and the next second the off-road vehicle passed a jungle trail and came to a dilapidated urban area. Laugh, laugh. In the jungle, because of the brave passing of the off-road vehicle, many scarlet people around stared at the target. They all rushed out quickly and followed behind the off-road vehicle. Brother Yang, Chu Tiannan naturally saw it from the side view mirror and couldn't help but said immediately, It's okay, it's just a bunch of brats. Yang Li even stepped on the clutch and put it into gear. Whoa! The off-road vehicle was drifting laterally at the high-speed entrance, aiming sideways at the group of monsters chasing madly behind. Hiss! Seeing the car stop, this group of monsters led by Shadow Mouse, followed by others. Their momentum was monstrous, fierce, and violent. There is only one goal, and that is to submerge the off-road vehicles ahead. Tiannan, come to the driver's seat. If I tell you to drive, you can drive. Yang Li went straight to the rear, obviously preparing for something. I haven't learned the driver's license yet. Chu Tiannan was a little anxious, and suddenly he had an idea and laughed. Swallow, help me learn my driver's license. Click. At that time, it was the mechanical sound before the weapon was running, and Yang Li was seen laughing crazily while holding the huge black gun with both hands. Little brats, eat me with a storm of bullets. After laughing, he directly pulled the trigger. Under the quiet night sky, a beautiful flame line is particularly dazzling. Sudden. Yang Li held 2 reinforced barrel machine guns, and countless bullets converged into a beautiful flame line, crazy strafing towards the rushing monsters. Under the drum machine gun, countless bullet casings are piled up on the ground, which is shocking to see. Puff, puff. The monsters fell one after another in this closed flame line and rushed to the front monster. It has been beaten into a sieve, and blood flows backward into a river. Whoa! After 1 minute, the drum machine gun could no longer fire bullets, but it was still spinning rapidly and the barrel was still smoking. 1 round of ammunition per minute, really enjoyable. Yang Li laughed and shouted immediately. Tiannan, drive into the city. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Roar! Under the originally quiet night sky, due to the extremely violent sound of strafing, a large number of monsters have been awakened, and the low growls are loud. It's all devouring experience. Chu Tiannan also reflected in the shock, and quickly drove away from the spot. Form into the city. Although Chu Tiannan felt sorry for the large number of monster corpses, if he devoured them all, he would probably be able to approach the level of a senior martial artist. But none of them dared to get out of the car, because at this moment, the place was instantly surrounded by a large number of monsters. They wanted to find enemies of the same kind, but they didn't know that Chu Tiannan and the others had already left. They were so angry that they let out a loud roar. Sigh. Although this Vulcan is good, it's too expensive. Yang Li put away the machine gun and sighed. I didn't want to use this guy at first, but there are too many monsters shrinking around, and I'm really upset if I don't kill a batch of them. The corners of Chu Tiannan's mouth twitched a little when he heard this. Was he still upset about killing monsters? He knew the cost of the Vulcan weapon was only 500 million, but the bullets were dash rounds. Just 1 rounds, 50 earth coins disappeared in dash minute. No wonder it is said that gunnery is a profession that both makes money and costs money. Chu Tiannan did not dare to do this kind of waste. It's a pity that my account is only 3,000 million left. I still have a lot of unique skills to learn. Just this Ley Lin warfare is still short of 800 billion. Not to mention the sky-high price of sword intent and preface to mastering God, and so on. Thinking of this, Chu Tiannan couldn't help but twitch violently in his heart. This way of being a warrior is too frankly expensive. I thought that more than 1 million is considered a rich man. However, when I went to the warrior shop, I found that all the things I bought were fur. No wonder the captain and the others are so desperately hunting monsters to make money. Money is inseparable from all aspects. Chu Tiannan drove carefully and sighed in his heart, but the only thing he was happy about was that this devouring system could learn anything, including driving skills. At that time, the off-road vehicle stopped in front of a tall building. Yangli woke up everyone and immediately faced Chu Tian South Road. Tiannan, there's an underground garage ahead. Hide the car there. All right, Brother Yang. Without any hesitation, Chu Tiannan drove directly into the underground garage ahead. After all, he is a fledgling martial artist, and everyone else is a seasoned veteran. He is still willing to do such a small matter. The underground parking lot was empty, surrounded by a large number of abandoned vehicles and dry blood. There are still shocking cracks on the wall. It is obvious that monsters have wreaked havoc here. Ever since the catastrophe zone walked out of the base city at night, Chu Tiannan could feel it. All the fields where monsters are located can be said to be extremely dangerous, which means catastrophe. It is a paradise where monsters gather. Just wait. One day you will all die. Chu Tiannan clenched his fists slightly. His ambition was not limited to this. He wants to become the strongest warrior in the world. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to touch a higher level. As for whether he can return to the original world, it's still up to fate. After hiding the car, Chu Tiannan got out of the car, put the car keys in his pocket, and murmured in a low voice, "If I really can't go back, it may be fate, then I will spend my life in this world safely." As soon as the words fell, Chu Tiannan felt a sudden tightening in his heart, and an inexplicable killing intent penetrated. Without any hesitation, Chu Tiannan unleashed the Yantian sword with his backhand and slashed directly on the hard skin. Waiting to see the other party clearly made Chu Tiannan's eyes suddenly condense. Pushing back with the sword, it was directly clamped in a big mouth. Damn it! Chu Tiannan saw the other person's figure clearly, goosebumps all over his body immediately. He kicked his right foot hard on the opponent's large face, covered with scales, and the figure retreated quickly. "I'm scared to death." Chu Tiannan's chest heaved violently at this time. He really felt the breath of death just now. So close to death. Whoosh! I saw the huge figure that was kicked back into the depths of the darkness, crawling slowly, with the help of the weak light. The monster revealed its hideous appearance. This is a huge crocodile with black scales all over its body. The crocodile was the king of the food chain before it became a demon. After the catastrophe, the teeth of the crocodile can even tear apart the alloy in an instant, and its size is even bigger. Especially those two crocodile heads are even more desperate. When fighting scaled crocodile, Chu Tiannan saw the opponent's face clearly. He was astonished in his heart, and his expression became even more serious. Looking at the size, it should be at the level of a high-level beast general, and it is difficult to deal with. Chu Tiannan knew that the scaled crocodile was at the level of a junior lord when it was an adult, so it was obvious that this one was not yet an adult. Otherwise, that sneak attack just now would have directly made Chu Tiannan a target. Wristband. Chu Tiannan originally wanted to call his teammates above, but found that his smart bracelet broke free just now. It fell to the ground. Roar! The two huge heads of the fighting scale crocodile stared at the young man in black in front of him. With a low growl, it charged forward with violent steps. Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan followed him like a shadow, and he dodged extremely fast. From time to time, There was a faint flash of lightning passing by under his feet. Chu Tiannan quickly walked around behind the scaled crocodile. With lightning flashing under his feet, he immediately stepped on the monster's back fiercely. Boom! The crocodile was immediately obsessed by Chu Tiannan, but when it came to its senses, it was trampled under its feet. A deep pit appeared on the ground, which shows how powerful Chu Tiannan's kick is. Damn, it's indeed a 1,000 billion cheat book, this power. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan was secretly startled. Just now, he felt that his body had reached a wonderful state, and his strength unexpectedly burst out about 10 times what it was before. Chu Tiannan never thought about this before practicing Lei Lin's battle technique. What Lei Lin's warfare requires is the ultimate in body skills, illusory and swift footwork, bursting with power to destroy the dead. Hey, I just want to try the sword with you. Seeing that the advantage was gradually regained, Chu Tiannan held the sword and sneered. The figure burst out quickly, and Chu Tiannan stabbed out with the Yin Tian sword in his hand, as fast as lightning. Clang, clang, clang. I saw the hard scales of the scaled crocodile. In front of Yin Tianjian, like tofu, suddenly appeared 7 shocking blood holes. The highest swordsmanship in Shadowless Sword is to hit the perfect 13 swords, and Chu Tiannan is because of the level of the warrior. Only 7 sword chi can be used, but the effect is impressive enough. In the next second, blood gushed out of the crocodile's body, and the huge creature screamed in pain. Due to the narrow terrain here, its huge body is somewhat limited. Coupled with Chu Tiannan's extremely fast speed, there was no chance of counterattack at all. From the beginning, it regarded Chu Tiannan as a delicious delicacy, but it didn't expect that it sounded the death knell for itself in the end. Chu Tiannan saw that he did not let the other party go and withdrew the Yin Tian sword in his hand, and in the next second, he had a long finger on his right hand. Call out, call out. Immediately, 2 B-level snow eagle throwing knives flitted out from its leggings and finally smashed through the huge head of the crocodile. Gaga! The 2-headed crocodile raised its head to the sky in pain, but it knew that it had underestimated its prey, especially Chu Tiannan's last blow. The 2 deadly throwing knives did not give it a chance to react, and just penetrated the brain. The crocodile's consciousness gradually blurred, and it suddenly regretted it. Originally, it wanted to ambush the unlucky ones here, so as to grow to adulthood, and then return to the embrace of its own group. The tried and tested crocodile until it met Chu Tiannan. It was clear that all dreams would be dashed. Boom! At the moment when the consciousness disappeared, although the fighting scale crocodile was not reconciled, it had no choice but to lower its proud head and hit the ground fiercely. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan sat down on the ground, taking a big breath of air. If he had reacted slowly from the beginning just now, he would be the one who fell down now. Call out. Shuiying Fei Dao returned to Chu Tiannan's leggings, and at the same time, several figures descended from the entrance of the parking lot. It was the members of Fire Dragon Squad. They found that Chu Tiannan had been away for a long time. Out of worry, Enlina brought people down directly. However, when they saw the parking lot clearly, they were all surprised. Enlina looked at Chu Tiannan, who was sitting on the ground with frowning eyebrows, and asked, "You killed alone?" Seeing the huge corpse of the crocodile lying on the ground, all members of the Fire Dragon team were shocked. "You killed it alone?" Enlina frowned slightly as she looked at the corpse of the crocodile covered in wounds. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan stood up, nodded, and said, "I'm just lucky. The space here is small, and the crocodile can't use it. This gave me an opportunity to take advantage of, and my retreat was blocked, so I could only fight hard with it." Chu Tiannan's voice was tinged with exhaustion. His body was only that of an intermediate martial artist when he used special skills before. Naturally, it was a bit overwhelming. "Okay, Tiannan, I have to look at you with admiration." Seeing is believing. Yangli gave Chu Tiannan a thumbs up, and the others nodded in the same way. This is not a compliment. These old fritters have experienced many battles. Naturally, a clue could be seen from the corpse of the fighting scale crocodile. This was the first time for Chu Tiannan to hunt monsters around them. although he didn't see the live action. But no one in the Huolong team regards him as a newcomer, because many novice warriors are likely to be disturbed by the ferocity of monsters when they enter the catastrophe zone for the first time to hunt monsters. In the end, the rookie's strength is less than 1/10. Even those who are weaker than are difficult to kill cleanly. You did a good job, little brother. Even Wu Hao, who had been silent all this time, nodded and smiled. What kind of monster is the scale crocodile? The fire dragon team knows very well, although it is luck to be killed by Chu Tiannan this time. But the result is satisfactory. Obviously, Chu Tiannan had already overcome his fear of monsters. This is the basic character one must possess as a warrior. Hey, seeing that everyone's eyes had changed, Chu Tiannan also scratched his head and smiled, as if he didn't hate this crocodile anymore. Isn't this just giving him a chance to show himself? Are you happy? On the other hand, Anlaina said with an indifferent face, watching the young man whose smile gradually disappeared. Although you barely passed the battle just now, you made 2 fatal mistakes. Leader, please explain clearly. Chu Tiannan accepted humbly. He had long been accustomed to Anlaina's indifference. Even the other members of the Fire Dragon team, she is the same, not against Chu Tiannan. First one, the big noise you made just now has already disturbed the monsters within a kilometer radius, and they will come here with a bloody smell. If you know from the beginning that you can't kill cleanly, you should choose to leave. Because this is a disaster area, there are monsters everywhere. This is the first one. The second is the point we finally chose just now. We can't stay any longer. Take out the valuables of the crocodile and leave here. What Anlaina said suddenly shocked Chu Tiannan. He obviously did not expect this situation. After all, the crocodile and himself were already very close at that time, and the outbreak of battle was inevitable. If Chu Tiannan was wrong, who would think so much at such an urgent moment? To be honest, it seems that there's a trace of suspicion of being eager to express yourself. Boss is right. The detector shows that there are several red dots galloping here 1 kilometer away. Yang Li looked at the instrument and said in a deep voice, "It's probably a leopard monster. They are extremely sensitive to blood, and they can smell it even a few kilometers away. It's not too late. I'll go drive, Tiannan. This is your trophy. You get it yourself, and then come up to meet us." After saying that, Zhao Hua went straight to drive, while the others went up to set up the defensive line. Chu Tiannan nodded heavily and began to obtain the precious materials of the crocodile, while Anlaina looked at the busy figure. A trace of imperceptible meaning flashed across the beautiful eyes and immediately walked out of the underground parking lot. On the ground, Yang Li looked at Anlaina, who was walking, and couldn't help asking, "Boss, I didn't dare to ask more questions in the parking lot just now, but what happened to you today?" Anlaina's eyes fell on the former, and she said calmly, "You and I have been brothers for so many years, so let's talk straight." Hearing this, Yang Li didn't have any scruples. He glanced at the underground parking lot and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, don't you think you're being a little harsh on Tiannan? After all, this is the first time he hunted a monster, and I feel that this has been done very well. Let me ask you, my first time hunting monsters is not as good as Tiannan, but why did I say what I said just now?" Anlaina asked with a rare smile. Even Wu Hao and Li Dong on the side couldn't help nodding. The former said, "Yes, boss, you're a little weird today." Hearing this, Anlaina nodded slightly, sighed, and said softly, "I just don't want to lose anyone else, including this newcomer." In the ruins of the ruined city, a huge off-road vehicle rushed past quickly. Just devouring the corpse of the scale crocodile, it actually only increased the warrior's strength a little bit. Sitting in the car, Chu Tiannan felt the change in his own strength and couldn't help sighing in his heart. It is true that the higher the level of the warrior, the greater the amount that needs to be devoured. It seems that this world is fair. God gave him Chu Tiannan a devouring system that could be improved infinitely, but is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Tiannan, don't mind what the boss said before. She didn't mean to target you. Zhao Hua, who was driving, saw the silent young man and the co-pilot, and said with a smile, Brother Zhao misunderstood. I wasn't thinking about it. Chu Tiannan immediately responded when he heard the words. Actually, the boss used to be very nice. She was a very kind girl. Zhao Hua couldn't help shaking his head while driving. His eyes flashed hatred and anger and sighed. It's a pity. Is she the boss? Chu Tiannan understood after hearing this. Obviously, this Enlai also has a story. The hatred in Zhao Hua's eyes disappeared and was gradually replaced by memories. He said slowly, "It's inconvenient for me to say more about the boss, but I can tell you that she is the best team leader. None of them. And 3 years ago, she was the vice captain, the real captain." During the driving, after hearing the story about Enlai, Chu Tiannan was also a smart person. He understood it all at once and murmured in his heart, "It seems that I really misunderstood. I didn't expect her to have such a story." If it was said that he was a bit grudged before, after listening to what Zhao Hua said, Chu Tiannan was suddenly stunned. Don't hold grudges against boss. She did this because she doesn't want you to fall into this catastrophe zone. Zhao Hua even said, "She has always been a few people who enter the catastrophe zone, and only a few people come back. It has always been like this." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded heavily and said with a smile, "I'm a man, and my heart is not so glassy. I won't drag our team back." The car drove to another high-rise area in the city. Zhao Hua concealed the car and immediately woke up everyone behind. On the rooftop of the 26th floor of the high-rise building, Yang Li used a sniper rifle to scan around, indicating that there was no hidden danger, and everyone took this place as a hunting base. Enlai glanced at the busy crowd and said, "Our goal this time is to fight 4-million yuan per person to go back. Everyone is busy during the day, and I will keep watch tonight." Chu Tiannan's heart twitched secretly when he heard this. 200 million is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. However, anyone who sets a goal at random is such an understatement. Should I say it or not? Warriors really make money. Enlai looked heroic in her combat uniform, but the tight material of the combat uniform fully outlined her fiery figure. There is an urge to bleed. You should also take a good rest. You were the one who followed us in the first half of the night. Tomorrow will be the real hunting time. Enlai handed Chu Tiannan a water bottle and said, "Thank you, boss." Chu Tiannan smiled and nodded after taking the water bottle. Seeing Chu Tiannan's heartfelt smile, Enlai was taken aback, then turned and left. Everyone except Enlai was sleeping soundly and resting. After all, what was waiting for them? It is a more dangerous hunt tomorrow. As night passed quietly, dawn gradually came, and a slender figure with a fiery figure stood on the roof. Memo watched the faint light of dawn silently sprinkled on the earth, and a touch of yearning flashed in her beautiful eyes. Far above the sky, Enlai seemed to see a young and handsome figure holding the same long metal umbrella. The man always faces everything with a smile. He is always so impartial. "Feng, we have come to the catastrophe zone again. Please protect us." A trace of water mist was in those stubborn bright eyes, but Enlai refused to let it flow. When the dazzling sunlight shone on his face, Chu Tiannan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the time, and immediately stood up. Did I oversleep? Looking at the time showing 10 o'clock in the morning, Chu Tiannan apologized. "It's okay, you got up just right." Li Dong walked over with a smile, patted Chu Tiannan's shoulder, and handed him a piece of fruit, said, "Don't be nervous, new warriors are like this. Just get used to it." Chu Tiannan took it and nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Li. Everyone, get ready, a big fish is coming." At the same time, Yang Li, holding a sniper rifle, laughed and said, We are lucky this time. Show me what a big fish." Hearing this, Wu Hao, who was partnered with Yang Li, couldn't help but snatch the sniper scope, looked over, and couldn't help but exclaim immediately, "Damn it, it's really a big fish, boss, come here." On the other hand, Enlai stepped on the exhaust fan in front of her with one foot, holding a telescope, and said calmly, "I have seen a long time ago." Chu Tiannan also held the binoculars to look at it, and his heart jumped suddenly. Ow! I saw a huge beast moving slowly, like a rhinoceros covered in armor. but it is more violent and lethal than it. The behemoth is a full floor high and has a huge body, giving people the impression that it is moving like an armored vehicle. Roar! And around the giant beast, there are many small monsters, and they seem to regard this giant beast as their king. There are many beetle-style monsters being lifted under the giant beasts, and the latter enjoys the feeling of being served by monsters without moving by themselves. It turned out to be a fierce armored rhinoceros at the level of a junior lord. Chu Tiannan was secretly surprised. When he first came to the catastrophe zone, he encountered a monster of the lord level. It seems that the power of monsters is bigger than he imagined. Using the broken beetle as a mobile tool, this big guy enjoys it. Yang Li couldn't help laughing. Wu Hao was also laughing at the side, and sighed, who made him a country noble. If this is placed in that kind of coastal city, the lord-level monsters will be the younger brothers of those king-level monsters. After all, considering the newcomer Chu Tiannan, the Fire Dragon team chose some remote areas close to the mountains and forests. Although the efficiency of hunting monsters has decreased a lot, Enlai Na decided to do so out of safety considerations. This is what Chu Tiannan found out later, and he was naturally moved in his heart. Yang Li, is there a way to kill this fierce armored rhino with one blow? Enlai Na asked with her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Yang Li gave a gesture of no problem and immediately said excitedly, "Ordinary armor-piercing bullets are useless to it. I have to get some real ones." "That's right. If you hit this side instantly, you can make a lot of money. Hurry up." Wu Hao also teased with a smile. "Tiannan, help me." Yang Li came to a big box and gestured. After all, he is a gunner, and his physical fitness is much worse than that of a strong warrior. Even the physical quality of the controller is stronger than that of the gunner. After all, the latter only needs to lurk a little for assassination. No need to fight at close range. In response, Chu Tiannan and Yang Li pulled the iron box together. Although the box was not big, it was extremely heavy. Even Chu Tiannan was a little surprised when he took over, because if the iron box was of warrior level, it wouldn't be able to carry it at all. "Hey, here are all my treasures." Yang Li opened the iron box with bright eyes, and then carefully took out a jade box. Using tweezers, I took out a blood-red bullet inside. Under the sunlight, the blood-red bullet turned out to be transparent. There seems to be liquid still moving inside. Yang Li carefully placed it in the sniper rifle and loaded it lightly. "Brother Yang, what is this?" Chu Tiannan couldn't help but ask. "Hey, this is one of your brother Yang's treasured weapons, Reaper Bullet." Wu Hao sighed, drinking his saliva, and said, "As expected, the level of wealth is comparable to that of the boss. This death bullet is 5,000 million Earth coins." 5. Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, and his heart twitched. "Rich man. Okay, everyone go downstairs to lurk and get ready." Enlai Na ordered with a long metal umbrella in hand. At this time, she was quite dazzling, as if she had transformed into a goddess of war. Everyone quickly went downstairs to get ready, waiting for Yang Li's gunshot as a signal. As combat members for many years, their Hualong team saw that they didn't need to communicate in advance at all. Even with a glance, they knew what to do next. This is the absolute tacit understanding and trust. Chu Tiannan was lying in ambush under a broken wall. Looking at the group of monsters tens of meters away, it was impossible not to feel nervous. "Relax. Yang Li will bring down that big guy in a while, and then we will take the rest." Wu Hao and Chu Tiannan laughed together. "You mainly deal with the weakest general-level monsters on the periphery, and we are responsible for those below the Lord level and the peak general level." "Understood." Chu Tiannan nodded upon hearing the words, already holding the Yintian sword tightly in his hand, making a secret decision in his heart. This battle must not hold everyone back. On the rooftop, Yang Li held a sniper rifle and aimed at the slow-moving monster on the ground, and smiled. "It's an honor for you to be able to kill the Grim Reaper Bullet." As he spoke, Yang Li slowly pulled the trigger, and a red flame burst out from the sniper rifle, which immediately turned into a beam of death. Quietly, it swept towards the body of the fierce, armored rhinoceros. The red light flashed across a beautiful arc of death in midair. Roar. As a Lord-level monster, the fierce, armored rhinoceros naturally felt that its life was in danger. It roared wildly, shocking a group of bewildered monsters. Chi-Chi. Naturally, many low-level monsters did not dare to disobey their king, so they hurriedly surrounded them one by one, protecting the entire fierce, armored rhinoceros. For a moment, the periphery of the fierce, armored rhinoceros was like a war fortress, extremely strong. Oomph, do you think that you can stop the bullets of death? Yang Li sneered when he saw this, not in a hurry. At this time, the members of the Huolong team who were ambushing in many places below were all staring at the fierce, armored rhinoceros. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan was secretly startled and couldn't help but said, "No, this fierce, armored rhinoceros is obviously using his men as shields." He clenched the Yintian sword even more tightly, staring at the swift red light, looking forward to it. "Young man, calm down." On the other hand, Wu Hao seemed to be okay. He didn't even look at Meng Jiaxi and said, "If the Grim Reaper can't even solve this, it doesn't deserve 5,000 million rounds." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded, but he was still a little worried. After all, the armor of the armored rhinoceros itself was extremely strong. Now that there is another layer of monster meat shield, he is worried that the death bullet will not be able to kill the armored rhinoceros with one shot. Puff, puff. The red light from the death bullet directly penetrated the body of the outermost protected monster at the moment Chu Tiannan was worried. Without any hindrance, the red light directly shot in without a sound. Roar. Seeing the red light breaking through the bodies of its subordinates without hindrance, the Meng Jiaxi also realized that death was approaching, and it roared loudly. Suddenly, there was a burst of blue light above the head, shaking the surrounding monsters away. At that time, at the moment when the death bullet was about to hit its eyes, the head armor suddenly appeared, taking the vital position of the fierce armored rhinoceros tightly. What? Chu Tiannan was shocked when he saw this. He thought that it was impossible for a Lord-level monster to rely on only a weak monster. But he didn't expect that this fierce armored rhinoceros actually had its own special skills. Puff! However, the Reaper bullet didn't give the armored rhino any face, and the red light directly and accurately rushed into its eyes. Immediately, blood splashed out, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Roar! The fierce armored rhinoceros hit by the death bullet turned over and rolled over due to severe pain, trying to squeeze the bullet out of its eyes. This fierce armored rhinoceros is so fragile. Chu Tiannan's throat touched. His heart was completely overturned. Originally, in his cognition, thermal weapons should pose less and less threat to higher-level monsters. But after this scene, he saw that the defensive power was comparable to that of a mid-level lord. In front of the Reaper bullet, that powerful defense seemed useless without any suspense. But the death bullet got deeper and deeper because of the fierce armored rhinoceros struggle, and finally the bullet was melted by its hot skin. The red poisonous liquid inside quickly fused with the blood of the fierce armored rhinoceros. Call, call. At the same time, the ferocious and restless fierce armored rhinoceros gradually became immobile after violent convulsions. I saw that the pupils in the eyes of the huge monster were gradually expanding, and the consciousness was gradually flying away from its body. The fierce armored rhino never thought that it could be the king of the mountain here and spend its life in style. However, it was unlucky to meet Fire Dragon. It is doomed to have a tragic ending. Close the net. Seeing that the fierce armored rhino was on the verge of death, a soft shout came from the communicator. I saw a red-clothed fiery figure holding a long metal umbrella, killing 3 monsters trying to stop it neatly along the way. Directly and fiercely insert the knife into the brain of the fierce armored rhinoceros. Boom! The fierce armored rhinoceros, which was still struggling, finally couldn't support it after in Lyena's hand, and its body hung on the ground. Dead can't die anymore. Roar! Because their king died, the remaining group of monster beasts panicked. and when they saw humans, they revealed their fierce and brutal side. All cold in the past. Puff, puff, puff. However, the 3 sniper bullets directly and neatly killed the monster closest to Enlina. Catch a big fish, catch the net. Seeing this, Wu Hao jumped up, holding a long spear and directly piercing the 2 monsters. Like wearing mutton kebabs, a monster at the peak of the general level is facing the middle-level Wu zone. That is a one-sided massacre. Call out. While everyone surrounded and killed the monster, a black-clothed figure approached, raised a sword in his hand, and a dark golden light emerged. Directly devour the junior general-level monster closest to Chu Tiannan. Puff. A one-hit kill will directly devour the monsters around him. Chu Tiannan's speed is very fast, and his starry sky-like eyes are extremely sharp. Chu Tiannan had to take advantage of the chaos of the battle to devour as many monsters as possible. Once the battle was over, he could not use devour, so as not to be exposed. Wu Hao stabbed repeatedly with a long spear in his hand, threw a dead turkey aside, looked at the extremely swift black-clothed figure beside him, and said in astonishment, "I'll go, is this kid so fast?" As an old man, Wu Hao didn't dare to go deep into the group of monsters to fight in order to keep an eye on Chu Tiannan, so he could only hunt and kill on the periphery. But who is Wu Hao? He is a strong man who is one step away from the high-level Wu zone, and his eyesight is naturally extremely vicious. He actually practiced Lei Lin's art of war. That's something I can't even afford, and it doesn't take much effort to use it. Wu Hao was surprised when he saw Chu Tiannan's flowing movement. Not even a single leaf touched his body, especially the occasional thunder flashes under his feet. Lei Lin's Warfare is a peerless cheat book worth hundreds of billions. Although it can be sold in 9 volumes, the unit price is as high as tens of billions. He, Wu Hao, has earned around tens of billions for so many years. He is also envious of Lei Lin's art of war. So can he buy it? Don't say anything about it after buying it. You have to continue to earn money to buy the complete set. Normal warriors can't afford it. And this is a bottomless pit of money. As expected of the little guy that the Tobu Hall wants to cultivate, I'm so lucky. Even if I have this kind of cheat book, it's still one thing whether I can practice successfully. TSK, TSK. Wu Hao shook his head. When he knew that Chu Tiannan knew such cheats, he stopped paying attention and rushed directly into the group of monsters. Because these monsters that don't even have a lord level are not a threat to Chu Tiannan at all. Black-clothed Chu Tiannan held the Yintian sword in his hands and slaughtered wildly. He wanted to ensure that each sword killed as many monsters as possible. At the same time, every time you kill 1 or 2 heads, you will drink the recovery potion directly to ensure the battle life. If it doesn't work, at least it can seriously injure the opponent, because the power consumption of Yintian's sword is sometimes even more exaggerated than Heaven's Sin. Puff, puff. When Chu Tiannan shuttled through many groups of monsters like flowing clouds and flowing water, he could accurately find out the weaknesses of the monsters and then cooperate with the cheats to kill them. Twice. Chu Tiannan was getting faster and faster when he was fighting. The core of Lei Lin's art of war is to fight faster and faster. The highest level even reaches 9 times the speed of the basic level, which is equivalent to crossing a whole level of warrior level. Of course, Chu Tiannan can only reach up to twice his own agility now, but it's still better than that. Roar! Seeing their companions being killed, several mid-level monsters couldn't catch this flexible figure in black at all, and they were so angry that they jumped into a rage. But there is no way. Hey, don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to swallow you one by one. Chu Tiannan held the Yintian sword like a phantom in the night, and his speed was extremely fast. Lightning flashed under his feet. Accompanied by the dull sound of thunder, Chu Tiannan was like an invincible general at this moment. I really enjoy the coolness brought by this speed, accompanied by the siege of several people. Without the leadership of the lord-level fierce armored rhinoceros, the group of dozens of monsters suddenly lost their way. The group of monster beasts became chaotic, and their combat effectiveness was naturally greatly reduced. In addition, The Huolong team is the top existence of the Wuzong level team, and they don't pay attention to these general level beasts at all. The fighting speed is also exceptionally fast. Their harvesting abilities are so fast. Chu Tiannan quietly devoured the monsters while observing the battle between his teammates. He found that no matter who it was, they didn't have gorgeous fighting and body skills, and they could easily kill monsters just by relying on the basics of fighting. On the other hand, I had no choice but to use Lei Lin's tactics to siege and kill many beasts. Naturally, it cannot catch up with others in terms of efficiency. So that's it. At this moment, Chu Tiannan finally understood why the Fire Dragon team was so powerful. Although the group of monsters this time did not pose a threat to them, the fighting power displayed by Enlai and others. But it's just the foundation of the battle. Their foundation is extremely solid. Roar, roar. Just as Chu Tiannan was thinking, 3 demon beasts were rushing towards him with lightning speed, and the 3 cat demon kings were targeting the dead corner of the former's back. Even Chu Tiannan did not dare to relax in the slightest in culling monsters that belonged to the general level. Be careful, kid. Wu Hao was taken aback when he saw this and shouted loudly. Sensing the murderous aura behind him, Chu Tiannan suddenly turned his head, trying to dodge. But it's too late. Not good. Seeing the 3 cat demon kings attacking his blind spot, Chu Tiannan was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, due to the excessive consumption of the previous battle, it is no longer enough to dodge fast. I can only fight recklessly. Chu Tiannan tightened his hand on the Yin Tian sword when he was still hesitating whether to use the Heavenly Sin. The first Elvis came to kill with lightning speed, and its sharp fangs emitted a cold light. Clang! Chu Tiannan pushed his sword horizontally with his backhand, causing the opponent's sharp teeth to bite on the hard blade, making a crunching sound. Meow! The Elvis King did not expect the hardness of the Yin Tian sword, and immediately shattered his 2 long fangs, which made his mouth full of blood. Howled in pain. Die! Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan didn't give the opponent any chance to react and made a sideways mistake, causing the opponent to miss the air. The Yin Tian sword in his hand slashed in the opposite direction, directly drawing a long and deep wound on his abdomen, seeing that there were monster organs falling on the ground. The first Elvis King fell to the ground in severe pain and convulsed continuously. At this time, it had no combat power, and it was a high-ranking general-level monster. But he was careless because he went with his companions, and Chu Tiannan seized such an opportunity. Give the deadliest kills. Meow. The remaining 2 didn't hesitate. After Chu Tiannan killed the first companion, they followed closely. Don't give this young man in black any chance to react. Chu Tiannan had just beheaded an Elvis King, but he didn't dare to underestimate him. But he was a middle-level martial artist after all. In terms of reaction speed, it must not be as good as other members of the Fire Dragon team. Not good. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan retreated abruptly. He didn't expect the remaining 2 Elvis Kings to be so smart. Seeing that his first partner died, the remaining 2 Elvis Kings were quite orderly. Attack Chu Tiannan's vital points separately, making it impossible for him to completely resist. These beasts. Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth and swung his sword repeatedly. 3 sword chis rushed out, but faced the sharp mouth of Elvis King. The sword energy was directly gnawed and broken by it. It's not that the combat power of Shadowless Sword is weak, but Chu Tiannan had killed 11 monsters from the beginning to now. In terms of combat power, it was not as good as before, so the damage of the Shadowless Sword released by Chu Tiannan was greatly reduced. Damn it! Chu Tiannan scolded in a low voice when he saw the remaining 2 Elvis Kings chasing after him, and they were about to get in front of him. In the face of life-threatening situation, Chu Tiannan didn't care whether to expose or not. Tian Sin was already prepared. Only when the Elvis King killed nearly 1 meter, Chu Tiannan killed the opponent at the fastest speed. Perhaps at such a fast speed, other members of the Huolong team may not be able to see it. Puff, puff. At the moment when Chu Tiannan struggled with what to do, the 2 Elvis Kings who were close at hand were slaughtered, but their bodies suddenly froze in mid-air, and 2 blood mists erupted. Finally, it hit the ground hard. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan hurriedly stopped urging Tiannan. He looked along the cold light in surprise, and saw 2 sharp blades that were hard to catch with the naked eye. In the end, he returned to Enlyaina's long metal umbrella. The umbrella leaves retracted their sharp blades and merged directly, and immediately turned into a sharp spear again. This, Chu Tiannan really didn't expect that Enlyaina, who is a warrior of strength, would have such a hand. Puff! After Wu Hao assassinated 2 monsters with a spear in his hand, he also walked over quickly and laughed loudly. Fortunately, the boss made a move. Don't be surprised. The myriad manifestation umbrella of the boss can change a lot. Chu Tiannan took advantage of the situation to kill the demon wolf beside him, nodded his head heavily, heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately shouted, "Thank you, boss. Take care. It's best not to let me save you." Enlyaina only nodded lightly and rushed into the remaining group of monsters again. Everyone worked together to surround and kill the remaining monsters, and finally there were only a few sporadic ones left. Others are too lazy to chase. After all, this first day of opening is already an objective number. Hurry up, 10 minutes per person. Clean up the battlefield. Enlyaina commanded with a myriad manifestation umbrella, and everyone nodded. Chu Tiannan didn't dare to devour the corpses of monster beasts at this time, and started to dissect the corpses of monster beasts like everyone else. Pack valuable precious materials into special bags. Boss did that move just now. When picking out materials, Chu Tiannan recalled the moment when Enlyaina saved him before and immediately frowned, feeling startled. "Is it? Tiannan, you performed well today." Wu Hao has finished processing, walked over with a smile, and said, "Work harder next time. I believe you can do it." "Thank you, Angkor." Chu Tiannan grinned, but in his heart he was not satisfied with his previous battle. "By the way, Angkor, I want to ask something." Chu Tiannan suddenly thought of something and said, "Boss, her weapon." Hearing this, Wu Hao instantly understood and smiled. "You want to ask the boss about the myriad chance umbrella?" Chu Tiannan nodded, indicating that this was the matter. "It's not really a secret, so I'll tell you." Wu Hao paused and continued, "Boss, her myriad chance umbrella can be used for melee attacks, and it can also be used for long-range attacks. And the boss is not only a power warrior, she is also a control warrior." "Really?" Hearing this, Chu Tiannan suddenly realized that the guess in his heart was correct, because the 2 sharp blades came out of the hands of the warriors. After all, he is also a warrior in control, so Enlyaina's previous fighting techniques are naturally all at his eyes. It's just a myriad manifestation umbrella, which can be used for both close combat and long-distance combat. It's really miraculous. So the boss is still a martial artist. Chu Tiannan was taken aback, and now he is completely convinced by him. A girl who is not only extremely talented, but also at the age of 23 is at the peak Wuzong level. It turned out to be a warrior in control. Isn't this a peerless genius who has fully grown up? Chu Tiannan knew very well in his heart that if a martial artist could double cultivate, his own level would have already surpassed the same level. The peak martial ancestry dual cultivator is fully capable of competing with the elementary martial god class and retreating unscathed. Hey, not only that, but the boss has already been able to advance to the rank of martial god. Yang Li also smiled in the communication at this time, and Chu Tiannan, who heard it, was even more shocked to a new height. His eyes widened. Valkyrie, Enlyaina, actually has the strength to aspire to the martial god level? This news is too shocking, right? 23-year-old Valkyrie. This is placed on the global talent ranking list, and it can be ranked at the top, right? It's just to advance to the martial god level, and you have to abandon one of them. Wu Hao also shook his head slightly. His words were full of admiration and respect. The boss is very ambitious. She wants to advance to the Valkyrie level at the same time, with strength and control, but the time is not yet, so she's not in a hurry to break through. At the same time, Yang Li also rushed to say in the communication, in the circle of warriors, the boss is very famous. Even if she is a warrior at the level of a warrior, she treats the boss with courtesy. Because once the boss breaks through the martial god level in dual cultivation, he will be able to directly compete with a high-ranking martial god. That's why the boss is now called a quasi-war god. Quasi-martial god. Chu Tiannan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this and calmed down the shock in his heart. He originally thought that he had an enviable, even enviable opportunity. But what happened to Enlai told him that any world, whether it is the world of origin or this strange earth, there is no shortage of genius either. After all the people dealt with the battlefield, they quickly left the spot and drove off-road vehicles to the next destination. After all, this is a catastrophe area, and the number of monsters is countless. There was a big battle here, which will definitely attract more monsters to come. Therefore, the Holong team must evacuate quickly. It will be difficult once the monsters stop besieging. In the car, Chu Tiannan sat in the co-pilot silently, recalling the battle just now. The battle just now looked gorgeous, but it was very impractical. It was okay to fight for a short time. If it takes a long time, the disadvantages will gradually show up. After this large-scale net-retracting battle, Chu Tiannan also realized his weakness in battle. Some monsters could obviously kill with a single blow, but it has to cooperate with the tactics and cheats, so that although the monster is killed, the battle consumption will be much higher. It seems that my combat foundation still needs to be solid. This is Chu Tiannan's understanding of his own shortcomings after summing up. And Laina opened the tailgate of the off-road vehicle at this time and said, "Old Yang, there's a supply station in the Dishkilometer mountain area. Let's go directly there." "Okay, boss." Yang Li turned the steering wheel, followed the directions on the map on the bracelet, and drove directly to the supply station. Chu Tiannan could see that everyone sincerely respected Anlaina's boss. Even though Yang Li, Wu Hao, and others were all in their 40s, they didn't hold any grudges at all. This is the true friendship between life and death teammates, a fighting friendship that surpasses everything. This is not available between relatives. This is a feeling that is better than that of a loved one, and it will make everyone stick together for a lifetime. Life and death. In a hidden mountainous area, an armored camouflage off-road vehicle quickly entered the mountain area and stopped on a hillside. "Ding! Warrior vehicle, please come in." Electronic scanning quickly identified the off-road vehicle, and a door print gradually emerged in front of the smooth rock wall. Boom! The giant door recessed inwards, revealing a tunnel. The off-road vehicle drove directly into this bright tunnel, and the gate at the rear was slowly closed because of this. Everything returned to its former tranquility, which no one could have imagined in a wild mountainous area. There is a hidden secret. Chu Tiannan looked curiously at the huge base behind the tunnel and lamented the power of technology in his heart. It is really amazing to be able to completely hollow out a mountain and turn it into a hidden base. This is the closest warrior supply station to us. It's another home for warriors. Yang Li smiled while driving. It's the first time you come here, so you feel strange, and you will get used to it later. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly. He knew that this was the supply station for warriors, and this was when warriors were hunting monsters outside. If it is far away from the base city, or if you have no idea of going back, the warrior supply station is a good place for them. There are not only entertainment equipment, but also various living equipment, as well as safe hidden resting spots. What's more, apart from important and precious supplies, all the rest of the supplies at the warrior supply station are free. Here you can rest with peace of mind. Don't worry about it. Yang Li smiled and pointed at the pitch-black gun tower in the sky, and continued. In each warrior supply station, there's a missile platform that can support all warriors calling for help within 1,000 miles. Of course, the price of asking for help is extremely expensive. The car stopped. Everyone got out of the car slowly. Chu Tiannan looked at the warriors coming and going in the huge supply station base. I can't help but feel a warm feeling in my heart. Maybe only warriors can experience that feeling. Isn't this lady in Laina? What kind of wind has brought you to my little supply station? At that time, a fat and greasy middle-aged man ran over and laughed. Master and Laina is going to resupply here. Hearing this, the girl with a hot figure nodded lightly and said, "Prepare us 3 rooms and a car for us to overhaul, and charge the money to my account." "Okay, there's no problem." The fat man smiled happily, and he called several soldiers to pull the heavy off-road vehicle away. And Laina threw the keys to everyone and said, "One day off, I'll go sell the materials and gather in my room at night." "It's the boss." Everyone nods. Chu Tiannan and others directly handed over the monster beast materials they had hunted to Laina, and the latter let several staff members of the supply station carry them. Of course, this fat man, like the class, is indispensable in the rear. "Hey, I didn't expect the head of the supply station to be honest when he saw the boss." Zhao Hua sneered after seeing it. Hearing this, Li Dong gestured and yelled strangely, "No way. This supply station is only sea level, and the boss is the strongest under the Valkyrie, so his status is naturally noble. Combined with today's business, let alone this amount, the station master must have made a lot of money, so naturally he has to be polite to the boss." After everyone laughed, they went back to their respective rooms. Yang Li and Wu Hao are partners, so they live in the same room, and Li Dong and Zhao Hua are also partners, so they are together. Now, there's a problem. Chu Tiannan found that Laina only needs 3 keys, and what he is holding in his hand now is from Laina's room. "Haha, boy, you're so lucky to share the same room with the boss." Yang Li gave a strange laugh and looked at the young man in black with special intentions. Sigh. Wu Hao also patted his forehead, suddenly said, "I wish you a pleasant night tonight." Afterwards, the remaining 4 members of the Fire Dragon team laughed and dispersed under Chu Tiannan's dark face. Some went directly to the house, and some went to the bar to relax. Holding the key, Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly, then picked up his backpack and left slowly. I have to say that this martial artist supply station is a lot worse than a B level, even though it is a C level. But the space was scary. Chu Tiannan hesitated to come here for the first time, and it took him a long time to find a place to live. 1203-1204 is here. Chu Tiannan followed the room number, finally stopped in front of room 1205, opened the key directly, and was about to enter. Chu Tiannan's sensitive perception found a pair of eyes looking at him at this moment. He turned his head over and immediately took a deep breath. He found that standing in front of the other room at this time, a tiger-like man was looking at him with a sneer, and this man, Chu Tiannan knew. Isn't this Luo Ji's father, Luo Meng? At this time, Luo Meng walked slowly, clenched his fists and made a crisp sound, and sneered. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Inside the supply station, a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a fierce look passed by, and the passing warriors around him consciously moved out of the way when they saw him, for fear of offending this evil spirit. It's really interesting. I didn't expect those guys in the North Martial Art Hall to put a kid in our team. Walking side by side with the burly man was another skinny man who looked weird. His smile was weird, and he was really not flattering. But the figure that looked so skinny was actually carrying a heavy gun case. Hearing this, Luo Meng nodded slightly, talking while walking. Who knows what the captain thinks about this? But this kid named Qingyu also brings us good luck, doesn't he? Hey, when you mentioned this, my blood couldn't help but boil. The strange man laughed frighteningly. He patted the box behind him and said repeatedly, "We were lucky to meet that guy this time, but I took out my treasure at the bottom of the box just for this beast." Hearing this, Luo Menghu's eyes lit up and he grinned. "The prey that can catch your ghost gun, it will be very miserable." The two left talking and laughing, and after a while, Luo Meng walked back to his room. The sea-level supply station is shabby, and the place to live is so small. Luo Meng muttered as he opened the door. Originally, their Crazy Tiger team was similar to Fire Dragon team. The former was also ordered by Bai Wugwen to train Qingyu. So they also came to the relatively remote urban areas in the Catastrophe area, on the one hand hunting monsters to make money, and on the other hand taking Qingyu. 1203, 1204. Just as Luo Meng was about to open the door and enter the room, He suddenly turned his head when he heard this slightly familiar voice. His eyes were first surprised. Then became gloomy and finally sneered. "Why is he here?" Chu Tiannan, who was opening the door, also saw the other party at this time and immediately gasped. Chu Tiannan obviously did not expect that he would meet Luo Meng, who had a feud with him, here. "Hee kid, it's really God's arrangement for me to meet you here." At this moment, Luo Meng turned and walked towards Chu Tiannan slowly. Sneering face, gloomy tiger eyes. Obviously things couldn't be better today. "This is a supply station. You Luo Meng want to do something here?" Chu Tiannan shouted. Hearing this, Luo Meng laughed mockingly and said disdainfully, "Ha! As long as I don't kill you, even if I maim you, I'll at most pay you some money." As he spoke, Luo Meng grabbed it hard with his big hands. His voice was low and terrifying. "Boy, I'd rather spend money to destroy you, so that my son's 1 month jail time is not in vain." This old dog. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth. He knew that the other party was at the middle level of Wuzong, and the difference between the two was too great, so his figure suddenly retreated. At the same time, he has also sent a distress message to his own people. "Haha, you can't run away, brat. You are doomed to fail today." Luo Meng knew that Chu Tiannan would call for help, but at least it would take 3 minutes. With the two in this narrow corridor, 3 minutes is enough for a Wuzong to do a lot of things. Whoa! Facing Luo Meng's big eagle claw, Chu Tiannan directly pulled out the Yintian sword behind him and swung out viciously. Clang! A crisp metallic sound wave shattered the glass of fire hydrants along the way. What? Chu Tiannan was shocked when he saw Luo Meng blocked his Yintian sword with his bare hands at this time. No, they're tricks. While the two were in a stalemate, Chu Tiannan discovered that Luo Meng's hands were equipped with metal knuckles, and the former suddenly realized. The boy's weapon is good. Luo Meng was also secretly surprised that this dark gold long sword was able to split his own weapon, which shows how sharp the Yintian sword is. The sword is not bad. Just treat it like I'm collecting interest. As he said that, Luo Meng grasped Yin Tianjian and smiled, and immediately fell hard. The huge impact made Chu Tiannan hit the wall beside him. A shallow mark appeared directly on the solid wall. Cough, cough. The huge impact inertia caused Chu Tiannan's body to be overwhelmed, and he had a simple understanding of Wuzong in his heart. I can't beat him. Chu Tiannan swung his sword to force Luo Meng back. At this moment, his blood was surging, thinking how to delay the time. The gap between a martial artist and Wuzong cannot be bridged by weapons alone. Haha, in the next life, you could be a useless person with peace of mind. Seeing this, Luo Meng stomped on the ground, and his figure, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food, ruthlessly darted towards Chu Tiannan amid wild laughter, full of cold, killing intent. Facing the absolute crisis, Chu Tiannan still maintained his composure, but at the same time, his brain began to work rapidly. When Luo Meng was about to approach him to release the sin of heaven, a fiery figure rushed over, holding a long metal umbrella under Luo Meng's amazed gaze. Violently waved over. Call! This is the wind-breaking sound of the myriad chants umbrella roaring past. Anlina! Luo Meng roared angrily when he saw the situation. He didn't expect it to be at this most critical moment. The Holong team was able to support them in such a short period of time, and the Comer is still the strongest. Luo Meng instantly switched from offense to defense, with a pair of sturdy knuckles crossed in front of him because it was in a narrow corridor. It's too late to dodge. Boom! There was no delay in hitting the 1,000 chance umbrella, and it hit Luo Meng, who was passively defending, and the latter flew upside down immediately. In the end, it fell hard to the ground, making a dull sound. It's so ruthless. Chu Tiannan couldn't help but move his throat slightly when he saw that Enlina hit Luo fiercely with one blow without any suspense. It is worthy of having the strength of a quasi-war god. Even Luo Meng, who is as fierce as a tiger, is in front of Enlina. It's not a single enemy either. At this moment, Luo Ming stood up with clenched gums. He felt that his arms were about to fall apart, and the tiger's eyes fell on Chu Tiannan's body, flashing fiercely. "Enlina, you are Wu Zong invincible. What's the point of bullying me?" Luo Ming's eyes fell on Enlina's body, flashing a touch of fear, and roared angrily. "If you have the ability, go to our captain." It was said that Enlina was holding the myriad chance umbrella, and she was like an unshakable god at this moment. Her beautiful eyes were indifferent. She pointed at the long umbrella, and her voice was extremely cold. "Who gave you the courage to call me by my first name?" As she said that, Enlina turned into an afterimage. Her speed was astonishingly fast, and she came to Luo Ming in an instant. The myriad chance umbrella stabbed long, and even the surrounding space was controlled by this stab, and the torrent was extremely cold. "You?" Luo Ming turned pale with shock. He didn't have the guts to confront the quasi-war god head-on. He dodged to the side in embarrassment. And where he was before, there was already a terrifying deep pit. "How did you hide the second time?" Enlina shot in the air. Her beautiful eyes were extremely cold, as she ignored the rules prohibiting fighting in the supply station. As soon as he set off, he blasted away with swift momentum. No. Luo Ming could clearly feel Enlina's serious murderous intent. He was completely panicked at this moment. His body had retreated to the point where he could no longer retreat. A quasi-war god wants to kill him. It couldn't be easier. At this moment, Luo Ming felt extremely regretful. He never thought that Enlina would care so much about Chu Tiannan, and not only did she not vent her previous grievances. Instead, he provoked such a great god, and it was obvious that the other party did not intend to let him go. It's really a loss of soldiers and loss of wife. Dying. The sharp tip of the thousand-chance umbrella pierced the air, and the explosive cyclone shredded all the picture frames on the wall. Enlina didn't show any mercy. The long umbrella seemed to pierce Luo Ming's body. Clang! At this critical moment, the sound of metal collisions came, and the explosive cyclone and the biting wind and waves were entangled at the same time, eventually annihilated each other. Putting away the gun, Enlina knew who it was without looking, and immediately turned and left. Enlina, a white-clothed man who arrived in time, shouted, and at the same time retracted the weapon that saved Luo Ming, smiling. "What kind of anger is this? Why did you kill my team members for no reason?" Although the man in white was laughing, the laughter was quite calm. Hearing this, Enlina didn't pay any attention to the other party, walked directly to Chu Tiannan's side, and asked, "Are you hurt?" Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly, and was about to speak when he was pulled away by Enlina, whose voice was extremely flat. "It was Robert who saved him today. If Luo Ming has a chance, I will kill him for you." After speaking, Enlina paused, turned around and glanced at the burly man who was full of gloomy, livid faces, and sneered. "This is what I, Enlina, said. There is absolutely no lie." After finishing speaking, he didn't care about Luo Ming, whose expression suddenly became ugly, and dragged Chu Tiannan into the room. "Captain, we can't just let them go like this." Hearing the death threat, Luo Ming shuddered and said urgently, "Shut up. Did you cause too little trouble?" Robert scolded, and Luo Ming didn't dare to say anything. If it is said that in the Wild Tiger team, Luo Ming is afraid of this captain who is younger than him. Also a genius fighter like a quasi-war god, Robert. It's just that he's different from Enlina. The former is just taking the path of strength warrior. "We're leaving today. You've been missed. Don't cause trouble until I break through." Robert looked calm, took a deep look at the room where Enlina was, and said in a deep voice. Back in the room, Chu Tiannan didn't say a word. Looking at the fiery girl who was silent at the side, he was immediately moved. "Boss, thank you. No need to thank me." Hearing this, Enlina shook her head slightly and said calmly, "He has already posed a threat to you, and I will eradicate this threat. Fix all the poison sacks that are not good for my fire dragon team." After hearing this, Chu Tiannan was moved. He finally understood why all the members of the fire dragon team treated this girl who looked quite young. What admiration and respect. "Boss, don't worry. I won't pay attention to a mere Luo Ming, Chu Tiannan said earnestly while being moved. Hearing this, Enlina turned her head and smiled for the first time. That valiant and heroic figure is really a different kind of beauty. When will you advance to Wuzong? I won't care about your affairs. Before that, stay with me honestly. Hearing the meaning of Enlina's words, Chu Tiannan could feel the concern of the other party. But it feels like something is wrong. The more Chu Tiannan heard it, the more he seemed to be a big sister protecting his younger brother. A boss. Chu Tiannan touched his nose and couldn't help but say, "Actually, I'm not as fragile as I look." Boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Chu Tiannan gritted his teeth, and the emotional interruption was really timely. "Boss, I heard you're going to kill Luo Ming just now." The door opened, and Yang Liren's voice came through before he came in. At this time, all the other members of the Huolong team had arrived, and the room suddenly became lively. "You are here." Enlina didn't answer. She went back to the room, pulled out a chair, and said, "Sit down, don't stand still." Yang Li, Wu Hao, and the others looked at each other without saying much, and Chu Tiannan felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, being held by Enlina's side. "No matter how much you move. Master Enlina, did you have anything to do just now?" At the same time, the head of the supply station rushed over, and he was relieved to see that Enlina was fine. "I'm fine. The station master is sorry to cause you trouble. No one was killed. The compensation for the damage will be charged to my account." Enlina shook her head and said, but the station master nodded and left the room. "It's good that the adults are fine, and the younger ones will step back first." After closing the door, the station master looked at the promenade twitchingly. It was damaged beyond repair, and it would take some time to repair it. "Oh, that Wild Tiger team is not easy to mess with. I have to go to them." The station master smiled helplessly, even though he had complaints. "You have to endure it too. This is in front of absolute strength. Everything is floating clouds." And no matter what he said, he was also the station master of the warrior supply station, but he couldn't afford to mess with anyone. "This time we just came to the catastrophe zone, so we made a fortune first. Let's share the money for killing those miscellaneous fish." In the room, Enlina shared the money with everyone. Yang Li occupied the commanding heights, killed 17 general-level miscellaneous fish, and got 7,000 million Earth coins. As she spoke, Enlina directly transferred the money to Yang Li, who nodded with a smile after receiving the money. "Thank you, boss." Chu Tiannan listened honestly, feeling emotional in his heart. Just killing more than a dozen general-level monsters can get more money than one death bullet. These monsters are indeed a mobile treasure house. While Chu Tiannan was feeling emotional, a strange look appeared on his face. "What the hell?" Wu Hao, 6,350 million. Zhao Hua, 7,088 million. Li Dong, you killed a little less this time, only 5,071 million. Soon, Enlina divided the money around, and finally it was Chu Tiannan's turn. Of course, the latter was not in a hurry. "And yours this time." Enlina looked at Chu Tiannan with strange eyes, and even her voice became cold. "You killed 8 miscellaneous fish in the first round of encirclement and suppression. It's still a pass. Keep working hard." Enlina transferred the money to Chu Tiannan said, "Here is 4,000 million. I subsidize you 1,000 million. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan breathed a sigh of relief. But when he heard the back, he couldn't help but say, "Boss, you can take it as long as you want, whatever the boss says." Yang Li winked frantically at the side, forcing Chu Tiannan to pout his mouth. "Thank you, boss." In fact, Chu Tiannan killed more than 8 monsters, plus the 11 he devoured before. There were already 19. When the devouring system devoured these monsters, more than 5,300 million Earth coins had entered his account. If we talk about the hunting before, besides Yang Li, Chu Tiannan got the most. But he couldn't say it, and he couldn't say it. Hearing this, Enlina nodded slightly, and then said with a rare smile, "Next, it's time to share the big fish." "Hey." Yang Li couldn't help laughing when she heard that it was a big fish. "Look at how promising you are." Wu Hao cast a blank look at the other party. It was also the first time for Chu Tiannan to participate in the hunting of Lord-level monsters, so he was naturally full of anticipation. It is estimated that this fierce armored rhinoceros will be sold for hundreds of millions. Unlaina glanced at the crowd, didn't say much, and directly turned on the projection of the wristband, revealing the property account of the Fire Dragon team. 115,000,000. Damn, 11 billion? Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Originally, he thought that the price he estimated was high enough, but when Enlai announced the figure, it still shocked Chu Tiannan's little heart. No wonder it is said that warriors are very rich. Chu Tiannan smiled wryly in his heart. This is only a lord-level monster. If it is a king-level monster, wouldn't it be billions? At first glance, Chu Tiannan suddenly didn't realize how expensive Lei Lin's Art of War was. Damn it! Why did you sell so much this time? Wu Hao almost choked on the tea he drank. And Zhao Hua, Li Dong, and the others didn't expect it for a while, and the latter's eyes widened even more, and he couldn't help asking. Boss, although a mere rhinoceros can be regarded as a big fish, it's not like we haven't hunted it before. Why are there so many this time? Yeah, I'm also a little confused. Yangli was also confused. As Wuzong-level powerhouses, they naturally understand the price of lord-level monsters, although a fierce armored rhinoceros is precious. But it's not enough to sell for such a sky-high price. It's not bad to have about -million. If I said, at this time, Enlai didn't keep her secret, looked at everyone, and said calmly, this fierce armored rhino has just broken through to the middle lord level. You understand. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, and the corner of Chu Tiannan's mouth twitched. This poor elementary lord-level fierce armored rhinoceros, before dying, broke through. That value is naturally doubled. Is it a fierce armored rhinoceros, or is it said that the Fire Dragon team is lucky? This is simply a surprise. Damn, developed hot. Yangli almost burst the water glass in his hand because of too much force. While Wu Hao, Li Dong, and others were silent, the former suddenly shouted viciously, slay the local tyrant. Yes, a big deal of 11 billion. If you don't kill him, who will you kill? Everyone else gritted their teeth. At this moment, everyone can't wait to become a gunner. This is too much money, a death bullet. The return is doubled by more than 20 times. Even Chu Tiannan is envious. Hey, the three of Wu Hao did what they said, and immediately smiled kindly, while Yangli covered his front with his hands. You, my gunner, have dignity. Have a fart dignity, brothers, come on. Everyone immediately became one, and the atmosphere of laughing and joking was quite harmonious and warm. Even Enlai didn't stop at this time. Big brothers, I'll take it. Can I take it? At this moment, Yangli was restrained by the crowd and couldn't move. He begged for mercy repeatedly. 1 person -million, including Tiannan, is it possible? Chung, you gangsters, I'm a loss. Although Yangli looked very distressed. In fact, I didn't feel distressed at all, but very happy. This may be the so-called brotherhood. Seeing this, everyone was willing to let the other party go. Wu Hao said, don't go back on your word, including Tiannan's, even if there is one less person. Me? Hearing this, Chu Tiannan was taken aback and was about to refuse. I don't need it. I haven't done anything as a newcomer, and I always cause trouble. Just hold it if you want, call us brother. We've got you covered since you joined the team. Zhao Hua was careless, including Yangli. Everyone else nodded, but Enlina didn't speak. Thank you, brothers. Chu Tiannan was so moved that he almost cried, which made everyone burst into laughter. Chu Tiannan's call was quite sincere. Although he has 2 souls, it is reasonable to say that he is an old goblin who has lived for an unknown number of years. But for some reason, after joining the Fire Dragon team, these old people not only did not reject him. On the contrary, each of them was like a big brother, protecting his younger brother, which made Chu Tiannan cherish this feeling very much. Cough, cough. At this moment, a light cough made the lively atmosphere quiet down. Everyone looked at Enlai, waiting for the next instruction. Why are you all staring at me? And Lina Dai frowned slightly, watching everyone staring at her, and immediately hummed. The money will be transferred to your personal account later, so you can do whatever you want. Dismiss. After Lina drove everyone out, the whole room became quite quiet. Men are noisy. Lina shook her head slightly when she saw the crowd leave in a row. Immediately, under someone's gaze, he began to unbutton his combat uniform. In the combat uniform, Lina showed loose sportswear, although it covered up her hot figure a bit. But for some reason, it is full of restless attraction, making people unable to bear to look away. And in the room, she was not the only one left. Chu Tiannan was sitting on the bed in an orderly manner. Overwhelmed. What? Seeing the embarrassed young man in black, Lina glanced at him and said calmly, "Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Hearing this, Chu Tiannan shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Boss is joking, I'm fine." As he spoke, he felt the vibration of his bracelet and found out that it was Luo Air's call. "Boss." Chu Tiannan looked at Lina when he saw this, and the latter nodded. "You take yours." Chu Tiannan got through the communication and said, "Hello. How does it feel to enter the catastrophe zone on the first day?" A soft voice came from the phone, but it sounded like he had just woken up. "Very good. Good luck. I met a big fish on the first day." For some reason, when Chu Tiannan was chatting with Luo Air, he was always able to calm down all his emotions and return to peace. Chu Tiannan narrated all the things he had done in the past 2 days, not even the crocodile incident, and Luo Air listened very seriously without any interruption. Like two couples in a long-distance relationship, they seemed to have endless things to say. Humph! Lina didn't look like a couple, but they were so engaged in chatting in the newsletter, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Yes. In the next second, Lina's eyes flashed a hint of cunning. Immediately, he walked over slowly and sat beside Chu Tiannan under Chu Tiannan's dazed gaze. Being approached by a beautiful woman with a hot figure, Chu Tiannan's eyes widened immediately, and he faltered a bit when he spoke. Especially when Lina's predecessor came close, Chu Tiannan was even more at a loss. Not moving. Chu Tiannan freed up one hand to pick up the water glass on the table to relieve his dry mouth. "What's wrong with you?" Luo Air asked suspiciously when he heard something wrong on the other side of the phone. "Are you tired of hunting monsters intensively?" "That's right. Xiao Nan is amazing." Before Chu Tiannan could reply, Lina seemed to be a different person. The voice is crisp and numb. Puff! Chu Tiannan directly sprayed the water out, staring at Lina with his eyes widened in disbelief. "Boss you? Who are you?" There was silence on the phone for a few seconds, and Luo Air's voice was obviously wrong. "Luo, listen to me." Chu Tiannan became anxious immediately, and he didn't care about his choked throat. At this moment, Lina leaned closer to her head, smiled at Chu Tiannan's bracelet, and said, "What are you talking about? Xiao Nan killed more than 10 monsters today. It's terrible, especially for the last word." And Lina deliberately changed her tone, and finally she couldn't help laughing silently beside her. At this time, there is still no appearance of the high-cold goddess before. At this time, he was afraid that the air would freeze suddenly, and Chu Tiannan broke out in cold sweat. He wanted to cry, but had no tears, so he raised his wrist tremblingly. "Luo Uri. Ahem, it seems that you are quite busy, so I won't bother you. Come back and talk to me." Luo's voice was extremely flat, and he hung up the phone after speaking. Beep beep. At this moment, Chu Tiannan felt a thunderbolt from the blue sky hit his head fiercely. "My brain hurts." "It's over." She misunderstood. Chu Tiannan put down his hand. His eyes were a little dull, and he murmured, "There must be a misunderstanding. It's over now." As he said that, Chu Tiannan's eyes froze for a moment. Then he suddenly turned his head to look at Lina, gnashing his teeth. "Boss, how can you play like this?" "Ha ha." Seeing Chu Tiannan roar, Lina felt very happy for some reason. She hadn't been this cheerful for a long time. "I was just joking. Why are you two a couple?" Lina's laughter faded, and she asked with interest. "Don't worry about it." After Chu Tiannan yelled, he sat on the bed and carried his back, hugged his hands together, and said nothing more. Obviously very angry. In the silent room, the atmosphere was extraordinarily dignified. Chu Tiannan was sitting with his back to Enlai Na, unable to say a word in anger. He can't beat her, even though she is a quasi-war god. You let Chu Tiannan scold her? Enlai Na saw that Chu Tiannan was acting like an angry child and couldn't help laughing. At this time, she was a different person, completely different from her usual indifferent and cold attitude. Not to mention Enlai Na smiles. She is really beautiful. Angry, the fiery girl approached the young man in black and asked softly. All he got was Chu Tiannan's silence. Okay, go take a shower. You'll be fine when you come back. Enlai Na pulled the opponent's shoulder, but the young man in black remained unmoved. Seems to be really angry. I'm not short-tempered, so I'll go take a shower first. Enlai Na rubbed the young man's head, then hummed a song and entered the bathroom. After locking the bathroom door, Enlai Na's tender body leaned against the door, her fiery body undulating slightly. It could be seen that she was a little nervous at this moment. It seems. It's too similar. Recalling Chu Tiannan's angry appearance before, Enlai Na's beautiful eyes shone with divine light. Even the voice became a little green. At this moment, Enlai Na's eyes were filled with mist, recalling the past. What are you doing? At that time, there was also a young man who yelled angrily, but he was dressed in white. What? Brothers can't make jokes anymore. Enlai Na raised the other's chin teasingly at that time and said, You. The young man in white blushed immediately after being hooked like this and didn't know what to say. What? You just broke up with your girlfriend. They don't love you, and they don't deserve your affection. Enlai Na smiled sweetly. Her smile was unparalleled. I'll make you angry with her, and you still don't thank me? Don't worry about it. Hearing this, the young man in white held back for a long time and finally sat on the edge of the bed with his arms folded, obviously very angry. Puff. Seeing that he looked like an angry child, Enlai Na couldn't help laughing and immediately walked behind the young man in white. Gently embracing the figure whose face was blushing to the ears, said softly, Don't be angry. How about paying me to you? Hearing this, the body of the white-clothed figure trembled, but he still didn't speak. Seeing this, Enlai Na blew a breath of incense into the other's ear. You and I fight side by side. Never leave. Never give up. Life and death depend on each other. At that moment, the agreement between the girl and the youth was simple and enviable. Recalling the past, Enlai Na was still leaning against the door at this time, but for some reason, she laughed out loud. Crystal tears flowed down unconsciously. Enlai Na ignored them and let them fall. Wind. An hour later, when Enlai Na walked out of the bathroom in her sportswear, she saw the young man sitting on the edge of the bed motionless. Her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Aren't you still angry? Enlai Na was a little speechless, although she spent a short time with Chu Tiannan. But she could see that the other party should not be the kind of narrow-minded person. Seeing this, the fiery girl tiptoed over, and when she quietly came behind the young man in black, she suddenly came to her senses. Cover your mouth and snicker. Emotional Chu Tiannan was playing with his bracelet at this time, and the content of the message was naturally being edited in the bracelet. And the content of the message was basically an apology and an explanation, and Enlai Na couldn't help laughing when she saw it. When did you come? Chu Tiannan was taken aback by the other party, and was about to put away his bracelet, but was a step too late, because Enlai Na made a direct move and snatched up the bracelet with lightning speed. I'm sorry, Lua. Enlai Na picked up the bracelet and read the content, and couldn't help but click her lips. Give it back to me. Chu Tiannan was furious. He wanted to snatch it away, but Enlai Na held it aside and teased him. Tell me the truth. Do you like this Luo air? It has nothing to do with you. Chu Tiannan wanted to snatch it, but Enlai Na put the bracelet in her clothes, making the former unable to do anything. He was so angry that he hopped his feet. Chu Tiannan felt that he had never been so powerless before. Seeing that the snatching was fruitless, he simply gave up. Go take a shower. At that time, Enlai Na said her voice was extremely soft. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan looked at the other party vigilantly with both eyes, stretched out his hand, and said, "Give me the bracelet, and I'll go. Go and wash first, and I'll give it to you after washing." Seeing in Lai Na's tone without any discussion, Chu Tiannan agreed. "I'm a good man and don't fight with women." Thinking of this, Chu Tiannan walked into the bathing pool angrily. "Close the door." Seeing this, and Lai Na's original sly eyes flashed a different color, and she looked at the bracelet. Long time silent. After a while, the bathroom door opened again. When Chu Tiannan walked out of the bathroom, he naturally found that the girl with a fiery figure was already lying on the bed. He was a little overwhelmed by the enchanting posture and the blood-spitting curves. "What are you waiting for?" And Lai Na naturally found the young man standing there and asked. "Not yet. Go up." Chu Tiannan's eyes widened, and he immediately sat on the edge of the bed without saying a word. After all, he is a normal man, and Chu Tiannan is quite determined in this situation. If it were any other man, he probably couldn't help but pounce on him long ago, right? "What? Afraid I'll eat you?" And Lai Na looked calmly, looked at the young people who were not on the left and right, and said winkingly, "How about I ask you to come up to sleep?" Master Chu. Chu Tiannan's whole body was numb when he was called Young Master Chu, and he didn't understand why she was a goddess who was usually extremely cold. How could he show such a posture at this time? What stimulated her? Chu Tiannan's brain was running fast, and he didn't even think of a reason. But he knew that if something went wrong, there must be a demon. Seeing that the other party was sitting on the edge of the bed and couldn't come over, and Lai Na laughed secretly in her heart. It seemed that her guess was right, and she teased immediately. "You don't want the bracelet anymore?" "Want?" Hearing this, Chu Tiannan hurriedly turned around. At this time, in order to resist the unknown fire in his body, his mind was actually full of Luo Heir's figure. It's just that what he recalled was actually the various battle scenes with Luo Heir. Resisting with battle memories is really ruthless. "Stop making trouble. We have to hurry tomorrow. Get some rest." At this moment, Laina seemed to have had enough trouble. She threw the bracelet over, and her pretty face immediately returned to her indifference. Even the voice became indifferent, and the young man in black who listened was relieved. "It's the boss." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan gritted his gums, immediately ignored him, and lay down on the other side of the bed. Seeing that she was about to fall, and Lai Na smiled secretly in her heart, but her face was still extremely indifferent. "Sleep. Be honest. If you're not honest, I will kill you." After finishing speaking, and Laina closed her eyes directly regardless of the person whose expression suddenly changed. "They're all bosses." Chu Tiannan shook his head slightly, put the bracelet on his hand, wanted to send a message, but stopped again. "It's getting late. Maybe she's already gone to bed." "Forget it. I'll explain it when I get back. If not, I will pull the boss over." Although after such a commotion, Chu Tiannan was angry and helpless, but toward Lai Na, he really couldn't bring up any resentment. In fact, what Chu Tiannan didn't know was that Lai Na hadn't been as happy as she was tonight for a long time. "Forget it. We still have to enter the catastrophe zone tomorrow. So let's hunt and kill monsters with peace of mind." Thinking this way in his heart, Chu Tiannan gradually fell asleep. In his sleep, Chu Tiannan felt as if he was dreaming. He dreamed that his throat was locked by a mysterious arm. Waking up suddenly, Chu Tiannan couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief when he saw that it was still a familiar room. Wrong. In the next second, after Chu Tiannan was fully awake, he suddenly understood. It wasn't that someone locked his throat in his dream. It was Laina who was hugging the young man tightly from behind at this time, without the slightest consciousness. But this is difficult for Chu Tiannan himself. "Boss, can we sleep well?" Chu Tiannan wanted to cry, but felt the warmth from his back. It's a bit over the top. After all, he is also a normal man. Isn't this suffering? At this moment, Chu Tiannan would rather fight with a peak general-level monster than accept this inexplicable beauty. Form is emptiness. Empty is form. Seeing that the other party didn't wake up, Chu Tiannan quickly recited Buddhist scriptures in his heart. But it doesn't work. And Lai Na, who had been sleeping soundly, didn't seem to be aware of this scene. Her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she had dreamed of something. Give up. Chu Tiannan originally wanted to move away gently, but he didn't expect the other party to come directly to move the scissor legs. Chu Tiannan was pinched to death, and Laina didn't know what she was doing at all. She was sleeping soundly, and at this moment she shed a drop of crystal-clear tears. Wind, calling softly, with sadness and stubbornness. After hearing the words, Chu Tiannan finally understood and smiled wryly. Lovers regard themselves as the lover of their dreams. Wind, wait for me. At this time, Laina's voice was trembling, which made people feel extremely distressed. Even Chu Tiannan was silent. Phone, don't go. I will listen to you. As she spoke, Laina couldn't help tightening her arms again, for fear that the person in her arms would run away. Ugh. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan sighed inwardly and said softly, I didn't leave. I was always there. Not to mention, this trick really worked. As expected, Laina stopped speaking and stopped moving. It's just that he still didn't intend to let Chu Tiannan go. It's still early. You'll be fine if you fall asleep. Chu Tiannan gradually became sleepy and couldn't care about anything else. Slowly fell asleep. Hum. I don't know how long it took. When the vibration of the bracelet sounded, it was almost at the same time. Chu Tiannan and Laina opened their eyes. What time is it? The latter still had some sleepy eyes, obviously not fully awake yet. Chu Tiannan raised his hand subconsciously to look at the bracelet and said, It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay. After Laina responded subconsciously, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She stared at the young man in her arms who was still rubbing his eyes. Killing intent is awe-inspiring. Sensing the sharp gaze, Chu Tiannan woke up instantly. Only then did he realize that his hands were also encircling the other party. While cursing himself for sleeping to death, he said carefully, If I say that you hug me first, would you believe me? Snort. However, what he got was a blow and kick from Laina. Boom. In the room, there was a dull sound, but the sound insulation effect was so good that even the passers-by didn't notice it. And Laina returned to her coldness and apathy. She didn't use a lot of strength this time. Otherwise, the walls of this room would be smashed. 10 minutes, then go downstairs. And Laina put on her combat uniform and immediately left this sentence lightly. He walked out of the room directly, ignoring someone. I knew it was this look. Chu Tiannan was leaning against the wall sadly at this time, wanting to cry without tears. In the lobby on the first floor, Laina walked in front with a cold face, followed by a dark-faced young man. Seeing that Tiannan is in good spirits, I know that he has had a good rest. Yang Li saw the young man walking away, and the former said with a smile that was not a smile. Wu Hao also took a sip of tea and said seriously, Well, look at this pace, calm and powerful. Morning, brothers. Chu Tiannan sat on the side with a dark face at this time, and directly picked up the drink he prepared for himself and drank it. Have you rested? Li Dong teased. It's hard to explain in one word. Chu Tiannan shook his head and sighed, looking at Laina with a little dodge. Brother, you must have slept well last night, right? After Zhao Hua said this, he couldn't help it, and burst out laughing. Ha ha! The others also saw the clue and couldn't help laughing. Seeing everyone laughing unscrupulously, Chu Tiannan was not angry, but rather warm. It seems that people have already regarded themselves as members of the Fire Dragon team. I think everyone is full of energy, and Laina glanced at this, and everyone immediately withdrew their smiles. All of them were extremely serious. Chu Tiannan's jaw almost dropped when he saw it. This kind of forcible retraction and ease, ordinary people are prone to internal injuries, but Yang Li and others are in excellent condition. Obviously, this is not the first time. Let's go after rest. With Laina's wave, everyone stood up immediately. I'll go drive. Yang Li's exclusive driver live. I'm going to get the equipment. Li Dong and Zhao Hua also got up and left directly, leaving behind Wu Hao, who was about to speak, but the latter was obviously half a beat behind. Wu Hao scratched his head, then smiled awkwardly. "I'll go and see who needs help," he said, and left quickly. The sofa was suddenly quite deserted. Only a girl with a hot figure and a silent young man were left. Chu Tiannan was drinking his drink calmly from the beginning to the end, his eyes dyed with a bright light. "When I enter the catastrophe zone this time, I have to make good use of my advantages. A gorgeous battle is not as real as a one-hit kill." While someone was still planning himself, on the other side, the fiery girl who was also drinking a drink was looking at the former. Seeing that the other party was thinking about something seriously, and Lina looked in a daze. So much like him. At this time, Chu Tiannan didn't know what the beautiful woman beside him was thinking, and the latter also waited and watched silently. The two had no words to communicate. But it's quite bold. And Lina recalled the scene this morning, and felt the urge to kick the opponent again. Even so, she still looked at the figure who was rubbing her chin with her right hand and pondering seriously. There was an imperceptible arc at the corner of the mouth. Boom! The wall full of cracks was suddenly broken by a huge camouflage off-road vehicle, and gravel was scattered on the ground. Behind the speeding off-road body, there are dozens of fierce and violent figures chasing wildly, and their number is increasing. Seeing over 100. "I'll go, Liang. Drive faster. The cheetah is catching up." Wu Hao couldn't help urging, looking at the agile figure roaring wildly behind him. Yang Li, who was concentrating on driving, looked extremely serious, and even in Lina, Chu Tiannan and others were expressionless. There was a dignified atmosphere in the whole car. "I said take the main road, although the small road is close, but..." Zhao Hua looked at the group of monsters behind him and smiled wryly. "It's a big game now. Really played big." At noon, after everyone prepared to shift their target, they encountered two options. Chu Tiannan and the others feel that it is better to take the road and have a wider field of vision. Although the chance of exposure is high, they have to deal with the ground. As for Xiaolu, Yang Li, Wu Hao, and others are optimistic. After all, time is precious. Their trip this time only lasted for more than a month, and now it has been delayed for almost a week. So when Lina finally decided to take the path, and everyone naturally had nothing to say, but this path was gone. It exploded immediately. When Yang Li drove into the trail, he didn't know which mountain city he entered, and there was a huge open space inside. Group after group of monsters were there, as if they were having a meeting, so they were naturally discovered. No, there's the next scene of crazy chase. "Tiannan, come and drive." At this time, Yang Li's temper of being chased came up. He switched places with Chu Tiannan and immediately walked to the back of the carriage. While opening the rear glass, Yang Li also reassembled the firearms in one side of the iron box, and a brand new Gatling-like machine gun was mounted on the back of the car. "Boys, let you chase after." Yang Li refilled another 5,000 rounds of machine gun magazines from the supply station, and now he used them again. Chug chug. While pressing the trigger firmly, Yang Li yelled furiously, "Let me go to see the King of Hades." Puff, puff, puff. The gorgeous flame line formed by countless bullets swept all the fast cheetahs that were about to catch up in the front row to the ground. Faced with this sudden change, the chasing group of monsters suddenly became confused. The monsters in the front were shot, and the monsters in the rear were unknown. The two sides collided fiercely, and a large wave of monsters were blocked behind. Roar! However, this did not stop the tyranny of the monsters who wanted to hunt and kill human beings. A large number of monsters didn't have any compassion and directly stepped on the bodies of their companions and jumped over. Keep chasing. Pity the many small and weak monsters who have no ability to resist when faced with the trampling of medium-sized monsters. Either he was trampled into meat, or his whole body was broken, and the smell of blood spread immediately. Rivers of blood. Roar. Hearing the spread of the gunshots, the roar of many monsters came from a distance. Coupled with the spread of the smell of blood, the distant land trembled. Damn it, I knew it. Yang Li cursed angrily. He knew that he made too much noise and attracted more monsters. But if you don't do this, the large monsters behind are likely to catch up with the car, and the situation will be even worse. Even Lai Na knew that there would be such a result, but she didn't say anything to stop her. Why? Seeing a primeval forest in the distance, Chu Tiannan couldn't help asking, "Boss, can't we just abandon the car and escape the wind before coming out?" In the catastrophe zone, the means of transportation is particularly important, so it must not be damaged in the slightest, or the entire team may die here. Wu Hao turned to the driving position, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Understood." Chu Tiannan nodded while driving. "I see. This is the experience accumulated by the predecessors. Our place is the closest to City 009, drive-in." At this moment, Enlaina made a decision that surprised everyone. "Understood, boss." Chu Tiannan turned the steering wheel, followed the map display on his wrist, and drove away at a high speed. At this time, everyone felt a little worried. Especially Yongli glanced at the young man in black who was driving, and then at the girl with a hot figure, wanting to speak. But he didn't speak. This was the sound of Chu Tiannan stepping on the oil on the floor and driving into the bustling city. At this time, he didn't care about 21. As long as you get rid of the large area of monsters behind you, you will win. They stopped chasing. At that time, Chu Tiannan slowed down, looked in the side view mirror. The fighting beast stopped outside the city, but dared not go in and couldn't help but wondered. Enlaina opened her eyes at this time, exuding a sharp light, and said in a deep voice, "Because this is city number 009, formerly Tianhai City." The Huolong team parked the car in a hidden place, and then carefully came to the high-rise, bustling area. Everyone came to the rooftop of the 17th floor without stopping, and then they relaxed. "It's strange." Chu Tiannan looked out of the city with a telescope and said doubtfully. At this time, on the empty plain, a large group of monsters slowly dispersed, and they roared one by one. It's just that none of them dared to enter here. In the end, some monsters left first. Many monsters scattered unwillingly. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan couldn't help but ask, why didn't they pursue? But at this time, Yang Li and the others were not happy because they were out of the crisis. On the contrary, their expressions became more dignified. Because this is city number 009, formerly Tianhai City. At this moment, Enlaina walked out, looking at the monsters scattered on the plain outside the city, and said in a low voice, "Tianhai City?" Hearing this, Chu Tiannan didn't understand what the word meant. Enlaina looked into the quiet city, as if there was a gigantic entrance to the abyss, waiting for everyone to jump in. In China, the top 10 most dangerous cities on the list of dangerous cities are all the territory of king-level monsters. Wu Hao looked at the center of the city and said in a deep voice. Chu Tiannan nodded slightly. He had learned from the warrior system that the original coastal city had long been captured by monsters. And this Tianhai City is one of them because there are king-level monsters, so it belongs to the number 1 fierce place. But this does not seem to conflict with the fact that the monsters that were chasing before did not dare to enter the city, right? The group of beasts does not belong to the group in Tianhai City, so they dare not come in. Once they do, they will be surrounded and killed by the original group of monsters in Tianhai City. Zhao Hua explained. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan immediately understood that it was because of his strong consciousness in the domain of monsters. Whether outsiders are humans or monsters, once encountered, they will attack in groups. The degree of danger in Tianhai City is unimaginable. Yang Li stood up at this moment, set up the sniper rifle, and couldn't help but said, "Below Wu Zong, entering Tianhai City will definitely kill you. Death for sure." Hearing the sound, Chu Tiannan's face changed. He thought that this is a dangerous city. But Wu Zong's death is undoubtedly a bit too exaggerated. Li Dong distributed the water to everyone and said with a smile, "Do you know why people below the Wu Zong level must die?" I saw the young man in black shaking his head like a rattle. Because Li Dong drank water, looked at the center of the city, and said with emotion, "The Lord-level monsters here will exist like nightmares. Because there are a lot of them." Yang Li said, "The catastrophe areas we went to before are all wilderness urban areas. commonly known as low-level cities. It is luck to meet a Lord-level monster, but here, Lord-level monsters can be said to be almost everywhere. Although the number of general-level monsters is still the largest, they are two grouped together. A Lord-level monster can easily be supported by several groups. As he said that, Yang Li's eyes flickered with fear, and he said calmly, "This is also the reason why there's no way out for people below Wu Zone." Even Wu Hao on the side nodded repeatedly and said with a wry smile, "Even the Wu Zone level team, if they don't have the ability, they don't want to come here." After hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded solemnly. He understood and looked into the mysterious and dead silent huge city area. There are endless dangers and endless wealth here. Some people can kill all directions here and make a lot of money. And some people, even though they are cautious, still buried their lives here forever. Brutal reality. Even if it is a martial arts team, although they don't need to be so careful, they still have to pay attention. Once careless, it is the rhythm of group destruction. It is much more difficult to hunt down a Lord-level monster here. Although it is dangerous, it can earn more money than killing a group of fierce armored rhinoceros. Our goal this time is not the 009 city. Everyone will leave after a short break. Obviously, as confident as in Laina, she will not blindly hunt monsters here. Although earning much more here than in other places, the Huolong team is not a martial arts team after all. The efficiency of hunting in big cities is much slower than that in small cities. Half an hour later, several hidden figures quickly shuttled through the narrow streets and finally quietly entered an abandoned garage. The camouflage off-road vehicle is back on the road. Quietly leave this city as dangerous as an abyss. This time, Chu Tiannan came from the co-pilot to the rear compartment, turned around and looked at the dead, quiet city, feeling a little yearning in his heart. Maybe there is still a chance. City 033, the former site of Longyu City. Jia Jia. The roars of many monsters along the way resounded continuously, shaking the entire mountain forest. This place is much stronger than Tianhai City. The strongest ones are just scattered Lord-level monsters, which pose little threat to us. Since everyone drove out of City 009, everyone's mood is obviously much easier. Even Chu Tiannan didn't feel strong depression. The off-road vehicle quickly drove into Longyu City, and everyone else was very relaxed. But Enlai Na was alone looking out the window. Chu Tiannan followed the trend and found that the direction the other party was looking at was the direction they left from Tianhai City, and many complex emotions flashed in his beautiful eyes. Thoughts, hatred, powerlessness, and stubbornness. Everyone has already left Tianhai City, and the crisis has been resolved. But Enlai is the only one who is not in love. Because of this, Chu Tiannan felt something was wrong, especially since he wanted to ask the former, but was stopped by Wu Hao and only whispered in two voices. "Brother, you joined the team late. There are some things you don't know. It's better not to touch the boss's back." Inverse scale? Chu Tiannan was not a stupid person. After listening to the other party's call, he immediately understood. "I'm afraid it has something to do with the wind." After getting out of the car, everyone simply set up a safe spot. Chu Tiannan was still on guard, and everyone continued to rest. Chu Tiannan saw that the mountainous area was almost covered by green vegetation and felt awe-inspiring. Once upon a time, this place was once a bustling area. Monsters don't die, and humans don't have any peace. Chu Tiannan murmured, although his soul does not belong to this world. But since he encountered it, how could the arrogance of the monster dragon shrink back from the depths of Chu Tiannan's soul? Wu Hao came over with 2 cups of hot water at this time and said with a smile, What about the silent emotion?" Encore. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan took the hot water with a smile and said in a flat voice, "I've been thinking about it sometimes. If you have any ideas, maybe I can help you solve your doubts." Wu Hao drank his saliva and nodded. Chu Tiannan looked into the distance, and in the quiet city, from time to time, agile black shadows quickly shuttled back and forth and sighed softly. "Encore, do you think you can finish killing monsters?" Wu Hao, who was about to drink water again, suddenly stopped what he was doing, and the corners of his black clothes were blown by the bitter breeze, making a grinning sound. I have been a warrior for 20 years. To be honest, I don't know how many monsters I've killed. Wu Hao shook his head slightly. There was a dignified voice, even those sharp eyes that usually kill monsters. At this moment, there was a sluggishness. Do you know why the coastal cities were occupied first? Wu Hao's words made Chu Tiannan shake his head. I also asked Angkor to show me. After all, Chu Tiannan is not the soul of this world. Even if they came here through time travel, their understanding of this earth can be described as clear. Wu Hao took a sip of water vigorously and ignored the water dripping on his beard, said in a deep voice. Because of the three mysterious celestial pillars, all life in this world is strengthened or demonized. Although we don't know the origin of the celestial pillars, they're the chief culprit that caused the ocean to become the first disaster zone. Hearing this, even if Chu Tiannan didn't understand it anymore, he still understood it in an instant and couldn't help being shocked. That's not it. Yes. Seeing that the young man had guessed it, Wu Hao nodded and said in a weak voice, the creatures in the ocean are endless. Although they can't go to the mainland, they can never be killed. And even if the monsters on the land are cleared, there will always be more powerful mutated amphibious monsters constantly invading. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan sighed. His eyes became a little lost. Yes, the monsters in the ocean are endless, and they can attack the land at any time, but humans can only defend passively at present. Although warriors kept killing monsters, monsters also kept breeding monsters. When will such a reciprocating, endless loop end? Then there is no other way. Chu Tiannan asked unwillingly. Humanity's technology is so powerful. There must be a good solution, Chu Tiannan firmly believes. Technology? Wu Hao muttered, nodded slightly, then shook his head slightly and sighed. It's hard to say. Many strong people spread the word that a real warrior strong can fly in the sky, fill the sea, and move mountains. But no one has seen it. Is it enough to surpass the martial god level? Chu Tiannan asked repeatedly. Is there any existence beyond the martial god? Beyond the existence of Valkyrie? Wu Hao was startled. His eyes flicked with fanaticism and longing, and he nodded immediately, but said helplessly, beyond Valkyrie there is, but it's not enough. Hearing the words, Chu Tiannan took a deep breath, looked at the quiet city in the distance, and tried his best to calm down the shock in his heart. Beyond the existence of Valkyrie, there is no way to save the world. The young man murmured only in a voice he could hear. But Chu Tiannan didn't feel discouraged at all. Instead, he clenched his fists slightly. Eyes like the starry sky. Only perseverance. Then I will cultivate to be stronger than the Valkyrie. How can I return to the world of origin if I don't solve this catastrophe? Let's go out for a while. At that time, Wu Hao came with Zhao Hua, and the two were fully armed, and they found Chu Tiannan and said. Chu Tiannan was taken aback when he saw this, and couldn't help asking, You two brothers, what are you doing? Boss didn't let us hunt monsters? It's not hunting monsters, but taking you out. Wu Hao and Zhao Hua looked at each other and smiled. Take me out. Chu Tiannan pointed at himself, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Your combat foundation is too weak. Since the martial arts hall handed you over to us, it has a meaning, Zhao Hua said with a smile, carrying a bloody long sword at this time. Oh, Chu Tiannan nodded upon hearing this, and immediately followed the two of them and quietly left the safe point. Puff! A fiery red tattooed, tiger-shaped monster fell unwillingly in a pool of blood, dying with regret. Beside the monster stood a young man holding a dark gold long sword. His chest heaved slightly at this time. Obviously, this battle will not be easy. In the urban area covered in green, Chu Tiannan didn't use Thunder Lin's tactics when facing the high-ranking monster Chihu this time, but it was much more difficult to kill it. On the way, he was almost counterattacked by Chihu. Angkor, Brother Zhao. After killing, Chu Tiannan packed Chihu's precious materials into a bag and walked over with a smile. On the other hand, The two men shook their heads with their arms folded. Zhao Hua frowned slightly and couldn't help but said, "Did you never go to the martial arts academy?" Chu Tiannan hooked his face with his fingers in embarrassment, nodded and said, "It's been less than a month. Self-taught." Hearing this, the two immediately understood, and Wu Hao couldn't help but click his lips. "No wonder your combat foundation is 0. You just watch how your brother Zhao kills monsters." Chu Tiannan nodded when he heard the words, and immediately gave up the most conspicuous position, while Zhao Hua walked out slowly with a bloody long sword in hand. For some reason, Zhao Hua, who was originally inconspicuous, knew that he was about to face a monster. There is an incomparably piercing aura emanating from his body, which is not emanated by strength. It's a kind of evil spirit accumulated from killing monsters over time. Knowing that it was time to fight, even the blood sword in black-clothed Zhao Hua's hand trembled slightly. It seems to be excited. Moo! From time to time, the bull demon who was looking for food suddenly saw a black figure standing on the road, and when he saw it clearly, he let out a low roar of excitement. "I'm afraid of being discovered by my companions. Come on, little bastard." Zhao Hua's handsome face was full of cold, killing intent, and he hooked his left hand at the opponent. "Hulong, no matter how you say it, the barbarian bull demon has peak general-level strength, and his intelligence is naturally not low." Seeing the opponent's provocation, the violent blood in his bones was directly aroused, and he stepped on the ground. The savage rush came. "Keep an eye on Tiannan. To deal with monsters, you must learn to find its flaws." Zhao Hua reminded him while preparing for the battle. But Chu Tiannan was staring intently at this time. This kind of free combat guidance is not very common. Moo! The brute bull demon galloped forward and put its sharpest horns in front of it. This is the only and most powerful weapon in its entire body, capable of piercing a pre-catastrophe armored vehicle in an instant. Seeing the opponent getting closer and closer, Zhao Hua stood still and let everything around him move. There is no way to disturb him. "Tiannan, this is the heart of a strong man. You have to learn it, especially if you take the route of a strong warrior. The heart is very important." Wu Hao pointed out from the side. Nature, as well as power, are all conditions for the strong, and they are indispensable. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded. He didn't need to pay attention to this. Just kidding. In his previous life, he was the master of the famous demon dragon. If he can become a strong man, how can he lose his momentum? Moo! When the barbarian bull demon approached Zhao Hua within 3 meters, the latter moved instantly, and the bloody long sword in his hand got stuck on the side of the barbarian bull's horn. The figure moved sideways in an instant, and then raised up and swung out fiercely. In the next second, the bull demon's head fell to the ground without any suspense. Seeing Chu Tiannan's eyes widened. "It's over," Chu Tiannan said in shock. His eyes widened. He had been staring at Zhao Hua from the beginning to the end. Chu Tiannan understood the latter's fighting movements, but he did not expect that. Zhao Hua can directly resolve the battle within a second. Brother Zhao's strength is in the middle martial sect, but he can instantly kill a peak general-level monster. Although the difference in strength accounts for a part of it, it shouldn't be that big of a difference, right? Chu Tiannan was full of doubts. The defensive power of the barbarian bull monster was not inferior to some elementary lord-level monsters with strong strength and weak defenses. Even so, Zhao Hua still simply moves, picks up, and resolves the battle in one go. "Did you see the battle just now?" Zhao Hua walked over with a blood sword in his hand, and he didn't even go to collect the materials of the barbaric bull demon. "Brother Zhao, how did you do it?" Chu Tiannan nodded, but shook his head again and couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Zhao Hua put the blood sword back behind his back and said with a smile, "This is the basic technique of combat. Using ingenuity to match the strength of warriors can save a lot of unnecessary consumption when killing monsters, and the efficiency is very high." "Xiaojin," Chu Tiannan murmured in a low voice, and immediately said with a bright light in his eyes, "Yes, skillful. Skill." Even though Zhao Hua is stronger than that bull monster, although it is easy to kill, it is quite difficult to kill instantly. First of all, the barbarian bull demon is not low in intelligence. It will not be so stupid as to let the opponent attack its weak point. Secondly, the barbarian bull demon's defense is not paper. Even so, Zhao Hua is still a simple sword attack. Just let the bull's head fall to the ground. After self-reflection, Chu Tiannan immediately understood that what Xiao Ji needs is to leverage strength. That beast is just too confident. I'm going to stay the same. When it's approaching, you have to find its weak spots, and you have to attack the dead corners, and then use your strength to attack. Zhao Huayan said, use the opponent's power on your own body, so that the explosive power will be stronger, and the consumption will be very small. That's the truth. Although it is easy to understand, it is very difficult to implement. Wu Hao also continued. He looked at Chu Tiannan and spoke with sincerity. Although you killed the Chi Hu just now, it looks gorgeous, and people know that you are a strong man or a genius. But this is the deadliest thing. Understand Angkor, Brother Zhao. Chu Tiannan nodded seriously at this time and said, recalling the previous battle, Chu Tiannan also came to his senses. He was like a matador in a bull ring just now. Flashy, once he showed his flaws, the monster would not give him any chance to survive. And this is just hunting a single monster, which consumes a lot of power. Facing the group of monsters, you really have to run away. It's a pity that I've lost too much memory in my previous life, including the battle memory, all gone. Chu Tiannan sighed in his heart. But I'm still very grateful to Wu Hao and Wu Hao. After all, the former knew that he was using a sword, so he asked Zhao Hua, who specializes in using swords, to guide him. This effect can be achieved immediately. Zhao Hua took a sip of water, then pouted his mouth and said, another one. I'll try again. Chu Tiannan impatiently stepped forward. Wu Hao and the two of them did not stop him. For them, although there are more monsters in this kind of mountainous area, as long as they're not beast-tide level, there is no threat at all. After all, the land here is remote, and the Lord-level monsters are not jelly beans, so you can meet them as soon as you meet them. Even if they meet, Wu Hao and the two are not afraid. Chi-Chi. This time, it was a ground wolf, an extremely brutal and bloody monster, many times more ferocious than a monster wolf. A high-ranking general again? Chu Tiannan whistled at the gray figure who was searching, his eyes bursting with fighting intent. Bring on. Let me train you well. Whoosh. The ground wolf's sense of smell and hearing is very sensitive, so it naturally found the young figure holding a dark golden long sword in the middle of the road and immediately roared excitedly. Come rushing for its delicious food. The ground wolf? It's smarter than the bull monster, I don't know. Seeing this, Wu Hao frowned. They all prepared long spears shrunk into short sticks in their hands, but were stopped by Zhao Hua, who shook his head slightly. We can't protect him all the time. The way of the strong is accumulated through continuous killing. Who? Accompanied by the ground wolf's excited long howl, its figure was as fast as a phantom, many times faster than the barbarian bull monster, and its powerful claws rushed repeatedly in the high-rise area. In the end, he came flying and killed him, targeting the young man in black. Want to rip it to shreds. It's now. Seeing this, Chu Tiannan in the middle of the road also moved. Call out. Facing the pounce of the monster wolf, he didn't release any secret tactics this time. Instead, it made a normal side flash. Roar. The ground wolf is as fast as a gust of wind, and its claws have a strong absorption force, not to mention flying over walls and even swooping down to kill them, all with strong violence and ferocity. Call out. Facing the powerful ground wolf culling, Chu Tiannan chose to let go of everything this time and did not swing the shadowless sword. Not to mention stepping on Lei Lin's art of war. He just made one movement. Dodge. A dodge seems simple and mediocre, but the difficulty contained in it is quite large. Especially in the face of monsters with high agility attributes, dodge is a skill for warriors. Important. Chu Tiannan managed to dodge aside in less than a second, and the Yin Tian sword cut across from his hand. The blade was directly stuck on the hard claw of the ground wolf, making a piercing friction sound. Swish! A simple attack and dodge. Chu Tiannan is not as proficient as Zhao Hua, but it is not bad. At least one of the ground wolf's toes was cut off by the sharp Yintian sword and fell to the ground. Ow! The ground wolf realized that one of its toes was missing when it landed and immediately howled in pain, but those scarlet wolf eyes, but more and more sinister and ferocious. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to do what Brother Zhao did. Chu Tiannan was obviously dissatisfied with this close combat. Roar! However, the ground wolf came over fiercely again, even though it was a high-ranking monster. But all monsters are the same. There are no human so-called cheats or tactics, only the most primitive biting, culling, devouring, etc. Seeing the situation, Chu Tiannan didn't panic. He swirled the Yintian sword in his hand, and the sword energy swept out. This is not a battle secret. It's the special effects brought by the Yintian sword when it is swung, and it doesn't consume power. Puff! The ground wolf, who had suffered a loss, once thought that the opponent was still aiming at its own leg. This time it chose to stretch and bite at the front, but it was unlucky to meet Chu Tiannan, who saw the trick. At this time, the young man was holding a long sword and staring at the monster whose head had been pierced on his dark gold long sword in astonishment. Blood dripping down. Chu Tiannan withdrew the Yintian sword at this time, looked at the ground wolf's body in astonishment, and then looked at Wu Hao and the two of them, and found that the other party was looking at him strangely. Does this wolf count as porcelain? Chu Tiannan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the other hand, Wu Hao and Zhao Hua were startled. You must know that among the wolf monsters, their defenses are quite strong. It has the name of Copperhead and Iron Bone. However, the ground wolf belonged to the category of super defense and agility, but was simply pierced through the head by the Yintian sword. That can only illustrate one point. It's not that the ground wolf's defense is weak, but that the Yintian sword is too sharp. Sharp to the point of indestructibility. Tiannan, where did you get this sword? Zhao Hua looked at Chu Tiannan with a strange expression and couldn't help but ask. My blood shadow sword was made with a lot of money, but it feels like the sword in your hand is much sharper than mine. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan scratched his head and said with a chuckle, this sword is inherited from my family, but in the end, only my lineage is left. I have no choice but to make up a story, or else I have such a weapon before I am not a warrior. Surely there will be suspicion. Ancestral. TSK. It is probably specially made by a strong man during the Cataclysm, but the bloodline has declined. Listening to the young man's explanation, the two nodded slightly. This is understandable. Generally speaking, your first battle is a bit like that. Zhao Hua walked slowly, not paying attention to Chu Tiannan's Yintian sword. Instead, it is summing up the opponent's previous battle. Next time, if your dodge distance is okay, don't be too far away and don't be too close like today. Once you make a mistake in calculating the distance, the sharp claws of the monster can tear you apart in an instant. Also, don't rely too much on weapons. It's just something you can borrow. Only when your own fighting conditions are met can you exert your strength better. Listening to Zhao Hua's serious battle summary, Chu Tiannan nodded slightly and said with a smile, I understand, Brother Zhao. Okay, I've basically said everything I need to tell you. Let's go back. Satisfied with the other party's modest attitude, Zhao Huan nodded and smiled. Okay, I almost fell asleep staying in this shitty place. Wu Hao pretended to yawn. Almost fell asleep. The corner of Chu Tiannan's mouth twitched slightly, entering the catastrophe zone, which warrior is not highly concentrated, and this Wu Hao is too casual. Ow! Just as the three of them were about to leave, a soft howl of wolves spread in all directions, and a large number of frightened birds and monsters fled away. The howling of wolves naturally attracted the attention of Chu Tiannan and the others. Wolf howling. The three of them were stunned, and Wu Hao and Zhao Hua even looked at each other. The former couldn't help muttering. Could it be that the little wolf cub Tiannan killed just now is the offspring of that old wolf? I guess it's time for revenge. Zhao Hua also nodded his head, pretending to be mysterious, and said, making Chu Tiannan dumbfounded. Ow! The sharp howl of wolves resounded through the city. Compared with the voices of other monster wolves, its voice seemed to have a penetrating power. The sound of howling wolves seemed extremely noble, and a large number of monsters appeared on the avenue of shock from time to time, where they were tall, or fierce and brutal. Something's wrong. Hide first. After the second wolf howl resounded clearly, Wu Hao's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice. The three ran directly into a high-rise building, and they climbed to the top floor along the fire escape. I think I've heard the howling of wolves before, but I'm not sure if it's true. Zhao Hua looked into the distance with the binoculars in his hand, and when he saw it clearly, his face suddenly became surprised. What? It turned out to be it. Zhao Hua gasped at this moment. His face was full of horror. What kind of beast can make you so surprised? Facing Zhao Hua's gaffe, Wu Hao took over the binoculars and looked. He was also silent for the next second and looked at Zhao Hua. Both of them read a message from each other's eyes. Incredible. Chu Tiannan saw the two of them as if they had seen a ghost and couldn't help asking, "What's the matter?" Two old brothers. What the hell? Zhao Hua couldn't help cursing in a low voice, but Wu Hao directly picked up the communication and said, "Coordinates 340 direction, high-rise rooftop, speed support." When Wu Hao sent the message to the rest of the Fire Dragon team, Chu Tiannan looked curiously through the binoculars. I saw a beautiful figure exuding silver light, slowly walking out of an open space behind many buildings. It is so beautiful, with silver hair gleaming, as if it has noble blood like the brightest star in the sky. Its body is like a wolf, but it is smaller than the ground wolf and the demon wolf. The pure white unicorn shines on its forehead. Its silver eyes were full of disdain and coldness. Even after the group of monsters living around discovered this silver figure, they all fled out in a hurry. Puff. However, some unlucky ones left too late and saw that beautiful silver figure flashing a silver light and shadow and directly bit a tiger cat. Meow. The huge, spotted body of the tiger cat inherited the body characteristics of the tiger, and it was taller than the silver figure. But the former died without a few struggles, and the tiger cat looked terrified before it died. Quack, quack! The silver figure, who hadn't eaten for a day, let out a low roar of excitement and immediately began to feast on it. Even the bones were not spared. In just a few minutes, this brutal silver figure devoured the tiger cat that was taller than him. Ow! After being supplemented with meat, the silver figure groaned comfortably, causing a deadly silence to exist within a 10-mile radius. There are no other monsters to speak of. So cruel. When Chu Tiannan saw that the other party killed a tiger cat that was comparable in strength to him, Chu Tiannan was startled at his heart. What kind of wolf is this? I didn't expect to meet a silver moon wolf king. Wu Hao took a deep breath, calmed down the shock in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "This is a big fish, bigger than the previous one." Hearing this, Chu Tiannan searched for posts about the Inu Wolf King on the bracelet, and was shocked after watching it. The Silver Moon Wolf King belongs to one of the purest bloodlines of demon wolves. They have a naturally gorgeous appearance and a ferocious heart. The Silver Moon Wolf King has always been forging alone, and its strength can be called a quasi-king existence. At the end of the post is a summary about the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Inu Wolf King has almost no weaknesses, is fast, extremely lethal, and has super high defense. If you encounter this fierce beast, you must have a strong quasi-war god to lead the team. Otherwise, you will surely die. A simple post caused a storm in Chu Tiannan's heart. Only now did he understand why Wu Hao and Zhao Hua wanted to scold the public. Shouldn't this group of beasts be in the 006 city? How could they meet in such a remote area? Zhao Hua gritted his teeth. He and Wu Hao combined are not enough for a Silver Moon Wolf King. After all, the difference in strength is too great. As the king of wolves, the Inu Wolf King is even more powerful than a quasi-war god-level existence. At this moment, Wu Hao silently held the binoculars, and then he let out a little surprise and said in surprise, "The beast seems to be injured. Let me see." Hearing this, Zhao Hua took over the binoculars and looked at it. Wu Hao pointed to the front and said softly, "Look at its legs." Hearing the sound, Chu Tiannan cast his gaze over there, using the vision of the telescope to cast his gaze forward. Really? In the distance, the Inua Wolf King, who was eating the remains of the tiger cat, had an obvious scar on his hind leg, and it looked like it. It turned out to be a gunshot wound. A bullet that can injure quasi-king level monsters is obviously not an ordinary team. Seeing this, Wu Hao smiled and said, "It seems that someone is eyeing this super big fish. Even if it is a super big fish, we have to wait for the boss and the others to come to support us." Zhao Hua said with a sneer and continued, "Since we have met, we will definitely not let go of this big fish easily. What if they are a warrior-level team?" Wu Hao teased. On the other hand, Zhao Hua gave the other party an annoyed look and scolded with a smile. "A noble martial god-level team will come to such a small place?" Chu Tiannan nodded slightly. "Yes, the martial god-level team will definitely go to a dangerous catastrophe area like 009 to hunt and kill monsters. After all, at the level of the Valkyrie level, hunting monsters to make money is no longer the goal. Money is a number to Valkyrie. Every life and death adventure they take is to better protect their own country. After all, it is a lucky thing for human beings to lose a powerful monster on land." After the three of Chu Tiannan waited and watched for a while, several figures were airborne from another tall building by cableway. "What's the situation?" Laina glanced at the three people in front of her, her eyebrows slightly frowned. "Didn't you let you take turns to watch the night? Why are you all out?" Hearing this, Wu Hao smiled and handed over the telescope, saying, "Look, boss." Seeing that the other party was so mysterious, Laina also became curious, so she took over the binoculars and looked over. At the same time, Yangli directly set up the sniper rifle and used the Dash-X lens to focus on the silver figure in the distance. "Damn it, is it real or not?" Yangli was taken aback, couldn't help but gasped, and said, "Can you even meet the Silver Moon Wolf King?" "No, it seems to be injured. It's really hurt." Laina nodded slightly when she heard the words, looked forward, and said calmly, "Old Yang, try to make a locator. This time I will do it myself." "I'm about to do this." Hearing this, Yangli was already ready to go. He put a silencer on his sniper rifle so as not to disturb the Silver Moon Wolf King, who was looking for food in the distance. Puff! An extremely muffled and subtle sound came out, and a faint colored light was seen like a shooting star, and it was placed on Inua Wolf King's buttocks in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the latter only felt his butt itch, but did not notice a subtle colored light. It is emitting a faint light. It's done. Now the position of this beast is under our control. Yangli praised his marksmanship, looked at the cursor on the bracelet, and handed it to Laina. "Boss." Hearing this, the latter accepted it, put on Hao's wrist, glanced at everyone, and said seriously, "Since the Silver Moon Wolf King is injured, it is obvious that he encountered our compatriot team before." Everyone nodded upon hearing that, including Chu Tiannan. Everyone's eyes fell on the strongest member of the Fire Dragon team. "Wait for next instructions. I'm going to sneak over for a while, and then kill it as quickly as possible. If it doesn't work, drive it away." Laina said calmly, "Lao Yang, you support me for a while. Zhao Hua and Li Dong will cooperate in the back. If you encounter other teams, try not to conflict." As she spoke, Laina held the 1,000-chance umbrella in her hand again. Like a goddess of war, her voice was indifferent. "Of course, if some teams don't open their eyes to provoke us, then we don't have to endure it. Kill it if you should." Everyone nodded to show their understanding, but Chu Tiannan sighed inwardly when he heard the words. They are both human beings, and most likely compatriots of the same country, perhaps driven by absolute interests. Even killing each other is not impossible. After all, this is a catastrophe zone. Warriors who died in the catastrophe area were killed by monsters or other human teams. None will be sanctioned, and there is no way to sanction them. Tiannan, you have to remember that as long as they are not members of our team, don't take them lightly. It's not too much to treat them as monsters. Yangli lit a cigarette at this time, looked at the young man beside him, and said in a deep voice, because in the catastrophe zone, if you don't kill them, they will kill you instead. Understand, Brother Yang. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan nodded his head. The horror and distortion of human nature is the most realistic, especially when driven by absolute interests. It will become more cruel. Chu Tiannan is not an idle person. He can take care of his brothers and friends. Facing the enemy, Chu Tiannan could also show no mercy at all, kill decisively, and never suffer from future troubles. After more than 10 minutes of sufficient preparation, Enlai Na had already lurked in the past. Li Dong and Zhao Hua are in the rear, who are ready to support at any time. They are both powerful fighters, and their tacit understanding is quite high. With their backing, Enlai Na can focus on the front with all her heart and soul. Quack, quack! The Silver Moon Wolf King, who had been on the run for a whole day, was still gnawing on the remaining tiger cats. It needed food to replenish its strength. It's just that the obvious gunshot wound on the hind leg has already begun to inflame, and there's a tendency of burning and infection. Roar! As a noble monster, the Inuit Wolf King was ambushed by the human team before because of his carelessness. It cares that in this remote mountainous area, it will encounter a quasi-war god-level team. Recalling the previous fleeing scene, the Silver Moon Wolf King's silver eyes were full of evil spirit and fury. It is a high-level monster, not to mention that it was attacked by a human gunner, and it was wounded by a human gunner. Humanity. Two crappy words are enough to reflect the level of hatred that the Silver Moon Wolf King has towards human beings. It is definitely an endless situation. As a quasi-king monster, Silver Moon Wolf King has the ability to speak simple words, although he can only express simple meanings. It's ready to rest. Seeing that the Inuit Wolf King gave up hunting for food and directly found a hidden place to lie down on his stomach, Enlai Na continued to move forward quietly. Li Dong and Zhao Hua, who followed far behind, did not dare to disturb them in the slightest. After all, the Silver Moon Wolf King's vigilance was already terrifyingly high. In addition, it has been injured, so it is almost impossible to give humans a second chance to sneak attack. But Enlai Na is a quasi-war god-level powerhouse, and at the same level of strength, she can still be silent. The poor Inuit Wolf King didn't know that a quasi-war god was approaching him right now, perhaps because of getting rid of the previous quasi-war god team. The Silver Moon Wolf King felt that he would not meet the quasi-war god again. The resting place is also simple, but it happens to be outside the blind spot of Yang Li's sniping. Boss, I can't see it anymore. This bastard should be outside the hidden wall. Yang Li stared at it with a sniper rifle at all times and sent a message. Understood. Enlai Na nodded slightly when she heard the words. She shrunk the myriad manifestation umbrella by a few points and changed it into a holding posture. She was as light as a swallow, but in a blink of an eye she was hidden in the darkness, hard to find. The remaining 3 members of the Huolong team, except Yang Li staring it with a gun, Chu Tiannan rested his hands on the edge of the roof, watching with bated breath. It must be successful. This order will make us prosperous. As Yang Li's partner, Wu Hao naturally wanted to protect the other party's personal safety, so he was unable to participate in the hunt for the Silver Moon Wolf King. As for Chu Tiannan, only at the level of a martial artist, he also understands that he is of little use. Fighting at this level is no longer something that Chu Tiannan can involve. Even if I use the form of the Heavenly Sin Snake to attack secretly, I guess the chance of killing the Silver Moon Wolf King is not high. After a long period of research, Chu Tiannan discovered that whether it was his Yin Tian sword or Tian Sin, their sharpness was beyond imagination. At least for now, there is no object they can't break through deliberately, including the corpse of the monster. But this is also destined to have a disadvantage. That is, Chu Tiannan's strength is not enough to fully activate these 2 killer weapons. Therefore, in the face of stronger monsters or enemies, there is still some spare power. When I advance to the martial ancestor level, maybe I will be able to reach the level of a quasi-warrior. Chu Tiannan muttered to himself, then stopped thinking about it, and put his eyes on the distance in front of him again, and said softly, "Must succeed." After all, The price of a medium-sized beast, a fierce armored rhinoceros, can be as high as 11 billion. And this quasi-king Silver Moon Wolf King can definitely reach 50 billion. This is 50 billion. It is enough to drive countless teams below the Valkyrie level crazy. After a long while, Laina came to a hidden dark place with her agile body and looked at the silver figure who was resting not far in front. Her beautiful eyes were murderous. Boom! However, at the moment Laina was about to act, a huge gunshot sounded throughout the silent mountain forest city. The startled Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly opened his scarlet eyes, and it was within his field of vision. It was the hot figure holding the myriad manifestations umbrella. Call out, call out! In the dead and silent Longyu City, several figures quickly shuttled between the mountains and forest cities, one by one like phantoms under the night. It makes it hard to see how many people are there and where they are going. However, these people are all in uniform, and there's a tiger's waving palm engraved on the arm of the combat uniform. Tigers are lifelike, fierce, and violent. Third brother, are your coordinates correct? The leader, a young man in white, took the lead and rushed forward, turned his head to look at a thin man, and asked, "We can't let that big fish get away this time." Hearing this, the skinny man in sunglasses holding a detector gave a sneer and said, "Don't worry, Captain. That bastard has stopped." "Stop. It seems to be a good thing for the former." He nodded slightly and said, "Then let's find a chance to solve it quickly. If we meet other teams, it will be more troublesome." A man with fierce eyes behind him grinned, and he licked his lips, full of murderous aura. Wouldn't it be better to kill the double prophet together? Everyone else laughed when they heard it, but the young man in the lead frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. If Chu Tiannan was present at this time, he would be able to recognize this person at a glance. A man with a pair of tiger eyes and a tiger body. He must be Luo Meng. Tell Qingyu, as long as he watches this action, the Inua Wolf King is not something he can compete with. Robert was obviously used to the evil spirit of these reckless men and said calmly, "That kid Qingyu was with Lao Lu. I sent a message just now." The thin man replied, and he smiled slyly in the next second. "Boss, that beast is stopped in the core area of the city, where I checked that there are no monsters gathered within a radius of 10 miles. Hearing this, Robert nodded slightly and said, "That beast is very proud. Naturally, he doesn't like lowly monsters approaching it, so speed up. Call out, call out." After everyone arrived at the favorable terrain in the mountainous area, they looked down at the entire city from a high position and immediately found the silver figure resting in the shadows. At that time, the lean man took out the sniper cannon from behind and placed it firmly on a high platform. There was a smirk on the bloodless face. "If you can let me, a nigger, use the shun cannon, you will die without regret. Solve it as soon as possible," Robert said in a deep voice. After the former aimed forward, he couldn't help being surprised and said, "Impossible." Seeing the thin man lost his composure, everyone looked suspiciously and saw that the black ghost's eyes were full of fear, and he roared, "Captain, I found someone from the Fire Dragon team." Fire Dragon? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed continuously, and even Robert's special thick eyebrows were furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "You read that, right?" "That's right." "Oh no," the black ghost exclaimed while looking through the scope. "She is going to sneak over to kill the Silver Moon Wolf King. Time is urgent. Shoot." Robert is worthy of being a quasi-Valkyrie powerhouse. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly ordered, "Wake up that bastard." "Hey, I'm planning to do that." The nigga smiled sinisterly. "Just to see who is stronger, Mr. In or that beast." Immediately pulling the trigger in his hand, a huge gunshot resounded throughout the entire mountainous area. It's best to die together. Once Laina dies, this Fire Dragon team will never dare to be arrogant again. Because of Chu Tiannan, Luo Meng hated the opponent's entire team even more. Boom! The silver figure was startled by the violent, loud noise and suddenly stood up. Those sharp silver eyes looked around vigilantly and angrily, and immediately landed on the fiery girl holding the silver umbrella. Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf King's figure was as fast as lightning, and lightning flashed under his feet, and he opened his ferocious fangs, biting fiercely. It has been injured before, so when it saw humans again, it was even more ferocious than before, as if it wanted to vent all the losses it had suffered before. Seeing the situation, Enlina swam sideways to dodge. Her brows were frowned, and she knew that the matter was not simple when she heard the gunshot. Roar! Seeing that he failed to kill with one blow, the Silver Moon Wolf King turned into a silver figure and hid in a dark corner without being seen. Damn it! The Fire Dragon team monitored the point, and Yongli cursed angrily when he saw this. Even Chu Tiannan and Wu Hao beside him were furious. Li Dong Zhaohua, the situation has changed. Hurry up to support. I guess another team has arrived. Wu Hao made a decisive decision and communicated. Forget about that bastard for now. It's important to save the boss. Although Enlina is a quasi-Valkyrie level, the damage caused by hot weapons to the human body is huge, and everyone is worried that the team hiding in the dark will kill again. Enlina's situation is quite dangerous.